Good morning and welcome to Quality Forge 2025, a virtual conference organized by TestDevLab and dedicated to putting the spotlight on software quality across industries. It is an absolute pleasure for us to host this event and virtually meet up with the industry leaders and experts behind the technology and organizations that are shaping landscapes and markets. My name is Josh Griffiths and I'm part of TestDevLab's marketing team, where I handle a lot of our digital marketing efforts, like hosting this conference.
And my name is Paulina Anufriou. I'm manual QA engineer and QA team lead here at TestDevLab. Today, we're putting aside our daily tasks and joining the Quality Forge stage as hosts. In 2025, the barriers to entry for creating and deploying digital products and solutions are lower than ever, and in a world saturated with digital offerings, only the stronger survive.
That's why the speakers we have today will be explaining how, in a market that's more competitive than ever, and with the rise of AI tools, it's quality that sets apart the market leaders from the rest.
In the current digital age, users' expectations are higher than ever, and organizations that cannot meet these expectations quickly get left behind, and their competitors take their place. From cybersecurity to AI functionality, user experience, and safety, getting quality right makes a big difference.
And it's not just about meeting user expectations. Software quality plays a crucial role in the software development lifecycle. Software that isn't properly tested is prone to errors, crashes, and data leaks that can cost your company and your users. This slows down releases, causes massive legal headaches, and builds products that are expensive and bound to fail.
The numbers speak for themselves. The latest report by the Consortium for Information and Software Quality stated that approximately 2.41 trillion is lost by US companies alone every year due to poor software quality. This comes from a rise in software security vulnerabilities, critical bug errors, operational failures, and more. Put simply, a $100 bug fix before release can end up being a $100,000 fix after launch.
At TestDevLab, we know that software quality and testing aren't corners that can be cut. And the speakers we have today are proof that to become a market leader, having a quality-first mindset is synonymous with scalable success.
We have a busy schedule today, full of speeches and panel discussions with experts from some of the biggest global brands. They will be sharing their real-world experience, theories, learnings, and future predictions. So stay tuned for some expert insights, opinions, actionable takeaways, and much more. And we're starting off today's conference strong with not one, but two speakers, kicking off Quality Forge 2025. We'll be joined by Joe Walker and Luke McMahon from Canva. Our first speaker from this duo is Joe, who is a QA manager at Canva with over a decade of testing experience. His recent work has seen him diving into AI applications in QA and empowering the Canva team to harness AI and democratize QA practices.
And joining Joe this morning, we have Luke McMahon. Luke is a senior QA at Canva and is passionate about redefining quality in the era of AI. At Canva, he focuses on building the tools and processes that help make their teams test smarter, including an AI-integrated collaborative testing tool that makes organizing, running, and triaging test parties easier, even for those without dedicated QA capacity. Today, this duo will be talking about quality assistance in the AI era. I'm very excited to have them here with us today.
Yeah, I mean, Canva is probably one of your most favorite apps.
Oh, it really is. In the marketing team, we use Canva quite a lot. It helps us come up with ideas and sketches and everything we need when we're really planning those materials. And it's not just us, design teams all over the world really rely on Canva. It's one of the go-to tools we have out there. So without further ado, let's welcome our first speakers of the day, Luke and Joe. Hello, Luke and Joe. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Luke and Joe.
Thank you for that welcome.
Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you, but without further ado, please take the stage and let us know about quality assistance in the AI era.
Absolutely. So yeah, we'll take you through quality assistance in the AI era from our Canva perspective. So we'll cover a little more of who we are, how Canva has encouraged AI usage and how we do QA. And then we'll have a look at some different AI and QA areas before thinking about what our future may be in this exciting new age. For those not familiar, Canva is a visual communication platform, and our mission is to empower the world to design. Today, there's more than 260 million people around the world using our platform every month, and our community has generated over 30 billion designs to date, which is just staggering. We do software at scale. So I'm Joe, I'm a QA manager in Ecosystem, and that's the group that looks after Canva's integrations like those with ChatGPT. My recent focus has been on sort of driving our internal AI adoption in the QA team with a little bit of vibe engineering on the side to explore quality solutions and learn how all the AI magic works. And then Luke
Hey,
can introduce himself.
I'm Luke. I'm a senior QA in our generative AI supergroup here at Canva. I'm also a QA lead behind Canva AI, the product. I've been directly empowering teams with and without QA capacity through AI solutions built around our QA practices.
Cool. So Canva follows the quality assistance model. Our QA team is spread throughout the engineering groups, and we focus on empowering those teams to build and deliver high quality features to give our users the world-class experience they expect. And quality is a shared responsibility at Canva. Our teams should feel empowered to release without QA sign-off, and many of them don't have a dedicated QA engineer embedded with them. We also provide assistance on demand and manage some self-serve quality guidance for all teams to use. So Canva has made a conscious decision to really embrace this new wave of LLM-powered AI capabilities, and it's had a huge impact on how we work internally and the features that we deliver to our users. A little over a year ago, Canva announced the AI Everywhere initiative to staff, and this was a program to encourage AI learning and usage across the business, regardless of your role or team. And by setting this direction for the whole company, we've been able to streamline our processes so we can onboard new AI tools very quickly, access models from almost all providers, and allow teams to continually experiment with what works best for them and the challenges they face. And of course, while doing all of this in safe environments where we can minimize the danger of unleashing all these powerful new tools on our code base and data. This doesn't usually involve strapping a rocket to a chair, as in that middle image, but this is more fun than a presentation full of IDE and terminal screenshots, so just bear with us. So our existing culture of exploration and knowledge has been dialed up to 11 with AI, and almost every day an interesting new way of using AI to help change how we work for the better is found and shared. We have internal events like an AI Discovery and Hackathon Week, and that's been fantastic for giving Canvanauts the space we need to learn what these tools can do. And that's now a regular occurrence at a smaller scale throughout the business. So the value in upskilling and using AI isn't in question at Canva. It's the way we need to work going forward. And this is now reflected in our developer interviews, which include an AI skills assessment section. And QA is no exception to any of this. We have been exploring and learning along with everyone else, and we've put careful thought into forming cross-team working groups to investigate applying AI solutions to quality problems or exploring completely new ways that we can provide quality assistance to our engineering teams. Due to all of the learning and familiarity and the general rise in capabilities, especially over the last year, our launch rate of AI features has absolutely taken off. And this includes wholly new AI features like Canva AI, which Luke was a QA lead on, that can help users generate images or even entire designs. We have Canva Code, which is sort of our built-in vibe coding tool. Fantastic, well worth a play if you haven't. Or the Canva MCP server, which lets you work with your Canva designs from your MCP client of choice, like Claude or ChatGPT. There's also a whole lot of AI enhancements to our existing features. So we have things like Magic Insights to help you with your sheets, or the very recently launched Ask Canva, and that's like an AI assistant right there in the design there with you. This feature rollout is only speeding up and spreading to more and more teams, and that's again as the capabilities get better and we learn ourselves how to leverage it better internally. And for QA, this means we need to really proactively keep on top of how we measure and validate the output of all those AI systems so we can help our engineering teams keep up with that quality demand. It means keeping an eye on the latest release from the many providers. There's new models almost every month now. Regularly exploring the latest tooling and repeatedly having a go at solving those problems that AI just wasn't quite capable of dealing with only a few short months ago. Most importantly, in my view, it means sharing our understanding of what quality means with AI in the mix. And this is no easy task in such a fast-moving space. So the go-to tool for assessing quality on the vast majority of AI features is evaluations. I'm sure most of you have heard of this. These are essentially tests you run in bulk to give you statistical confidence in how these non-deterministic AI systems will behave. Canva isn't in the robotics business, but imagine that same slight look of mistrust or concern of the man watching the robot do its thing. That's on our faces as we evaluate our AI features. Maybe one day AI or the guardrails we build around it will be reliable enough we can trust the outputs, but it is not there yet. I see evaluations as yet another quality tool in our QA toolbox, rather than a special task to be left solely in the hands of the machine learning experts or the AI engineers. So we need to be able to explore, test, and communicate whether the excellent user experiences we want from our AI features behave as expected out in the wild, or with different AI models, system instructions. There's endless other inputs that keep going into these things. And AI's non-deterministic nature is central to this. We can't provide clear pass or fail results without an understanding of the stats behind it, and our very definition of what a pass or fail is constantly expanding to include more and more parameters. And this is particularly as the world moves into this agentic space of AI taking multiple actions with multiple systems involved, all on the behalf of the user. And I see this as a key space where we as QA professionals have the expertise and the mindset to provide so much value in understanding your problem space, whatever that may be, with AI, and what that end-to-end experience looks like, edge cases and all. Now, the quality assistance we provide at Canva isn't just limited to assisting engineers. The wider the range of people we can bring an understanding of quality to, the better our products are going to be. And evaluations are an excellent space to drive this democratization. We allow roles like product, design, and user experience to first understand how their AI systems behave, how they can measure the quality of those features, and then they can iterate on them themselves. And this has been an enormous quality and delivery unlock made possible through our self-serve evaluation platforms. And as an example of how QA guidance can be made more accessible with the power of AI, we have recently released the Canva MCP server. So MCP, Model Context Protocol, is a standard for giving AI access to tools, and it's supported in many AI clients like Claude and ChatGPT. And from an engineering perspective, these are really neat because most of the magic in how you get the AI to use the tools is plain old English. Really simple for non-technical people to understand and update, but quite tricky to adjust in such a way that it's going to work for all the different LLMs, all the different clients, all their different models, system instructions, the quirks of the client. You want to make sure you're working with the personality of the LLM rather than fighting it. And so the usual workflow for this sort of thing would be maybe product or someone would use the MCP in a client. And here I've asked Claude to make some flyers for a dog walking business and move them into a new folder. Maybe they spot some behavior they don't like, or they just want to capture this as a regression evaluation case. Then they could go to engineering and ask them to maybe reword the tool or just save that as a test case that they could run some evaluations on. But in this case, all the information we need for an evaluation is actually right there in the chat. We have the user prompt, we have our tool responses, and we have the tools themselves. So why not bring our QA evaluation guidance and tooling into that exact same space where our users, who are our engineers and product and everyone else, can just talk through what they'd like to change and evaluate. And we can do this by making yet another MCP tool that bakes our guidance on what an MCP evaluation needs to cover. So, how to change the tool description, how to run an evaluation, what different models you want to run across. And then it can spit the results right back out in the same client. So you've got the power of that LLM sitting there, understanding all of that, and you can just talk through what you want to do. And if it isn't clear, ask it a question and it'll help you through that. Right. It's not just AI features that are benefiting from AI and QA. Our deterministic products don't escape the impact either. Over to you, Luke.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, that's right. So what we're seeing now is more and more engineers are adding AI into their ways of working. Engineers are using AI for code generation, refactoring, writing tests. It's becoming a part of the everyday toolkit being used. Put simply, AI is changing how we build, not just what we build. And that's great. Teams are moving faster, ideas are being explored more freely, and the barrier to experimenting with code is much, much lower. I've seen designers build completely functional prototypes during Canva's hackathon. Previously, they never felt comfortable with code. As QA, though, we know that speed and safety need to move together. With AI assisting in the build process, we start seeing these subtle shifts in how determinism plays out. Code that's functionally correct might be slightly different from what a human would write, or it could carry hallucinations of your business rules that are otherwise unseen. Even when talking about deterministic or rule-based systems, the path to this consistency of the past is now influenced by LLMs or non-deterministic systems. That's why we think quality matters more now than ever, even if your feature or product doesn't directly integrate with AI. While quality of a product is a shared responsibility, we are the experts to help drive these efforts in keeping that confidence high, not just in what's being built, but how it's being built. This means keeping keen eyes on code and ensuring that our coverage and intent on those changes are aligned. Gatekeeping tests against flakiness, ensuring teams treat AI like just another dependency. Powerful, but not immune to scrutiny. Our challenge now becomes ensuring that as engineers move fast with AI, quality continues to move with them, not behind them. Another big advantage we have now is how much faster it's become to build these internal tools. And this is still accelerating as we speak. We've reached a point where anyone can prototype and ship small, useful tools in a matter of hours or days, not weeks. These projects start small typically, but they can make a huge impact because they remove friction and let teams focus on building with confidence. AI can make it even easier to explore ideas like auto-analyzing test results to find flaky or low-value tests, suggesting better test coverage for newly committed code, or generating data and documentation automatically. The point I'm making is internal tooling isn't just for developer productivity anymore. It can absolutely be a quality multiplier. And as QA engineers, we're in the perfect position to spot where quality can be improved and use AI to make it happen and make it happen fast. Here at Canva, it's led to some pretty great examples. A platform for collaborative test sessions, integrating our Jira instance and AI to help make issue triage as easy as possible. A QA-led MCP playground for creating and running workflows, allowing users to run them in Claude with auditability. A platform for making these LLM evaluations easier to create and run, allowing non-technical stakeholders to be involved in evaluations, be it creating or running them, without getting bogged down with the code internals. The key part that we find with all of these tools is that they've started small and were targeted in the friction that they were looking to solve. Another example of how we've used AI as QA at Canva was running audits on our manual testing efforts. We spent some time building analysis systems that would read months of reports and surface high skip rates or consistent pass streak candidates. With this information, we fed it through a recommendation pipeline to provide suggestions on deprioritizing or completely removing specific tests. Now, the LLMs don't have the context of our business or its needs or the complexities that users may face. So instead of blindly accepting these suggestions, we've always maintained a human in the loop. We provide these signals to the code owners to make the decision. Through this QA-led initiative alone, we were able to reduce our manual tests by over 30% in just 12 weeks. Joe, back over to you.
Thank you, Luke. Right, on to the future. I'm sure this is a question many of you have wondered about. Where does our profession go with all of these incredible new capabilities coming through? AI is the biggest technological change we've seen so far, and it's only going to keep scaling from here. With AI tooling, we can bring wider and deeper test coverage, faster feedback loops, and chase down insights that were previously too expensive to dedicate a person to figuring out. And we can do all of that at an impossible scale. In Canva's case, you can imagine the amount of logs our 260 million monthly users generate. So addressing production quality issues reported by users and monitoring at scale is already a really big task. But with AI, we may be able to identify and act on issues discovered by the users who don't bother to report them, or for bugs that don't happen often enough to trigger our normal alerting. Our craft and the guidance we produce is more consumable than ever before, with AI there to help understand and step users through what they need. And this can be as simple as helping pre-fill a release readiness checklist by pulling data from a range of systems without needing internal tooling built to do that, or as complex as we've shown in this, as guiding a non-technical user through how to create and run an evaluation scenario where they can explore completely changing a toolset or response payload, stuff that would have previously been out of reach for anyone but the engineers. For many companies, I think that initial win will come from AI taking on more of the repetitive quality busy work, and that should free up our time to be spent better elsewhere. Thinking of the bigger picture, strategizing for that new project around the corner, and of course, continually learning how the latest model update or flash new AI tool can be used to keep speeding up that cycle. This is such an exciting time to be a quality expert. Like there's just this AI-powered world of possibilities in our craft at our fingertips. We just have to reach out and embrace it. And of course, if you're on the pessimistic side of the AI fence, then you know there's going to be plenty of AI work, plenty of QA work needed to keep on top of all that AI slop. So we're going to win either way. It's going to be good. That is us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Some really nice notes on how even if you haven't got an AI-heavy product, quality still matters. And also for our engineers or engineers who are watching the stream, a nice note on how AI will be changing the landscape, but there's still going to be plenty for them to do to get on top of the AI slop. Fantastic. We do have some questions, and as I'll give you a little break, Joe, I'll pose the first one to Luke. So, Luke, what unique challenges do you face when testing generative AI features compared to traditional features?
It's a really good question. The biggest shift that I've seen is that we can't just test for correctness anymore. With traditional features, we have a fairly clear pass or fail criteria. The button either works or it doesn't. With Gen AI features, we're testing things like, does this feel appropriate for the prompt that was passed in? We at Canva have had to develop entirely new testing approaches around quality ranges rather than binary output. We're dealing with non-deterministic behavior, so the same input might give slightly different outputs. And honestly, if we think about the edge cases, they're pretty endless. Users will always find creative ways to use the tools that we never anticipated. That's only more so found with Gen AI features. As QA engineers, again, we've had to completely rethink our strategy. We're no longer necessarily writing, like I said, binary test cases. We're now writing evaluation criteria. The output should be contextually appropriate, like I said, provided a prompt. Like Joe kind of pointed to, we're looking more so at statistical validation. So instead of one test passing meaning success, we're running multiple eval cases to understand the distribution of output. Automation frameworks need to evolve. We're building evaluation suites that can assess quality at scale rather than just check in exact matches.
Thank you. That was a really good in-depth answer, and I like how you were talking specifically about how AI is changing stuff and giving a really good clear comparison with what's there, but there's still edge cases to look out for and consider into that. our next question.
Yes, I do have the next question, and I would say that it's both for you, Luke, and for you, Joe. And I'm especially interested in this one as a QA. You know that AI is changing QA testing globally. So, what advice would you give to both engineers and developers looking to adapt and not get left behind during the industry-wide change?
I'll claim this one. I would say embrace it. Dive right in and learn how you can work with it with a healthy dose of skepticism on the side. We are past the point of these LLM advancements being useful enough to get some valuable work out of them. So I don't see it reversing. Even if capabilities plateau right now, it's too late. AI is here to stay. It's going to be there. We're going to be using it. I only started picking it up about a year ago, having had no AI experience before, but just getting into it and using it more, you really quickly, I don't know, learn how exciting it can be to apply it to your craft. I know a lot of companies out there are still holding off, and that can be tough if you're not learning how to use these tools on the job, but there are a lot of really good free options to have a play around with outside of work. I don't use AI for QA in my spare time, but I've got a lot of hobbies that suddenly I can do a whole lot more with thanks to AI. And that's been a really good way to get incentivized and excited by what the tools can do. It is moving really quickly, so you can't keep up with all of it in depth. But I'd say, pick a space that interests you and go and see what you can do. And try the agentic coding tools like Claude Code, AMP, Codex, Gemini, CLI. They're just a big step up above the normal chat interface that you might be used to.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. I guess I have some homework to do after the conference. Thanks. Moving to the next question.
Yeah, so many businesses are trying to integrate AI and machine learning into the apps as fast as possible. But do you think there could be any complications that arise from moving too fast? And this is a question to either of you. Joe claimed the last one. Maybe Luke wants to claim it, but maybe Joe also has something to say here.
Before Joe does steal it, I am going to steal this one. From a QA perspective, the rush to ship AI, I think, can create a dangerous gap between deployment speed and quality maturity. The challenge is that traditional QA practices don't directly translate. We can't just apply existing test frameworks or tests to these generative features. I personally think there's healthy urgency and then there's reckless speed. The teams that I've seen succeed are the ones that move fast on experimentation but slow down when critical decisions need to be made. Things like, what quality guardrails do we need? How are we going to monitor for degradation in production? What does our rollback strategy look like when things go sideways? If a LLM provider rolls out a model and it starts behaving differently, what's our rollback? The complications that can arise, they're fairly significant. How are we going to write test cases for something completely non-deterministic? How do we then automate those quality checks, especially for things like creative outputs? It's hard, right? Again, what I've seen work is building testing capabilities in parallel with our AI features, not as an afterthought. And I know I'm preaching to the choir with a version of TDD, but it's super important. What that means now is investing in evaluation frameworks as early as possible. Training QA teams and engineering teams on these new testing paradigms, accepting that velocity may be slower initially while we build out this foundation. Again, just speaking to my experience, the most successful approaches involve QA working closely with our machine learning engineers from day one, not getting brought in at the end. Shift left doesn't change just because AI is here. We need to be a part of defining what quality means, even for these features. I think especially for these features.
Thank you. That's good. I also enjoyed the surprise third guest we had on screen. Valuable input there as well. We have one more question from this, and then we have some audience ones as well.
Yes, we do. coming back to combining the AI tools and their testers' experience, with the rise of the AI tools, some are saying that it's allowing testers and engineers to focus more on the human side of the work. I would like to know, what is your take on this opinion?
So I see it as AI is letting us delegate the busy work and compress the technical exploration that used to happen off in isolation. So we can now test ideas and validate approaches in real time, which makes for way more exciting meetings than previously. It all in theory gives us more time to focus on that like collaborative problem solving, understanding your stakeholder needs, your strategic thinking about what we should build, and making those judgment calls about risk and trade-offs that we don't want AI doing for us now. I think it will end up in a lot more meetings, but to me, that's the human part of it, right? Is when you're working collaboratively with other people, not when you're off by yourself doing something. As we said in the presentation, it also makes knowledge sharing a whole lot easier. And so I have found that's a really awesome space to be bringing AI in, and it's so rewarding in how it makes it so much easier to share your expertise and get concepts across to a wider audience. And finally, for me as a manager, I have a technical background, and I'm really enjoying that this AI stuff lets me do some technical work on the side. So, the human part of my work for me is feeling that I'm keeping up on the tools, and this is great. I can have a little prototype ticking away on the side that it's vibe engineering some cool new tool, and I can still keep up with everything else I'm doing. So yeah, more time for collaboration, learning, sharing, and also dabbling in that interesting stuff on the side. It's just so exciting. It's a really neat time to be looking into these tools in our craft.
Fantastic. I like the enthusiasm. From our audience, this isn't a question, but we do have some lovely feedback for you, specifically for Luke. Luke, I love the details about the things to watch out for and not trading quality with quantity and speed. So the audience is very fond of you for that. Thank you. They enjoyed that message. We do have one message you might be able to answer. It is, why does AI written code still feel taboo, even as it's becoming more normal in the process? Any thoughts on why some people are still a bit like, ooh, it's a bit about the AI code that is written?
I think new things are always going to be taboo. I think AI specifically is maybe a little bit more like it's still hitting this taboo. And I get it. I think we see it a lot in the creative industry, and there are thoughts around that. But why does it feel still taboo, even if as it becomes normal? I think that's the same for any new thing, right? A new language comes along and it's oh, why are you writing it in that language over this language? Like, I think it's something that we see in technology a lot, and I think we're going to continue to see it even with AI, or as AI becomes the new norm. The next new thing is going to be taboo.
That's true. I think also it's something you mentioned in your presentation. It's sometimes good to have a healthy degree of skepticism. Maybe that leads into it being taboo, but that skepticism can lead through to people not fully trusting, because again, as you said, it's new, people aren't familiar with it, but as it gets used more and more, that will probably fade as people begin to trust it more, and some of their skepticism is proven false, and they start to integrate it into their normal workflows. We have an additional one, which was, have you attempted to evaluate the benefits of AI in QA in concrete numbers? Like, is there any specific KPI maybe you're using to say, yes, AI is fantastic for this, it's freed up some time for our engineers, or how do you evaluate how effective it is?
That is not the first time that we have had this question. It's much easier to measure it per project that you are then applying AI to, So you have a process that you used to do manually or the other way. Cool, you slap AI on it, you can get some stats really easily. It is a really tricky problem to go wider than that and to say, well, how does this, what percentage of efficiency are we gaining across the team? We don't have a solution for that yet. So it does tend to be where you can apply it on quite a focused problem space, you can go and do that. If anyone in the audience has ideas on how to do that at an organizational or team level, I am all ears.
Another one, and this might be a fun one for you to reminisce on. As you've mentioned, the skepticism that you should go out there, you should get involved in AI, you should play with it. Do you have any maybe funny stories, or looking back at a time when you tried AI and you were maybe surprised, or something funny happened, or just recollecting back and a bit of nostalgia there, and what it was like when you were experimenting with AI, and something that was like, oh, well.
I went and played with the Playwright MCP when that came out, so you can drive the browser from your AI client, and that was when I had first started using Claude Code. And Claude Code is awesome, very powerful, but it can sit there being very powerful off at a terminal window somewhere else. And I was exploring running it in headless mode, so you don't have much control over it in that mode. And it was trying to go and open a browser and do some testing when I realized that it wasn't quite doing what I wanted. And so I closed the browser instance thinking, great, that ends the test. Everything will be fine. No, pretty persistent, it turns out. It thought, well, the browser crashed. I'm going to try again and again and again. And then, you know what? Maybe it's Canva that's the problem. Let's go test these other random sites. And so this horrible moment of frantically killing browser windows until you could find and kill the Claude Code process. So yes, it is very cool. There are fun stories like that. I'm sure there are lots of people that have also accidentally deleted all of their local files. So, be safe when you're playing with these things.
Be safe, but don't stop playing with these things. You wouldn't have that funny story, you wouldn't have that experience had you not gone out there and given it a test run and given it a whirl. Thank you so much. That is about, sadly, all the time we have for all our questions from the audience. There was some more, but we have a next speaker lined up. So I'd like to thank you for joining us today. You had some incredible answers to our questions and an incredible presentation. And we'll probably send you a follow-up in the future and hear from you again. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye. Moving on to the next guest speaker for this morning, I'd like to introduce Simon Hall. Simon Hall is the CTO of Payout, part of the Nuvei Group, where he heads up the delivery of payment solutions for marketplaces and platforms. Before Payout, Simon was the chief IT architect at BCJ Platinian, so it's fair to say he has extensive experience when it comes to the actual tech behind payment systems.
I'm very excited to hear about what Simon has to say with someone who's actually been really hands-on, has moved from the startup environment to this large-scale environment, and to hear how he's working with those payment solutions, because nowadays cash is becoming less and less important, and everyone's just contactless paying for things using those digital tools, especially here where we are in Latvia. Every day, I very rarely carry cash, and sometimes I need it. I'm like, oh, this is unexpected.
Yeah, I don't carry cash at all, so I absolutely agree with you on this. And he has so much experience. It's crazy, from the small startup to like a big scale company, so much adjustment and so much change management. I am very curious to hear from him.
It'd be also really interesting to hear from someone because there's a lot of big vendors out there, and they maybe work with legacy systems, they're used to some older systems. So hear someone who's used those startup systems, worked with them, and then gone large scale. The wealth of knowledge there from those two environments is fantastic.
So I guess we'll move. And today, Simon will be explaining how we sleep well at night while shipping financial software daily. Hello, Simon.
Hello, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, good morning.
Fantastic. We've given you a wonderful intro, but it just scratches the surface of what you're going to be talking about today. So crack on ahead. The stage is all yours, and let us know about how you sleep well at night while shipping that financial software daily.
Yeah, great. Thanks for the intro, and good morning, everyone. At least it's morning here in Amsterdam, where I am today. And I'll share a story from the early days of Payouts and how we kind of got to a place where we could now ship software daily and actually get some good sleep at night. So hopefully you'll find it interesting. Before I dive into it, I'm Simon Hall. I'm the CTO and board member of Payout. I've been here for about 4.5 years. And in my role as a CTO, I lead our product org, engineering org, and I also oversee our operations, so everything related to payment operations, customer onboarding, etc. Before that, I was working for a consulting company, BCG Platinian. I was working as a chief architect over there, primarily with big organizations, advising CTOs and CIOs on topics on IT architecture, organizational, IT organizational topics, etc. But I'm also a big fan of startups, which is also how I eventually found my way to Payout. I still attend a lot of startup events. Love speaking with founders, hearing their ideas, what they're working on. I think that's such an exciting thing to just see and experience. A bit about Payout. So we're based in Amsterdam. We're a fintech or payments company. And what we do is that we make sure that sellers can get paid. And these would be sellers that sell products and services on marketplaces. So a good example of this is a fashion marketplace. So what you often don't see when you go visit these online like fashion places, like Zalando, for example, or Vinkelstraat, which is one of our customers, is that behind the scenes, there are actually many retailers that sell these products. For you, it's just one website, you add these different products, but behind the scenes, these orders can be fulfilled by many different sellers in the back end. So say, for example, you add a beanie, you add a t-shirt, in the end, it comes up to 105 euros. That's what you pay. That's what you see on your bank statement. But behind the scenes, what we do is that we divide that payment into a part for seller A, a part for seller B that sold the long sleeve, and also a part for the marketplace for their commission. In order to do so, we of course need to handle the funds themselves. We can take them, split them, pay them out, but we also need to onboard these sellers, so that know your customer KYC, to make sure that they're not laundering money, etc. So that's just very shortly about what we do. And today I will talk about how we deliver software at Payout, and what I hope that you will leave this presentation with is a bit of inspiration that you can use for your own software delivery process. Get some very tactical tools, not necessarily technical tools only, but really like practices and principles and advice on how you can do it well, and hopefully feel just empowered and encouraged to take this on yourself after this presentation. So with this, this story actually starts in 2021. For those of you who listened to my intro, that's just about 4.5 years ago, when I joined as the new CTO at Payout. And what I quickly noticed is that things were not working very well. Actually, I knew that before I joined, but this was kind of the scene as I was coming into the company. And what was it that was not working well? The biggest issue was that we were not making progress. We were not really meeting our targets. We were not shipping new software. We had a very talented team, but they were just struggling to make progress and to actually do the work that we had promised our upcoming customers that we would do for them. So by the time I joined, the company was about 1.5 years old, and there hadn't been a deployment for 4 months. And if you just take a minute to think about that, like startups need to be fast. There's of course a product that is very young, but nothing had happened for 4 months, or rather nothing had reached our customers for 4 months. And that's just a death sentence for a company that is this young. And why was this? So the biggest reason why deployments were so infrequent was that past deployments that had been made had led to issues and outages, right? So you worked on something, you shipped it, but then something broke when you actually released it. And of course, having had that experience a few times, the team also got nervous, right? So what if we ship something now? Are we ready for it to break? Like, how can we be sure that it will not break once we actually release this thing? And this feeling only grew the longer we waited, because we kind of started building things. We were not really ready to release it. Maybe we were not sure that it would work 100% when we released it. So we kind of kept waiting and we kept waiting and we kept building. And the longer we were waiting, the more uncomfortable we got, because surely by now we've built up such a big change that something is due to break. And of course, given that we didn't ship the work that we were working on, that also meant that we were falling behind. We had customer waiting, and we had kind of commitments that we had made to them, and we were just increasingly falling behind. So it was quite a dire situation that we're kind of facing when I was first joining the company. So what is the underlying reason why it was so difficult for us to ship at this point in time? So splitting it up in three parts. So the first kind of issue that we had was that the foundations that we had to actually deliver software was very poor. A good example of this is that our environments that we had were misaligned. They were all different. So the way to think about it, we had three environments. We had our development environment, which was really the laptops of our developers. We had one shared staging environment, and we had one production environment. But these environments were all different. For example, on our staging environment and our production environment, had different data schemas on our databases. They had different infrastructure setups. And this just meant that there was no way to test the software that we were developing in a production-like environment. We also had more issues with our infrastructure. For example, it was very difficult to find and debug issues. At that point, our production environment was 5 servers that we had rented on a private cloud environment, but we had no way of actually working with these servers beyond logging into them over SSH. So if there was an issue, we had to log into each one of these servers. We had to get the log files as a zip, download it, and do some kind of text search on our own laptops, which was, of course, very time-consuming and just ineffective. And we also didn't have a way to standardize our build and deploy process. So the builds at that point was done on the local developer laptops, which again were different to the production environments that we had. These binaries that were built, they were uploaded to the servers, they were uploaded over SSH, and then the application itself was restarted. And this whole process was documented in a Notion page. So yeah, it's really people over systems that was making this work at this time. And of course, we also didn't have a lot of tests. There were a few unit tests in the code, but there was nothing really to make sure that our software worked end to end. And the few tests that we had were run on a best effort basis. So really, it was part of the deployment guide to make sure that you run all the unit tests before you deploy. But of course, this was not always done, and it was very error prone at the time. So it was bad. And of course, we had set up the system in such a way that we were not having any visibility or very limited visibility on what we were shipping. And we were pretty much just hoping that we wouldn't get ourselves into an accident or with an issue with our production systems. So how did we go about fixing this? Of course, we started with a lot of room to improve things. And the first thing that we did was to start up with our infrastructure foundation. So we set ourselves up on Google Cloud. And this was a very quick setup process. Really, it was getting the company credit card. It was signing up through the self-service on GCP. And we started putting together a basic infrastructure setup. We set ourselves up on Kubernetes. But the most important thing that we did was that we scripted this infrastructure configuration. So we used the Terraform, which is an infrastructure as code toolkit that you can use. And really what it gives you is the ability to specify in code that is managed in a source code environment, saying, this is exactly how the infrastructure should look like. I need this Kubernetes environment with this networking, with these users and access rights. So really everything is described in code. And what that also means is that you can use the same code base, the same recipe for the infrastructure, and make sure that all your environments are exactly the same, right? And setting ourselves up on Google Cloud also gave us the foundation for automated deployments, given that we had our Kubernetes environment, And we also set up these deployment scripts that could also be managed in source code and made sure that once we deployed a new piece of software, we always did it in the same way as was defined in the scripts, and not necessarily relying on people logging into servers and uploading binaries, all of that stuff. Another important change that we made was that we aligned our data models across the environments. So instead of managing the database schemas by hand, as we had done before, we now did it as part of the source code. So there are these tools that you can use to effectively have incremental SQL updates to the schemas, and you just manage that as part of the source code. And when you do it that way, you make sure that all your environments are aligned. So your development environment, your staging environment, your production environment, they all are the same because they all use the same source code, and the source code and the database schemas. Source code went on GitLab, all of the pipelines went on GitLab. And from there, we started building with a standardized build process. So every time you checked in a piece of code, there's an artifact that is produced. This artifact is what we then use to deploy later on. So it's not rocket science, but having this standardized and unified also really gave us the foundation to do all of the quality things that we wanted to do later on. With these pipelines, we also started running the few tests that we had as a part of the build process. So moving from using a Notion page as a guide to run these tests, we just put it in the pipeline and it's always run. And also with our deployments, given that we have our builds, we have our artifacts being generated, we have our tests being run, we also had our deployments running from these pipelines. So no more logging in, but really a button or an automated deployment to these environments. So this is really basic. Of course, this is the foundations that we needed to start delivering again, moving from using people and best efforts to systems and processes that are repeatable. We started getting this more under control, and it really set ourselves up to also make this faster and more resilient. So the real tool that we used to improve on this was test automation. And I think this is where I want to spend a little bit more time on. And one of the early things that we did as well was to put in place a regression test framework. So what's the difference between a regression testing framework and a unit testing framework? Maybe just in a nutshell, a unit test tests a small piece of code often, while a regression test is focused primarily on testing the functionality. So we started creating tests in the given, when, then style test or Gherkin tests. And our first starting point was to cover the core workflows in these styles of tests. So for us, this is a new payment, there's a payout, there's an onboarding of a new seller. And we really focused on testing these functionality end to end when we got started in the most basic way. Right, so can I make a payment? Can I onboard a new seller? Can I make a payout? Of course, there were a few more workflows than that. And we tested it in a way that is also simulates how our customers would actually use this. And this test framework was set up to run on both local and shared environments. So on our local environments, we had exactly the same tests. We mimicked our infrastructure setup or application setup on our local environments with test containers. And in our shared environments, we had production-like infrastructure. So we tested it against live environments so that it would be representative of how it would actually run once the code and the binaries reach production in the end. We also made sure to run this test suite every night and also before any deployments. Right, so the test suite itself takes a little bit longer, which is also why you don't necessarily want to do it on each code change. But at least you run it before you deploy. And the practice that we put in place is as soon as there's any issues detected, we just block any deployments, right? So the tests are always needs to pass before we release any code. And for the nightly tests, as well as the before deployment tests, we always share the results with the full development team. So everyone is aware of how our application is performing. And if there are broken tests, everyone is aware, and it's kind of a priority to fix this before we can proceed. So that's the journey that we went on. We put in place a first handful of tests. I think it was around 10 to cover these absolutely core functionalities. And now over the years, we built up to a library of around 400 end-to-end tests that covers pretty much anything that you can do on our platform. And this is how it looks like. This is just an extract from one of these emails that are going out. I had to go some days back to find one with some broken tests. But really, it's nothing necessarily very special. I'm sure you have seen test suites like this before. But it runs the whole battery of tests. And then if there are any tests that are failed, you can also then follow to see, what was it that failed? Like which test failed, for what reason, what did we expect? And this is then the starting point to figure out, why did this test fail in the first place? Great. Then finally, how do we make this work? Like, why is this successful? And I think this is the main learning from this presentation. It's not a super advanced testing framework. This is not, but what it is, it's simple, it's understandable, and everyone kind of can contribute to these tests. They understand how they're being run, and they understand if they fail, like what test has failed and for what reason. So it's kind of simplicity works really well for us. We also have built a culture around paying attention to these failed tests. So as soon as something breaks, we all pay attention to these failing tests, and we make sure to fix them before we proceed with other work. And I think I've seen many test suites through my days, and I think this is then probably the most common issue that I see, that you create some tests, over time they are flaky, they break, you don't maintain them, or you don't pay attention to the results. And then in the end, they're useless, right? Because you don't know, do they fail because of a valid reason, or is it something that has truly broken that needs attention? So this is a culture that we've built where we always stay up to date and alert with any broken tests. The whole team is involved. This was a very conscious choice that we made, that it's not a single person's responsibility to be the test engineer or to pay attention to this, but this is really something that involves the whole team. They're invested in both fixing the tests, but they're also invested in making sure that we have good test coverage. So it's not it's really a team effort, and that also takes this responsibility and this ownership, not only for the code that they write, but how this code is then kind of performing in production once we release it. We also make sure that any new functionality we develop have tests from day one. It's just part of our development process. And if you try to ship new functionality without tests, you will get feedback from your fellow engineers that this is something that we need to do before we can complete the work item. And if something happens, we shipped a piece of code, and months later, we see that there's an edge case that we ran into that we didn't cover in our test suite. We also, as a part of our incident resolution process, we always develop new tests to prevent this from happening in the future. So with this, what are the kind of results that we have achieved over the years? So first of all, the deployments are no longer stressful. We deliver and we ship code almost every day. And with that, we're also making progress quickly. And what we see is that we can rely on this testing approach and this test suite to cover all of our quality needs. So we don't have a quality assurance team. We don't have a manual tester, but really we put our faith into this, and this kind of testing approach is what we rely on. And this just means that you work on something, you finish a piece of code. If it's already covered by test cases, you can just ship it directly. Of course, you will do like a 4-hour review on the source code itself, but there's no guiding a quality engineer, waiting for QA to approve it. There's no weekly release where we test everything, but we can really take something from start to end very quickly. And we can do so given that we've built up this muscle of test automation over the years. And that just makes us super quick, I think, especially in financial services. It's hard to ship software quickly, but this approach built up over the year has just served us very well. And it's one of our biggest strengths that we have within the company today. So as you probably noticed, I've signed up with my Payout name. I'm the CTO of Payout, but it's now a Nuvei company. And the reason for that is that we were acquired last October. And Payout, this Amsterdam-based startup, was acquired by Nuvei, which is a multinational payments company. And one of the key reasons for this acquisition was the product development team was highlighted as a strength in the product that we've built. And my strong conviction is that the reason why we can be strong as a product development team is that we've built up this muscle of test automation and shipping fast and having a DevOps mindset to what we do. And just a few learnings that I've taken from this work in the past. The first is try to move away from best effort individual tasks. It's just bound to break. Even if people are really doing their best, there's just so much room for manual errors. And instead, the main goal for software delivery should be to make it standardized. The standardized infrastructure, standardized building, standardized testing. The more you can standardize and script and make repeatable, the better your life will be and the faster the team will deliver. And again, you should let your tools and automations drive, not people and manuals. People are just bound to make mistakes, but your scripts will always do the same thing. And it's better to invest the effort in repeatable scripted processes rather than fine-tuning the language in the manuals or having conversations with a colleague that made a mistake at some point. So yeah, and for the testing, and this is maybe more of a personal belief, I expect that people have different opinions on this, but the best kind of testing is testing that tests real functionality end to end. Of course, unit tests, they have their place. I'm not suggesting that you should skip them, but really where most of the issues arrive is when kind of components and functionality interact together and come up with unexpected results or breaking points between them. And I think where we have gotten most value from our testing is in these end-to-end tests. And that's what I would focus on to develop as well. And this kind of testing can also be very simple. As I've illustrated in the Payout story, we started with just a handful of tests. And as long as you have the foundations of the way of working, you can just start with a handful of tests and then just put in place the practices to increase this test coverage as you go. And yeah, this also maybe goes without saying, but tests are only useful if you actually use them, right? So you need to pay attention to the results. You need to make the outcome of these tests and any broken test the priority of the whole team. And otherwise, it's just busy work to create tests that no one is paying attention to. And yeah, make it a priority of your whole team. I mean, at the end of the day, the DevOps mindset is that you ship a product as a team. That includes all of the engineers, everyone involved in testing. It includes product, it includes infrastructure. And at the end of the day, your goal is to ship the best product as quickly as possible. And with that, it's also a priority for everyone that the product is functioning as it should, and that you have control over the quality of the software that you ship. So that's it. I have a few more minutes to spare, so happy to take any questions if there are.
Yes, Simon, thank you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you for your presentation. And wow, what a journey. I mean, starting from a young startup with 4 months without a deployment to now being a part of Nuvei Group, you definitely seen it all. And yes, we do have a couple of questions to you, and I will dive right in. And the first one being, if you were starting over today with all the knowledge you acquired during your experience, what would you do differently?
Yeah, I think on the topic of test automation and the kind of software delivery, we've made many mistakes at my time at Payouts, but I think this part we got right. I don't know if I would make any big changes to the approach that we took. I think we took a really simple, practical approach with simple tools, inexpensive tools, simple frameworks, few simple tests that covered a lot, and I think that approach was really successful for us, and I would probably repeat that again. Many other mistakes that I would wish to undo, but not this one.
That's good. Thank you. I did also have a question of, you advise start simple, but how simple is too simple? Where do you draw the line on that?
I think it needs to be meaningful. So of course you can make like 5 unit tests for some random functions in your code base. But at the end of the day, they're not going to give you any value. I think that the simplest I would start with when it comes to test automation specifically are a few end-to-end tests that covers like real functionality on your platform.
Thank you.
I do have one more question, and because you're emphasizing in your presentation the role of the team in all the process, so I would like to know, what was the most surprising thing you learned about your team through this transformation?
Yeah, I think that the biggest learning was just how invested the team is in also making this work. I've seen many companies, especially through my consulting days in the past, where testing is someone's responsibility, and the developers or the engineers, they just focus on writing code, but it's like 2 separate worlds with 2 separate priorities. But what I was surprised with to see at Payout is just how invested the team is to also build good software and to keep this up to date. Of course, it's now me talking about the work that we've done with this test suite. It's amazing, but the truth is that so much of this work has been done by the engineering team themselves, and they are really the champions of this work. And that was surprising in a very positive way for me.
We have one question from the audience that I did want to pose to you because we're running out of time, but very succinctly in a way. What are some of the common bugs you're starting to see more recently as the financial sort of payment system and the landscape changes? What is some bug you're seeing pop up every now and then?
Yeah, so we're now in the process of expanding to more regions, and we're still using a single code base to serve our regions, and we're now starting to run into just regional differences. And kind of assumptions that we've made on how things should work. I mean, being a European company, now expanding this to more regions. So I think that's top of mind when it comes to quality for me at the moment.
Fantastic. I also have a comment from the audience I'd like to share with you. It takes real professionals and leadership to admit mistakes that you made along the way when implementing good quality solutions and improvements. Some great points and a very insightful presentation. So you have a fan in the audience, a big fan in the audience.
Excellent. Appreciate that.
With that is all the time, and we won't keep you any longer, but we will be seeing you later today. So remember Simon's face because you will be seeing more of him. But for now, thank you for your time. We'll see you again later and have a great day.
Great. Thank you very much and
Thank
have a
you.
great day.
Thank you,
All right.
Simon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We'll now be taking our first break of the conference, so you can grab a quick coffee and we'll see you soon. But do stay tuned because our next speaker is a senior software engineer from Disney. Thank you. See you shortly. Welcome back from the break. Quality Forge is ready for its next speaker, so please join me in welcoming Ahmed Tikiwa, who is a senior software engineer at Disney. In addition to his work at Disney, Ahmed is a Google developer expert for Android with over 12 years of engineering experience. He has a strong passion for developing world-class applications that make a difference. Outside of his work building enterprise solutions for major telecommunications companies, Ahmed is an official contributor to Google Developers Dev Library. And today, Ahmed will be joining us to talk about Adapt or Left Behind, Mastering UI in the age of Android 16. So it's very exciting to have someone from Disney here. Disney being used by everyone. I know I have it. I use it, especially on my phone when I'm traveling a lot. So it's really important to get the UI right because so many users will use it on Android.
I mean, first of all, wow, Disney, it's such a big brand and on everyone's mouth and ears. And secondly, yes, Android developer, there's so many Android users and me including, I do have the Android phone and yes, I'm using Disney Plus on Android and it's very interesting to listen to someone who could potentially be behind this application.
So it's incredible to have him. So again, Ahmed will be talking to us, Adapt or Left Behind, Mastering UI in the Age of Android 16. Welcome, Ahmed. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, guys. I'm very happy to be here.
It's incredible to have you. You know what you're talking about. You are very well versed with your 12 years of experience. So we're just going to go ahead, give you the stage and tell us about UI in the Age of Android 16.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So hi, everyone. I am Ahmed Tikiwa. I am going to be giving you this talk today, which I've titled Adapt or Be Left Behind, Mastering UI in the Age of Android 16. And a brief background about me. So I am a senior software engineer in Android. I work currently for Disney, as the guys have mentioned, and part of the Disney Entertainment division, so working on Disney Plus. I used to live in South Africa, in Cape Town. I relocated 3 years ago, actually. I celebrated my 3-year anniversary just a couple of days ago. So I used to live in a city called Cape Town in South Africa. Right now, I now live in the Netherlands, in a city called Utrecht. I am a Google developer expert as well in Android. This is basically a program that recognizes developers who are making valuable contributions to their communities around the world. So I've been part of the GDE program now for 3 years as well. My Twitter or X handle is Ahmed_Tikiwa. Feel free to search for my name as well on LinkedIn if you want to connect with me. I'm also on Blue Sky as well. And yes, so the agenda for today, we're going to talk about what does the market look like. Then touching on adapting, what to do and what not to do. I'll touch on what are window size classes, which will be part of a core of the talk that I'll be giving today. Then material design and window size classes, how these two actually work together. I'll give a recap of how I added window size classes previously to an app, which I'll show you shortly. I'll introduce the scaffold layouts. I will talk about the navigation suite scaffold, then customizing the navigation. Then I'll talk about the navigable list detail pane scaffold. So this is the Apple that will be part or form core for this talk. And it's called Up Next TV Series Manager. I made this app in 2015. In fact, it was my first proper Android project that I created, personal pet project. So it is currently open source. It is available on the Google Developers Dev Library. This is basically an area where people from around the world, if you really want to understand Google technologies and so forth, but you need some sort of app as an example, this app is part of that library, and the code is open source. It's available on GitHub. If you would like to download it, feel free. If you'd like to contribute as well, feel free as well. I'll share a link at the end. It is also on the Google Play Store. It has been since 2015. Modest download of 2,000, which I am proud of. Yes, so the app basically has got multiple screens. Its aim is just to basically give you information about your favorite TV shows. So you want to see a show's next episode, previous episode information, that type of thing. You want to see the seasons, the episodes, all that thing. So it's purely written in Compose. Right now, it is just available on Android. And so basically moving now into the core of the talk, we're going to touch on what does the market look like. So over time, the Android market has actually developed. It has evolved from when it was just a little tiny smartphone that could barely do much to now we now having a wide range of devices that form part of the Android ecosystem. So you've got the Android Watch, so the Pixel Watch, for instance. Samsung also has their own version of it. You've got the smartphone. You've got a Chromebook as well, which can also display Android apps. You've got a foldable. You've got a flip device, and the list goes on. So these are basically all the different form factors that form part of this market here that has been evolving over time. Within Android Studio, you actually can be able to test and create emulators for these different form factors. So on the left there, you can see the different types of form factors and then the list of devices in the middle there that form part of that. So you can have a phone, you can have a tablet, Wear OS, desktop, TV, automotive, XR, which has now been recently launched. So adapting what to do and what not to do. So this part here will actually focus on the do's and the don'ts of what exactly adapting actually should mean and what it shouldn't mean. So an adaptive app, what it actually looks like is four key principles. The first one is an adaptive app can support displays that take up the entire device screen. So not just a tiny piece of the screen, not an app that is restricted and so forth. So your app can take up the entire device screen at any point in time. It can support displays of resizable windows. So basically what is called multi-window mode, which I will touch on in a bit. It can support displays in both portrait and landscape, not just one. It can do both. And then it can display it can actually support displays in foldable device states. The do's and the don'ts. So continuing with that, resizability, which is also important. So you are basically making sure that resizability and multi-window mode is possible. The orientation. So for any display size or window mode, portrait and landscape is supported in your app. The aspect ratio. So varied screen sizes and window sizes, which like I touched on the different form factors that we have on the market, then it actually means that your app can support these different aspect ratios. Jetpack Compose. So your app is designed for adaptive UI development. So you need to make sure that you actually have an app that is really touching on the modern tools that are available right now. And then window size. So you're actually keeping attention to the app window size over the device screen size. And I'll actually touch on and show you that this is a very crucial difference. So having your app that actually focuses on the window size over the device screen size. Then adapting. So what to do and what not to do. So touching on resizability, which I mentioned earlier, the do part, you need to enable multi-window mode. You need to enable multitasking support on your app. The user productivity and the satisfaction will actually increase. So when your users actually see that you are taking care of these features, multi-window mode and multitasking, they will be prone to actually stay with your app and not uninstall it, which is obviously what you don't want. Then if the API is 24 or lower, then you need to set the resizable activity to true for in your activity, for that particular activity in the manifest file. For API 24 plus, it's going to be true by default. So resizable activity Boolean will be ignored on large screen devices that are API 31 and above. Then you should not set the resizable activity to false for any scenario whatsoever. Then the orientation. So you need to remove screen orientation from your manifest. I know we like to do it, or like to lock the orientation to maybe portrait because you feel that your app doesn't look that nice when it's in landscape. Whatever reason it may be, you need to remove this from your manifest file. So the window size changes will occur anyway, even if you add this screen orientation attribute to your manifest. So you should not restrict your activity orientation. The locked app orientation on a large screen device will mean that your app will be letterboxed. And this will lead to a decreased Play Store visibility. So you will kind of be punished if your app is actually not catering for multiple orientations, portrait and landscape. Then when it comes to aspect ratio, you need to adapt your app to fit the display despite the relative screen dimensions. You need to remove min aspect ratio and max aspect ratio settings from the app manifest. You need to, so as an alternative, you can also ensure that your app resizability and aspect ratio is handled automatically. So don't try and restrict these things. So don't control the relative screen dimensions. So if your screen or window aspect ratio is not equal to the app aspect ratio, then that's when your app will be letterboxed. What this basically means, you can imagine your app on a tablet device. If it's not filling the full screen, it's going to be centered in the middle, and then it'll have black bars on the right and on the left hand side. That's not something that you want your users to encounter. Then just an additional point, the min aspect ratio and the max aspect ratio restrict the app aspect ratio to hard-coded values. And this is not what you want. Then touching on Compose, the recommendation, please build with Compose. XML has been long been replaced. So you can still use it within your app, but it's definitely recommended to use Compose and also to just stay up to date with the latest technologies, the developments within Compose. So don't rely on what has been replaced. So for example, the XML layouts. If you can, I would definitely recommend that you move on to Jetpack Compose. Then with regards to window size, the app window size over the device screen size, that is a do. You basically need to ensure that your app is focusing on the window size itself, not the device screen size. And I'll show you in a bit why that's actually important. You need to use the window size classes to be able to determine what the app window size is at a given time. You can use current window adaptive info. So if you're using Jetpack Compose, it's an easy API to be able to get the current window size information. So don't overlook what the classes and APIs can actually do for you. And do not calculate the window size with deprecated APIs. Always use the tools that are available right now. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. These tools are actually there to actually help you do these things easier. And you will see in a bit how nice it is to use these APIs. So I've probably mentioned quite a bit now about window size classes, and you're probably wondering what on earth is this? So a window size classes are a set of opinionated viewports, breakpoints that help you design, develop, and test responsive and adaptive application layouts. So here you will actually see an overview of what that actually means in terms of window size classes. So the with window size class is the one you're going to be probably using a lot. So you've got three types of window size classes, and you can think of them as buckets. So the first one is compact, second one is medium. So compact is basically the width that is less than up to 600 dp. Medium is from 600 dp up to 840. Expanded is from 840 upwards. They recently added a little bit more buckets. And we'll touch on the three right now, the compact, medium, and expanded within this talk. So material design and window size classes. So these two actually work together. So on the material design website, you can actually find information about the different window size classes and how you can incorporate these within your app with regards to material design. So the tools are meant to work together, and you can actually be able to really build beautiful apps using these tools that are available here. So all the information, all the do's and don'ts, recommendations of what you should show, the type of navigation, all that information there is on this site. So the guide is based on two main guiding principles. So the first one is the available window space. So the available window space is dynamic, and you will see that in a bit. So the changes with user behavior also result in the change in window space. Multi-window mode, as well as unfolding a foldable device, that will change the available window space at any given time. Orientation changes. So if the user decides to go into landscape mode from portrait mode, already that's going to change the amount of window space that is available for your app. So to touch on up next, and these are the changes that I implemented when I used window size classes. So this is my former colleague here called Michiel Besselling. We used to work together at Bol, and I asked him for help with regards to my app. And so I gave him my app, UpNext TV Series Manager, and I said, these are the screens here, and I'd like to make sure that this app is adaptive. I'd like to make sure that it caters for the other window sizes, the other form factors, and so forth. And so he asked for this breakdown of the different screens. What he then did was he then took my old designs and basically started implementing designs based on the different window size classes. So as you saw previously, my app was mainly focused on compact, but he then created designs for medium as well as expanded. And these are the different designs that he provided. So for compact, this is what he did. So basically the bottom navigation, reordering it and so forth, making sure that the logo of the app is actually more prominent for compact. For medium, the recommendation was to not use a bottom navigation bar. So this is based on the material design guidelines, but to use what is called a navigation rail. So have your navigation options on the left-hand side. And then when it comes to expanded, you can either have a navigation drawer or you can actually have a navigation rail as well. So it's totally up to you, but there are also some guidelines as to when the type of navigation that you need to show on these expanded layouts should be used. Then he also updated the internal layouts as well. So when I'm showing the information about the TV show as well, to really try and make use of the available space. So to not just have it on the left-hand side, but to make use of the left and the right-hand side, because now you have a bigger screen size. Then on expanded, using the same principle as well. So basically trying to take up as much space as possible, not to leave any empty spaces and so forth, but really just taking advantage of the amount of window space that you have available. So I'm going to introduce now what I call the scaffold layouts. And these are basically improved tooling for scaling across the different screens within the Android space. So this was originally introduced in 2024 at Google I/O, and they introduced these things called the scaffold layouts. Now, there are three main scaffold layouts. There's the navigation suite scaffold layout. There's the list detail pane scaffold layout. And then you have the supporting pane scaffold layout. So the navigation suite scaffold is basically having the right navigation option for the right screen size. So as you saw in my designs, we basically had a bottom navigation on a compact device. We had the navigation rail on a medium device, and then we had a navigation rail or navigation drawer on an expanded device. So those basically are the recommended types of navigation options that you need to give your users depending on the screen. This navigation suite scaffold can help with that. Then you have the navigable list detail pane scaffold. And so you can think of an email app. So it goes from the details, you have your list, and then it goes to the detail for that email that you've actually clicked on. Then you've got the supporting pane scaffold. Now, you can think of when you have a movie or a show or something that's right there at the top there, but then you also want to show similar options based on what the user is currently viewing. So this is what the supporting pane layout, it's supporting the main information. So the main information will be the video at the top there, and then the supporting one will be the one that's at the bottom. And then, so this is how I added the navigation suite scaffolds to my app. So I had to replace the current navigation switch logic that was within my app. So the first part is to use the material adaptive library. So within this material adaptive library, you'll find all these different tools, all these scaffolds inside it. So this is how I added the dependency. And I just made sure that I'm using material 3. Then I had initially had 3 options, different composable screens that would say compose, compact, medium, and expanded. And I would manually switch between these 3, and you'll see why this new scaffold actually just takes care of this automatically. So I had compact screen, I had medium screen, and an expanded screen. And then I defined what is called a navigation destination using enums. And there I defined my dashboard, my search screen, my Explorer, and so forth. Then to add the navigation suite scaffold, you basically need a controller. So this will be managed by the Remember Nav controller. You have a navigator, which will then be able to navigate between the different screens. Then you also need to remember the backstack, so the screen that the user actually came back from. So this is how you'd actually define it. Then you add the navigation suite scaffold. So their main points are basically defining what are called the navigation suite items. So these are the different items that will form part of the navigation menu. And in this case, I'm iterating through the enum that I showed you on the previous screen, and I'm going through each one of those to then display each of those items in the navigation. Then you have the content itself. So in my case, I'm using Composed Destinations by Ram Costa. And so in there, I have an app navigation, which acts as a navigation host. And then that will then display the different content that will be on the screen at a particular time based on what the user is selected. Then you can also customize the navigation. So having a navigation rail versus a navigation drawer. And so you then use the material adaptive library to be able to do this. So the main screen, you need to get the current window adaptive information. And then you then can define the custom nav type. So based on if it's expanded, you might say you want to have the navigation drawer, or you just basically want the navigation suite scaffold to decide which one is best for that particular screen. And then you then define the custom nav type. You pass that over to the navigation suite scaffold, and then it will do its magic under the hood. And then, as you can see, you define when you define it, then automatically it's already adding the navigation drawer to my app. So this is how you would do it. I have my navigation drawer on the left-hand side, and then I have my content on the right. Then there are guidelines within the material design website, as I mentioned earlier. So if you have 5 or more primary destinations, then you should use the navigation drawer. But if you just have 4, it is recommended that you use the navigation rail instead. So this is how it will look like. So on my compact, I have the bottom navigation bar. On my medium, I have the navigation rail. And then as you can see on my expanded, I also have the navigation rail because I only have 4 items within my navigation. So I'm basically following the guidelines here. But now, as you can see, the magic of just using the navigation suite scaffold is already taken fold. And now I didn't have to do much. I just had to add it in, and it's already doing that nice magic that you see there. Then the navigable list detail pane scaffold. So it's a seamless list to detail pane flow. This is what I want. I basically have a list on my left-hand side. I have the detail on the right-hand side. But the goal here is to have the list and the detail on the same screen. So these are the different libraries that you can add. So adaptive navigation, as well as adaptive navigation Android. So you add these three. And this is my goal here. So the adaptive UI achieved via the nested scaffold structure. So this is how it actually works under the hood. It will have your list and your detail already assigned intelligently under the hood. So it will show the list and the detail based on the available screen size. So when it goes to compact, it'll know, oh, my screen size is smaller. I only need to display the list. When the screen becomes bigger, it will then say, I want the list and the detail. You don't have to do anything more than this, apart from just adding this. It will take care of calculating and doing all this magic under the hood, which is very nice. And then, so this is how I added the navigation suite scaffold. I basically also defined the navigation suite items, which were from my bottom navigation rail and so forth. Then you add the navigable list detail pane scaffold. You then need to define your navigator. So in my case, I created one, which will define the how to navigate. Then I defined what was in the list. Then I defined what was in the detail pane. So the heart of this is basically the navigable, the list detail navigator. And then you then provide the links. So the list detail navigator, the list pane, I created a composable that will define what is in my list, and then the detail pane, which will be also a composable called detail pane content. Then in the main sections, so the top app bar, so I added that. And then when I'm then switching based on the different screens that my user is actually viewing. So crucially, this passes the destinations navigator for detail to these top level screens. And then this navigator will then control the content, which is within the detail pane. And so I have all my different screens. And then the detail pane, I'm using the app navigation, which I mentioned earlier as part of the composed destinations library. Then the detail pane will have the app navigation as part of it. Then the destinations nav host, I then give it as well. So the navigation graph as well as the nav controller. And then what I do want is basically when the list, something from the list is clicked, then something on the detail pane will then be shown. And this is how you'd actually do it. So having an on-click action that will navigate from one side to the next. Then the detail flow. So I basically created a state that tracks if the main nav controller is showing content. And then I have a launched effect, which will then basically control which pane is visible at any point in time, especially for the compact. Then, so the current pane, it will then determine which the current pane is. Is it a list? Is it a detail? Basically have some magic under the hood there to determine what content to show at any particular point in time. Then if the target pane role, so if the detail pane is active, then it's going to show the 3-pane scaffold rule, which is basically I want to show the detail, else it's going to show the list. And you'll see how this actually comes up nicely at the end. Then if the current pane role is not equal to the target pane role, then it's going to navigate to the target pane role. Then the back handler, so as you still need to be able to handle if the user actually presses back. So you need to handle that action as well. So if the detail pane flow is active, then 2 checks are actually done. If it's on the show detail screen, it's going to navigate back to the empty state, and then else it's going to basically just go back one screen. So this is how you'd pass it within your back handler. So, and then this is how it actually shows. So now I have two of those screens now on one screen. I have my list on the left and I have my detail on the right hand side, just by using this this library. And so this is how it will look on a compact as well as on a medium device. So now my compact will show normally, it will have my list and so forth. And then on the right hand side, it's now expanded. And now it knows that it's got more space. So it's showing the list and the detail next to each other, which is very nice. Then in terms of resources, so these are the different resources that you can get. So building a list detail pane layout. You can find that on the developers.android website. Building an adaptive navigation, you can find that as well there. Supporting the different screen sizes. So there is a guidance on what you need to do. So in terms of how to support the different screen sizes. Then the adaptive do's and don'ts that I spoke about, you can also see those there. Scaling across the different screens. So when I mentioned the different scaffold layouts that were introduced at Google I/O, you can actually find all that information there about when it was actually introduced in 2024. My app Up Next TV Series Manager. So that's the link there. As I mentioned, if you'd like to contribute to the open source app, if you'd like to just view the code and just see how it works and fork it and so forth, feel free to do so. Then there are also what I call compatibility checks for large screens. So you can find all the guidance there. But this will basically help you to know whether your app is now fully adaptive. And I would recommend that you use this checklist because you might think, okay, my app is adaptive now, but in actual fact, there's still some checklists that you need to check off your list. Then I mentioned Composed Destinations by Rafael Costa. So that's actually what I use within my app to navigate from the different screens. I would recommend that you use it. It's a very nice library. It really takes away the boilerplate of Composed Navigation, which I at least use in my app right now. And yeah, so thank you very much. So I am Ahmed _Tikiwa on X or Twitter. You can search for me, Ahmed Tikiwa. Any of the resources that I shared today, if you'd like the slides and so forth, if you have any questions as well, feel free to reach out to me and yeah, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you. That was incredible. I appreciate how much level of depth you really went into there. That wasn't broad. That was really signposted. That was fantastic. And it isn't just me saying that. We've been going through the audience comments as well, and they're saying these are fantastic tips and insights. As someone who's already implemented these aspects in their apps, thank you for bringing them to light. Great discussion. We've got so much good feedback. But unfortunately, I believe we are out of time for questions. So you can follow Ahmed on all his socials and track him down there if with your burning questions. But you have a lot of fans in the audience. And thank you again for joining us. This has been a fantastic, really fantastic presentation.
Thank you so much, guys. And thank you again for the invitation and everyone for the feedback. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Bye. Bye.
Quality Forge would like to introduce you to the next speaker of the event, Mikko Paloheimo. Mikko is a QA and chapter lead for the OP Financial Group. With over 2 decades of QA and testing experience, much of Mikko's current work has been around organizational level QA culture and community, competence development and training. Mikko's passion for QA extends beyond his day job, as he is also one of the organizers of the highly successful Finnish testing meetup. In a nutshell, Mikko lives and breathes QA. Today, he will be talking about quality assurance, compliance, and success. Is it possible? An overview to a complete set of quality assurance, testing, regulatory compliance, and importance of vibrant QA community in the finance industry. A case study by OP Financial Group.
So we're really lucky to have Mikko with us today. It's 2 decades of experience, and he really does live and breathe QA. He has his normal work as a compliance lead, but he's organizing stuff. He's sort of nurturing the next generation of QA testers. He puts his life energy into this.
I mean, yeah, not only 2 decades of QA experience, but his dedication to building a QA community. It's like fascinating, and it's very interesting to hear maybe some tips and tricks we can use here at TestDevLab.
It's also really useful because this is someone who in the finance industry has to be on the cutting edge of what's new in QA and testing, because he's ensuring not only his company is trained up in the QAs already, but also when he's working outside of it, that he's sharing and building that knowledge.
So I guess let's jump right into that. Hello, Mikko.
Hello, thank you for joining us today.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Visible?
You are audible.
Yes,
We can hear you perfectly.
Excellent.
Fantastic. You can go ahead. We'll give you the floor to start your presentation. Thank you for joining us. 2 decades of experience. You know what you're talking about. So
we are ready to listen.
We're ready.
Fantastic. All right. let's talk about quality assurance and compliance, my favorite topics. But maybe first a few words about myself. Yeah, so my name is Mikko Paloheimo, expert QA lead and chapter lead, and recently also appointed as headmaster of OP Tech Academy in Finland. I work in OP Pohjola, previously known as OP Financial Group, in the Development and Technologies Department, which is our ICT department. I do love quality assurance and testing, and I'm passionate about QA competence development, coaching, training, and QA communities. I'm also very much involved in organization level QA guidelines and practices development, also regulatory compliance testing guidelines and things like that. And I even do QA communities as a voluntary after work hobby, but maybe that's enough about me. So let's start with the actual content now. So what are the foundations of resilient quality assurance? I will talk about governance and ways to bring these guidelines into workable practices. So let's go to the next. Yeah, thank you. In finance industry, trust is not optional. It is the foundation of everything that we do. Legislation and regulations, those set the rules that we must follow. Corporate ICT governance, on the other hand, creates the framework, the model that is clear and understandable for organizations and all of its different departments and functions, business and technology alike. Quality assurance then makes sure that the framework, the rules, and the guidelines are actually met in our systems and processes. The idea I would like you to realize is that the goal is not to treat compliance and related framework, guidelines, and rules as extra work, but to see it as belonging, as part of normal development. And when governance, engineering practices, resilience testing, and release checks, when these work together, the regulatory compliance actually, it happens automatically. This way, regulations stop feeling like a burden. They become part of the flow, something that supports quality and reduce risk. The main point here being to see regulation as a tool, not an enemy. And if you think about it, regulations actually give us the structure. They help us build processes that can avoid surprises and build trust with customers. Let's go to the next slide then. Compliance works best when it's part of every step in development, not something added at the end, but integrated into every phase of software development lifecycle. It starts with governance, the rules and limits we need to follow. Then the engineering practices guidelines or handbooks turn these rules into practical ways of working for developing teams. These are, for example, coding conventions, quality assurance and testing strategies and plans, and many other guidelines for teams to use as a backbone, something that they can lean on and base their operations on. Resilience testing programs, on the other hand, they tell us what needs to be tested to make sure that problems can be prevented or that systems can handle problems if they occur. It is about avoiding risks and doing correct things in correct schedule. Resilience testing programs are much more wide in comparison to traditional software testing strategies, as they include other important areas too. Finally, implementing, for example, common release checks gives proof that everything is done right. Common release checks, in this context, in our case, mean mandatory requirements that teams need to meet before releasing. By using this kind of setup, it means that every release is controlled, tested, and documented. Of course, it also supports the teamwork. Developers, testers, product owners, and other roles in the teams all share responsibility for quality and regulatory compliance. No strict role borders, just shared goals. Eventually, quality becomes part of normal agile work we do every day being embedded in team practices and helped by clear instructions and automation. Then let's go to the next slide and let's talk about some practical points in regulatory compliance. Let us talk about common release controls and test data in environments. Let's start with that. So release controls. These are simple checks that make sure that every release meets quality and compliance needs. These checks include things like acceptance and end-to-end tests, performance and failover timeout tests, accessibility checks, and security audit references. These controls can be built into the release process and the tools that are supporting it. There is no way to go around these controls, but they need to be assessed every time in release. Of course, the team and the owner has the responsibility to evaluate the need for controls implementation scope. For example, it might be a good practice to execute full-scale testing activities, including security, performance, etc., if the release contains only updates that have been evaluated as trivial level. But on the other hand, these controls, they work as a checklist. Nothing will be forgotten, as the reminders are always there to be taken into account. Every change has to be documented, so we have traceability and proof if somebody is coming and asking about it later. Be it then actual release content, specifications, test reports, visuals, all the relevant content has to be easily includable to the final documentation. And of course, in the documentation, it helps a lot if the common test report format exists, because it makes easier for teams and stakeholders to understand them. There is benefit in transparency and visibility. Common test report format does not mean that teams would need to write many page-long test report documents, but these can be, for example, templates, issues in the tool that automatically can be updated to contain test results and necessary evidence. The idea here again that compliance is not something extra at the end. It is built into the release process and to the development process preceding the release. And when these controls are part of the workflow, we keep quality and meet regulations without slowing down development, and quality is built into the process. Let's go to the next slide. It's about test data. Effective test data management, including the whole test data lifecycle from requirement to ramp down, is crucial for regulatory compliance and comprehensive testing. The general best practice is always to avoid using raw production data in lower environments, in fact, using it anywhere. Instead, teams should use synthetic or sanitized data, documenting any needed exceptions and reasons very carefully. Service virtualization and API mocking help simulate complex dependencies, enabling robust testing even when components are unavailable in the software development processes earlier stages. Environments, development, acceptance, or pre-production, these must be audit-ready with controlled access, logging, and traceability. And these principles, they ensure that testing is both secure and also effective. Of course, while exceptions may exist, they must be justified, documented, and managed according to the organization governance policies. This balanced approach supports compliance while maintaining flexibility in the testing practices. Then let's move on. And let us talk a bit more about operational resilience testing, that is Digital Operation Resilience Act aligned, communication and enablement playbook or some practices there, and finally about the quality assurance community and its structures and functions that support regulatory compliance. Let's move here. Operational resilience testing program, that is an example of structured program which is designed to meet the requirements of the Digital Operation Resilience Act, DORA, which is relevant in financial industry. It includes 4 key pillars: the Digital Operation Resilience Testing Policy for software testing, or what we commonly see as the traditional testing, focusing in testing for continuous delivery. Also, it contains information security audits, instructions for security audits to be executed and implemented at risk-based intervals. Infrastructure and platform capabilities and recovery drills are also relevant, as well as business continuity and disaster recovery testing. This model, these 4 pillars, ensure that guidelines and instructions for the critical systems, they are regularly tested and documented as the regulations require. Ownership and also responsibilities are clearly defined, and testing frequency is aligned with the regulatory expectations. Instructions are easily found by those different roles requiring different type of testing information. For example, people responsible for infrastructure capabilities, they are interested in different aspects of resilience testing than, for example, developing team product owners might be interested in. By adopting this kind of framework for testing principles and guidelines, organizations can proactively manage risks and demonstrate resilience. Trust, of course, is very important between the company and its customers and stakeholders, but also internal trust. That is also very, very important and not to be overlooked. Let's talk about communication next. So, effective communication and enablement are also very essential for successful implementation of compliance programs. For example, a 2-phase communication strategy starting with flagship event followed by smaller localized sessions. This would ensure a broad awareness and engagement. Key components here include identifying the correct audiences, selecting appropriate channels for communication, establishing cadence for sessions, empowering different champions, providing training, and creating feedback loops. Materials such as decks, one-pagers, or frequently asked question lists, and recordings, these all support consistent messaging that is aligned with identified audiences. Tracking questions and follow-up centrally helps also refine the approach if there is something that needs fine-tuning. This playbook offers an example of effective digital operation resilience testing communication plan, and I would say it's a reusable template for any other organization. It ensures that all roles, from individual contributors to department leads, they understand the regulations and their impact in their responsibility areas and daily work. Next, about quality assurance communities. A strong quality assurance community is one of the best ways to keep compliance and quality alive in daily work. First, of course, it's important to have an open door policy. Anyone interested in quality should feel welcome to join, learn, and understand, no matter what their role or background is. We want to bring together people from different teams and areas so we can learn from each other and share good practices. This is not just for testers, but also for developers, product owners, solution analysts, and anyone involved in software development. There are, in my opinion, 3 main things that make a QA community work. Those are communication, training, and coaching. Communication means sharing updates, new things, news, lessons learned, and even mistakes, so everyone can improve. Communication has to be planned and done in a way that crosses department boundaries and goes from grassroots level to the management levels equally. Training, on the other hand, it keeps our skills up to date, especially as tools and regulations change. I bet all our organizations have varied level of experts, And I would say it is a wise practice to involve the most senior experts in training the others. It is them, after all, who know best the ways, the practices, and all the good tips and tricks the best. Coaching is about helping each other solve problems and grow as professionals. It can be one-to-one mentoring or maybe a team coaching. And as always, it is never a one-way street. Mentees and mentors alike both learn in the process. Regular assessments, on the other hand, they are also important because they help us see if our guidelines, practices, and tools are still aligned with the business goals and compliance needs. It is a way to implement continuous learning and staying up to date to the fast-changing technology landscape. When the community is active and everyone is aware of the guidelines, compliance becomes a natural part of the way we work, not something extra or something that's forced. The more we talk about quality and compliance, the more it becomes part of our everyday thinking. That's how we can make sure that we are always ready for new challenges and changes in the regulation. And we are slowly reaching the closing part. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, and with the conclusion and call to action, maybe wishing you would realize and value the fact that regulation is a friend. Okay, let's move on. So, regulations, they should not be viewed as obstacles, but as frameworks that enable organized and effective quality assurance. They reduce unknown risks and provide clear expectations for software development and testing. The key message here is that we do not choose whether to comply, we choose how smoothly we comply. A practical blueprint would include defining governance framework, documenting engineering handbook guidelines for all areas of software development, implementing effective and clear testing programs, and communicating clearly. All of this to the selected and focused audiences. By embracing regulations, organizations can enhance quality, reduce risk, and deliver better outcomes for stakeholders and customers. After all, I think we can conclude that regulation is a friend. So that was it. And if we move to the next slide, the last slide, it's all about thank you then. And there is also my QR code if you want to follow me and my exploits in LinkedIn, so feel free to connect with me. And if there are any comments or questions, feel free to shoot them. I'm ready for that.
Thank you, Mikko, very much for your presentation. We're feeling very lucky to have this sneak peek into the QA in the financial industry. And I like how much focus you're putting into the building of the QA community. And I absolutely agree with that. We do have some questions for you, and I would like to jump right into that. And the first question from our side would be, what are the unique traits that makes QA in the finance industry stand out?
Well, yeah, in the finance industry, there are a lot of regulations to take into account. But on the other hand, QA is crucial part of the organization's strengths, supporting the complete ICT development, and of course the business of the company as well. I feel that quality as well as security, hand in hand, they provide the basis for trust, which is essential in succeeding in finance industry.
Another question from us, that was a good one, is how do you balance automation and manual testing in such a sensitive industry? Because the finance industry, there are a lot of things to manage the quality of. It's not just one app. There's the website, there's the background features, there's everything. So how do you balance what's automated and what's done manually?
Very, very good question. It would blow your mind if I would tell you how many services and applications we have under test on a daily basis. It's a 4-figure. But anyway, I would say it is exactly a matter of finding the correct balance that fits the purpose of the T. Correctly assessed and created test automation, it helps with repetitive tasks and checking. But on the other hand, manual testing adds value as testers are able and have more time to explore and learn about the system under test and use their skills and intuition to the full value. That's something, intuition, it's very difficult to build into test automation, but experienced tester, those guys have it, and of course girls as well, but maybe that's my answer to the question.
Fantastic. 4K, over 4K development, that's a lot.
I would like to jump on the next question because it's especially interesting for me. You have been a part of testing industry for nearly 2 decades, and your current work focuses on QA culture, competence development, and skill sharing and training. So from your perspective, how is AI changing the game in QA?
This is a very good question. It was actually just a day before we discussed this matter in our QA meetup here in Finland, in Helsinki. Somebody was saying that, okay, 15 years test automation came into play and said that, okay, testers are not needed anymore. It's a bit same about about AI, but anyway, it is here. There is no sense in hiding your head in a bush. So I feel that artificial intelligence can be utilized to help with many tasks, but there are still areas that need more consideration, like testing the AI application themselves. On the other hand, I see AI in the IT industry as something that makes us, the testers, still valid for a long time coming, as the development work, well, it creates huge amounts of codes and applications, well, that might not be as carefully code reviewed as before AI came into play. So I feel there's going to be plenty to test when we report the real status, the quality of the software produced by AI. That's my take.
Nice. That was a good one. And another question, and this is a wordier one, but you are a QA and chapter lead, and part of that role means ensuring the development and keeping the QA engineers you work with, both at the office and at the testing events you host, up to scratch on a really rapidly changing environment, as we just mentioned with AI. So what does competence development mean to you, and what are some of the most important things to get right when you're developing these next generation of QA engineers?
Well, this is something that I do a lot in my daily work, competence development, training and coaching. I think that keeping skills and practices up to date is one of the most important things modern companies should support and treasure. For example, we offer an internal technology learning platform, OP Tech Academy, for our employees, providing courses in data, AI, DevOps, design, security, and of course, quality assurance. This hugely successful initiative since 2019, well, for example, this autumn semester is having 620 registrations for different technology courses. So keeping those skills up to date constantly, I think that's very important. You cannot underline that too much.
Fantastic. I know our team over here will also appreciate the message to businesses is treasure your QA teams, look after them because of how important they are. So that will resonate both with our audience and with our employees here at TestDevLab. So thank you for that. That is all the time. We have time for questions today, but thank you so much for joining this. It was a fantastic presentation. There was so much data there and so much we can learn from all your decades of experience, and I'm impressed at how you got it in that presentation. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
And
thank you very much
being
for
with us.
hosting. It was very nice to be here. Thank you, Josh, and
Thank you so
Paulina.
much.
Thank you, Mikko.
Okay, bye for now.
Bye.
Okay. So as we move on to our next speech of the day, I would like to introduce Alexandru Hang. Alexandru is a senior software engineer at ING Tech Romania with extensive experience across front and back-end mobile development, as well as with AI. Alexandru has a passion for emerging tech, and his current work focuses on enhancing user and developer experiences through experimentation and creativity. So channeling that passion today, Alexandru will be joining us to talk about from analytics to AI, optimizing web applications through user behavior modeling. So this is really exciting with the role of AI and how it's growing. Knowing how you can use that to really improve the end user experience is going to be more and more of interest to loads of businesses this year and next year and probably beyond, because I don't see AI going anywhere. Now it's here.
It definitely doesn't go anywhere, and we are very, very lucky to hear from such a big brand as ING. I believe that there can be so much global experience, which could be very impactful and very, like knowledgeable for, like for the smaller, younger companies, perhaps.
Yeah, it will be really interesting, especially from as it works with a lot of financial data, and that means getting it right. You have to know how to train your AI. You have to know what KPIs to really look out for and how it can really help and benefit your end users and really contribute to their experience, because everyone uses their banking, as we mentioned. Cash is becoming less of a thing with one of our previous speakers. So more and more people will be using these online interfaces to interact with their banking services.
Yes, I mean, banking is very important part of our everyday life, and it's great that we're having so many speakers from different financial organizations who can give perhaps a different perspective on this topic and on this industry.
So it should be really interesting, especially with someone who spent so much time. I believe Alexandru is also a PhD candidate, so he really is in the depths of research on this and knows what's coming up. He knows what's there. He's going through that data, and he's already looking towards the future. So knowing how AI, because we are seeing AI become more and more integrated into everything we use, into chats, into our services. So it'll be really interesting to hear from him. So from analytics to AI, optimizing web applications through user behavior modeling. Alexandru, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me here. Do you hear me?
Sorry?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, then I will start the presentation. Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. Just one last confirmation from you guys. If you can see also my screen.
Yeah,
and
we
then
can see your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, welcome to Parity Forge, the conference. I will present today from analytics to AI, optimizing web applications to user behavior modeling. This is something that came up mostly from my PhD research. This is also my PhD thesis, something similar to this, not really this topic. So let's start with the introduction first. Well, where are we today? What is the landscape of today? Well, honestly, every click, every scroll, every interaction that we have with the website and application, with basically everything, every digital asset tells your story. Businesses generate a massive amount of data daily. You have those analytics, the cookies, everything. And the competition demands smarter and data-driven experiences. Basically, every user wants to have something personalized. We have a traditional analytics, which are basically descriptive. They are telling you what the user has been doing before, what the user has done until now. What we do here right now, what we want to show you today is AI, which is predictive and adaptive. Basically, we want to go from describing what the user did to predicting what the user will do. So we have the data. Everybody knows about the analytics. I won't spend time on this. So you have the data from the analytics. But do you really understand it? Does it really tell you a story or not? Well, web analytics are usually measuring what the user did in the past, as I said in the previous slide. But we have a new science called behavior modeling. This is something that's predicting what users will do next in the future, basically. You're no longer looking in the past, you're looking at what you think will happen in the future. So what's our goal for today? Why are you here? Why am I here? Actually, that's a big question. Well, I want to help you to turn data into actionable intelligence. I want to help you create a foundation for personalization, retention, and optimization. Basically, what I want to help you is to make a framework that will help you create applications that are more flexible, more personalized, and which will help you keep your users more engaged based on each of the user's needs, no longer treating them as a cohort or as a group or something. Try to tailor something for each user. Well, why do you need the AI for this? Well, first of all, because it's a really nice buzzword for investors, but that's not why I'm here. But it's because it can give you personalized content and recommendations. It can bring you a dynamic interface adjustment. We'll talk about this a bit later. It can give you predictive user engagement, and it can automate A/B testing and optimization. So to wrap it up, this is basically moving from reactive to proactive systems. Applications will no longer be just simple reactive things which will listen to the events. They will also be proactive. They will try to guess your next action, and they will also try to adapt to your next action. I'll give you a real use case in a few seconds. Let's say I want to build a predictive system that can predict the next user action in a web app based on analytics data. This is what I want to do today with you. So, which technology I'm going to involve into this? Well, first of all, you heard about AI, machine learning. Well, of course, I will give you a 30-second presentation about what AI is and how machine learning works, and then I get to the real part, the interesting part. How it works. Let's say you have a training data set, 10,000 images of dogs and 10,000 images of cats. If I ask you guys right now, which is a dog, which is a cat, how would you ask? How do you answer this? Would you stay here and think, I don't know, the dog has bigger teeth, bigger ears, the nose a bit bigger, the cat has bigger eyes? No, you're not doing this, okay? You just know that's a cat and that's a dog. You know just by looking at the image. How? Well, there's a big question. How do you know that? The question might be tricky, actually, and the answer might be surprising. It's because you just know it. You simply know it. You see a picture, you know it's a cat. You know it's a dog. How? Well, your brain saw thousands, hundreds of thousands of images of dogs and cats throughout its entire life. You know how it is by just taking a glimpse of 1 second of a cat and know, oh, it's a cat. You won't say, oh, that's a dog. No, wait, the ears are small. Oh, there must be a cat. No, you don't say that. You usually know it's dog or a cat because you recognize it. This is what machine learning does. It's training the machine to recognize patterns and to predict stuff and to basically just to recognize stuff that it met before. That's what we want to do here, basically. After we're going to test our machine learning model. How are we testing it? We have a test data set. Well, let's say you give him 10,000 images of cats and dogs. And then what are you doing? You're giving him 10 images of cats and 10 images of dogs. Does it predict them correctly or not? Well, this depends on how well you train the model. If you trained it correctly, then that's perfect. If you have everything that you want here, you have an accuracy, let's say 80%. Let's say that for your model, this is okay. I won't give you which is an okay accuracy. This is depending on the use case, but let's say you have 85%, which is nice. And you will say, okay, I can move it to production. And then you will move it to production. You launch an application that will take a photo of something and tell you if it's a cat or a dog. Obviously, in real life, it's way more complicated because you need to treat other scenarios. What if it's neither of them? But let's say for the sake of the argument that this is how machine learning works for a theoretical point of view. Which machine learning models can we use here? Well, we have the linear regression, first of all. The linear regression is quite simple. It plots some points and it tries to guess a function that will pass through all of them. Obviously, it won't pass through them, but it will try to get as close as it can to all the points. Then we have the decision tree. Well, the decision tree is what I told you earlier about the cats and dogs example. Let's say that you want to see it is a cat or a dog. I told you, you don't stay and think, does it have big ears? Does it have a big nose? Are the eyes big or smaller? Well, this is what the decision tree will do. It will go, are the ears big? It must be a cat. It must be a dog, sorry. Are the eyes big? Well, they must be a cat, and so on, so forth. After that, if you have multiple decision trees, one near the other, we'll end up with what you have when you have multiple trees. You end up with a forest. You end up with a random forest, basically. A random forest is a type of classifier that will combine the outputs of multiple decision trees, and we basically try to vote based on it. It will say tree number 1 say it's a cat, tree number 2 say it's a dog, and so on and so forth. And that's basically how it will reach up to a consensus, like in normal elections between humans, and that's how it will end up, the result. And after all, we have the neural network, which is kind of a black box for developers. It acts like your brain. That's why it's called neural network, because it acts like the neurons in your brain. It has an input layer, a hidden layer of neurons. You can have hundreds of layers if your computer is strong enough to train it. And it has an output layer. It will basically create patterns between its neurons and recognize things based on patterns that they learn from. What I want to propose you today? Well, I want to do the thing with a prediction of the next page. And which model shall we use? Well, we have advantages and disadvantages for each one of them. Linear regression is very simple. As I told you, just a line of function. It has nice performance and a good accuracy on regressions. But it always assumes things are linear, mathematic. It oversimplifies real use cases, and it can be underfitted quite easily. Where the decision tree will give you minimal data preparation, you just dump some data in it. It's very strong when you do classification tasks, and it's prone to overfitting, and it's quite unstable to noise. Random forest just fixes some of those things, but adds some more because I told you it's just a collection of decision trees. But what I want to use today is a neural network. So we'll end up eliminating decision tree, and it's sibling the random forest, so we'll choose between those ones. If I would choose to show you linear regression, I'll finish the presentation too early to take only 1 or 2 minutes, but I show a neural network because it's more fancy right now and it's quite a famous word right now. Well, what do you do? First, you get the required data. You have it via the analytics already. Then you have to transform data for training. How? Well, you need to map it into a way in which the model will understand it. You can't just dump your logs there and say, hey, build a model, something. No, you need to train it. You need to mark it into vectors and other things that the machine learning can understand. Then you initiate the model, you train it, and then use it for prediction. For demo purposes, because I want to give you also the code so you can run it in a browser or something like this, I'll do it in JavaScript. But you can do it on Python too on the backend. It's just a personal preference here, just because I want to show it to the code. So this is a pseudocode, and let's go. First, let's transform the data. Well, we'll build an array from the set of data, and we'll do something called tensors. Tensors are just vectors, basically arrays, but a more fancy type of array used in machine learning in order to predict stuff, in order to encode. So in order to encode data, trying to encode data in a format in which the computer can understand. And this is how we do it. You'll see the full code at the end too. And after that, we define and compile the model. How we do it? Well, we have multiple things here. As I told you, the neural network has multiple layers: input layer, hidden layers, and output layer. Well, here I'm defining most of the hidden layers. I will add two layers here, and I will use some various things. This is the activation function that you have to specify. You have multiple options, but you will just play with them a bit. After that, you have the number of units. How many layers do you want? How many neurons you want in the layer, sorry. And after that, you have the activation layer, which will also have an activation function. The activation function is similar to what I told you in the decision trees with the voting, but here it's a bit more complex. It's not just simple voting like in the decision trees. It's more complex. And for the compilation, you have optimizer, loss, and metrics. Why am I giving you only a few examples here? Because you have hundreds of parameters you can tune. This process is called fine-tuning of the model. This is taking most of the time. Here, after you manage to build your model with something simple, like I did here, you will easily be able to just run it and start playing with it until you obtain a nice accuracy. And this is how you train it. You say I want 100 epochs to train 100 times, forward and backward, and I want to take batches of a batch size of 2, let's say 2 entities per training session. You'll feed the model, and then you use it to just predict the next page. You give it a sequence of the previously visited pages, and you try to see if you can discover any pattern in there. And if you discover any pattern, then that's fine. If you predict it. If not, I'll probably output some bullshit. And you can find the full source code on my GitHub, or you can just scan the QR code. I don't know. I'll probably stay a bit on this page if you want to scan it or something. This is very simple. I wanted to do it in JavaScript. It's like 500 lines of code, so you can just find in a browser if you want. But I'll give you a few seconds here. If you want to build an actual machine learning model, you can go to something further, like implementing a transformer, or implement a Markov chain for something simple. This is not machine learning, but this is not in scope of our presentation, but it's a mathematical model. You can analyze various other models and techniques, and you can also fine-tune the model to balance performance and the productivity and the and the accuracy. You always need to find the balance between the accuracy and the performance. Obviously, you can try to train it forever and maybe obtain a nice accuracy, but then the model will become huge, and I don't think you have the power to compute to train it for that. So this is why you need to play with the part which is called fine-tuning. Tell me when you're happy with the accuracy, tell me when you're happy with also the performance, and then you can move on and just use the model. Well, that would be basically it. If you have any questions and answers, I'll be here to answer them for you.
Thank you for that. I enjoyed how in-depth you were. You gave some real concrete examples there. So it was really nice to see that. It was you had good screenshots of everything you had on the presentation. We do have some questions for you.
If you don't mind while you ask those questions, I will keep this page on so that people can take a look at the code if they want.
My first question, just to reinforce some of what you said in the presentation you gave, what are some of the key metrics you're measuring to understand user behavior then that you think our audience should really focus on?
Well, the main metric that we have is the visited page that the user has visited and the time it's spent on that page. Because mostly if you see that the user is staying more on a specific page or is accessing that page more often, then it's definitely a page that is of interest of it and can help the model to understand the patterns. It can understand that it's a favorite page and it will return to that page, that application or something like this in a system. That's basically the most important thing, the navigation history. And for training data, if you want to just use open source code first, you can just use Wikipedia clickstream because Wikipedia provides all the data in a pretty nice format. It doesn't need too much post-processing, but you can search for Wikipedia clickstream if you want to see a nice format of data for this.
Okay, so good signposts for the developers. We have another question for you.
Yes, we do. And I would like to continue with the question with, main buzzword of the day, which is AI. And I would like to know, what is the impact of AI on behavior modeling in modern web applications?
Well, it wasn't really too much used for this, but if you want to do a behavior model right now, I think AI will be the go-to tool. But before AI came to the scene so glammy and so in the light of the reflectors, well, it was mostly mathematics here. Obviously, AI is also mathematics, but they were very simple models. You were building like a Markov model that I also recommended to try to play with it first. You were just building some models based on some statistics, and you were just trying to build some rules with some ifs, else, and some matrices that were coupled between them, and you were just trying to apply some mathematical rules. Right now, you can do even more with AI. AI can also guess some things because it can also try to fill the gaps. But it's tricky to answer this question. What would you use? I don't know. Depends on the use case. You have something very simple, very linear. I don't think it's worth using AI. You have something more complex, an application with hundreds of pages and stuff like this. Well, probably it would be way better to just go with an AI solution for that.
So you're excited for the impact AI. Do you think its usefulness will grow over time, maybe from now to the future?
Well, maybe it will, maybe not. Maybe other options will appear. I don't know. I'm not that much of a huge fan of AI in everything, but I'm a huge fan of using AI where you should. I thought if you can do something simpler, go with a simpler solution. If not, give it a shot. Why not?
So a bit of experimentation, but not fully.
Yes, don't overcomplicate stuff. Don't overcomplicate stuff.
Good. And then sort of leading on from that, how do you translate insights from user behavior modeling into real actionable changes for a business?
Yes, well, this is not really a development or QA stuff. This is mostly for the data analysts to translate this data, but we can also use specific models that will try to predict stuff and help the data analyst in the prediction. Basically, our model here can predict if the user starts accessing some specific sections of our page. For example, let's say you have a website like a web shop like Amazon or eBay or something like this. I'm just giving random examples right now. If you see that more and more people are starting to access pages like, I don't know, Christmas items, it's clear that people are starting to prepare for the Christmas, and you should start stocking up more and stuff like this, even though we are barely in November right now. Also, let's say that there was a real use case for this invented by Google, I think, a few years ago, when Google actually took the search analysis. They were looking for what the people are usually searching, and more people were searching for stuff that was related to diseases like coughing, temperature, and stuff like this. They're trying to predict if we are in the flu season or not, if how many cases of flu there were in that year, and they tried to also do that during the COVID period. Was it very accurate? Not perfect, but it was something that was quite matching the real cases and stuff like this. Obviously not really perfect, but there was something. It was called Google Flu Trends. Initially, I think then it changed the name to something more COVID-like, but I think it's for Google Flu Trends. And to show you how often people search for coughing, temperature, and stuff like this. And you see that it's usually high in the autumn and winter periods when there are a lot of cases of flu and of COVID.
So even when not 100% foolproof accurate, the indications you can get can be incredibly useful.
Exactly. I think AI should be paired with a human analyst or something like this always.
Useful.
It's interesting take. We will move on to the next question. It's a lengthy one, so please bear with me. Conventional web application can find it challenging to customize user experiences. What are some first steps engineers can use to identify areas that AI could help improve user experiences?
Okay, that's really a lengthy one. Okay, let me process it a bit. Okay, I think I understand. Okay, so as I told you, don't rush in headfirst into AI. Don't go and say, I want AI because it sounds cool. Okay, maybe if you are a startup and you want to attract investors, maybe it would be a good idea. But if you are a large company and you want to just improve your user behavior, you just go with something simpler. Like, for example, let's try first an analytic model. Is it working or not? Okay, it's working, but it's not sufficient. So what do we do? Well, in that case, we have to go to something more powerful. Then we go to AI. But again, don't rush from the first second into AI. You should first identify, can we solve it otherwise? If you can solve it with traditional methods, then maybe you should try that first. If it sounds to you that it's simpler to use AI and you have people who have experience in this, sure, go ahead, try it. But again, maybe give it a shot with traditional models first, traditional classical approaches, mathematics, statistics, data analysis, and stuff like this. But if you want something that is predictive, that is predictive and not reactive, maybe you should go with AI or with something that will mimic the AI.
It's interesting take overall you have on the AI. So I would like to maybe follow up and ask what could be, like a turning point when you decide that AI might be the only solution in this specific situation.
Depending on the solution, it's mostly about computing power. AI, as you know, requires a huge amount of computing power. As you saw in the past, AI made NVIDIA and other companies who are producing chips made the stocks go skyrocketing. I think NVIDIA is worth like 5 trillion today. And AI requires a lot of computing power. I agree with this. It's worth that power if it's also worth for your business. So if you need AI, go for it. But bear in mind that it requires a lot of computing power. If you find something that can run easier and with less resources, go with that, sure.
That's good. And then I guess maybe just a small follow-up point to that. When it comes to figuring out what AI you need before you invest heavily, do you have any guides for maybe experimenting with what tools could best help you with your analysis? Like where do you draw the line of?
That's definitely something per scenario. Like there is no Swiss Army knife here. There's nothing that will work for everything. There are hundreds of models.
So it's just a bit of, I guess, maybe experimentation on the
Yeah,
personal
trial and error.
side.
Mostly trial and error or experience of the people, yeah, with similar use cases.
Good. The next question.
There is nothing that goes. I mean, you can use something like a GPT for a chatbot. You can use something like a neural network for classifying images. You can use a regression for predicting a price. There are a lot of things. I can't tell you what you need because I don't know what you ask for.
True. Good point. Our next question is, banking applications have really broad user bases. It's not just one age group. It's everyone from your grandma to your brother to your son to your cousins. The broad user base is out there. Can AI help businesses meet the digital accessibility needs of their users? And if so, do you have any examples? Because this is really important. The EU has now rolled out its enforcement of the European Accessibility Act, the EAA. So is there any maybe use cases where people can use AI to help identify, maybe from their user data, user experiences, ways it can help enhance that and meet some digital accessibility needs?
Yeah, well, it can help you by suggesting new features for your website, by implementing new features, by having the developers to implement more accessible websites, by testing the accessibility. But that can also be done somehow by traditional ways. Let's say that, for example, you have a lot of accessibility tools, plugins for browsers, for pipelines, for all of those things. But yes, accessibility is here to stay because we need to make sure that everyone can access the application, because otherwise you are losing users. But if you don't want to use AI, you have some alternatives. But also AI can help you because you can also see things that maybe you as a human might not see in the future. Maybe, for example, you can ask AI to invent some test cases, some edge cases for your tests and stuff like this. Do you as a human think of all the possibilities? No. Does the AI think of all the possibilities? Definitely no. But maybe combined, humans with AI can find more testing scenarios, more ways to automate stuff, and more ways to make the websites more accessible. But also here there will come a part where we have to talk about ethics, because mainly when you ask AI to produce something, it reproduces stuff from what it learned. So we need to find out where it learned from, which websites it learned from, and stuff like this. So maybe it's a very broad discussion here, but yes, it could help definitely. And the Accessibility Act is very important. You need to enforce it, but it's a long story. It's a long story. I think this field is still evolving way too fast in order to give a definite answer right now.
But I
It
guess
has a personal
summarize.
opinion,
Oh,
that's fine.
sorry. I'd say just to summarize that then, AI, very useful. Don't fully rely on it. You need that human element. And as you said, maybe if they work together, they'll work on some great solutions that do help bring accessibility to the forefront of the digital product.
Exactly. I'm one of the people that will never say that AI will replace us, but I think AI will make us more productive and help us. But
It's
I
a
don't
tool.
think it will replace us in the next years, or at least I hope, because I want to keep my job.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just a joke, or not.
Alexandru, we do have a question from the audience, and they would like to know how much does thinking out of the box matter?
I think related to this topic, right? Matters related to implementing new stuff. Yeah, well, thinking outside the box matters a lot, especially in our field in computer science and everything related to engineering, basically, because that's what engineers do. They invent stuff, or they just design new stuff, and you always have to have new ideas, think outside the box. For example, maybe all the people are saying we need to go this way, but what if you say I want to go on a different path? What if instead of going, I don't know, instead of using carriages with horses, I invent a car like Mercedes-Benz did 100 and something years ago? Well, that was thinking outside the box. Nobody was thinking to put an engine on a stagecoach or something like this. A few years ago, there was a paper published called "Attention is All You Need." It's something that implemented a new type of model, the transformer model for AI, and now this is the basis of everything for AI, from ChatGPT, Gemini, and all those things. They are based on transformers and stuff like this. So yeah, thinking outside the box and coming with a new solution is always important. I feel like it's what helps us drive forward the industry, drive forward the planet, the society, actually. Just look at how many inventions appeared in the last years, in the last 200 years from the Industrial Revolution. Most of them came from thinking outside the box and thinking, what if I do it separately? What if I don't light the house with candles? I use the light bulb. What if I pass electricity to a conductor and stuff like this? I think, yeah, that's the most important thing. And this is, I think we all like to think outside the box because this is why we chose this career. Otherwise, we'll be doing some more repetitive things.
Thank you. That was a really good note to end it on. I think the
Thank you.
openness of thinking outside the box. So thank you so much. I also really enjoy your space background. Very fun addition to
And
the
that's thinking outside the planet.
Thinking
not
outside
the
the
box.
planet, not just the box. But thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to
Thank
have you. You're incredibly knowledgeable, and we'll talk again in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandru. We're almost halfway through this year Quality Forge conference. Coming up, we have some exciting speakers from Stream, Netflix, Lenovo, and more. But before that, we'll take a lunch break. So go enjoy your lunch, and we will see you soon for our next speaker of the day, Martin Mitrevski. Welcome back. We're making quick progress through our today's speakers, and it's my pleasure to welcome the next speaker of Quality Forge, Martin Mitrevski. Martin is the Director of Engineering at Stream, a company that empowers teams with APIs and SDKs to build in-app chats, videos, and feeds. As the Director of Engineering at Stream, he is responsible for the tech behind the experience of over 1 billion end users globally. In addition to his engineering work, Martin is published author, active open source contributor, and, as he is with us here today, occasional conference speaker. Today, Martin will be talking about testing video SDKs at scale.
This should be really interesting because so many apps we use nowadays have an integrated chat or video feature. I mean, half the apps on my phone have that now.
Only half? I feel
Probably
like
more.
much more.
I don't know where I'd be without some of the functionality in these. Everything we use uses these features. Everything I have and talk to my friends with has some built-in feature like that.
Yes, plus, video experience is so crucial, especially since pandemic. Those would be very nice to hear one of the probably most experienced people and from such an industry giant as Stream.
Yeah, should be incredible. So today, Martin will be talking about testing video SDKs at scale. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Martin.
Hello, hi everyone, how's it going?
We're doing good. Thank you for coming and joining us today. It should be really exciting, but you are the expert on the topic, so we will hand over the stage and we are eagerly listening.
Yeah, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Martin, and today I'm going to be talking about testing video SDKs at scale. First, short intro. I'm coming from this beautiful place called Ohrid in Macedonia. I'm working as a director of engineering at Stream, and you can find me on all social media like X, GitHub, LinkedIn, and I also have a website. The place I worked at is Stream, and we built SDKs for chat, video, and activity feeds, and we are available across many platforms like iOS, Android, React, and so on. And our reach is over 1 billion end users. So as it was mentioned, like most apps nowadays have some kind of social element like video, chat, or feeds. And basically, if you use apps like Patreon or Strava, you are probably already using us without knowing. Today I will be talking about our video product specifically and how we are basically testing it. And first, a little context on our general architecture, just to get an idea. So basically, in order to establish a video call between two people, like for example, Alice and Bob, we have kind of like a global edge network of something we call SFUs or selective forwarding units. And based on your location, you connect to the nearest SFU via a protocol called WebRTC, invented by Google. And then the other user on the other side could be also the other side of the world, connects to a different SFU and communicates the same way. And these SFUs just pass the data in between. So in a nutshell, in a very simplistic way, that's how our video product works. And then if we go a bit deeper into both the server side and the SDKs as a complete engineering experience, it's kind of like a very interesting engineering challenge because you have to deal with a lot of low-level stuff like data races, async primitives, passing bytes from one place to another. Then you need to consider some different codecs and how they work together. Then you have, very loud live streams where you need to take care of a lot of events and throttling. So in general, it's if you're a geek, this is kind of like the geek's dream because it's very interesting as an engineering challenge. But then when the fun ends, we have the real world, and video in general is also very complex to work at scale. And the reason for this is that it's dependent on many things that are outside our control. So first we have edge cases in terms of devices. So especially on Android devices, everyone has their own forks of the Android operating system. All the browsers are implementing the WebRTC protocol with some subtle changes, and this kind of makes it difficult to have like a working solution for everything. Then you have things like OS level quirks, like for example, CallKit on iOS. It interferes with the audio session, so you have like real phone calls and then the phone calls that go via WebRTC, and then they kind of like sometimes conflict with each other, and that's one group of challenges. Then we have network issues. So I don't know if you're driving in a car or a train and you have a call, and then the network changes. You might switch from from one Wi-Fi to another. Let's say you're moving from one place in the office to the other. Or for example, you have firewalls in some organizations. So we had that with hospitals. They put some restrictions on some ports and they block us, and we can't establish video calls. And in general, differences between platforms. So not only the same platform, but differences between iOS, Android, React, and then we also have desktop, like Mac apps, and then you have different technologies for the same thing, like Flutter, React Native. So in general, there are a lot of challenges, which means that we need to be like very thorough in our testing. And we, from engineering perspective, we do like the standard things. So first we write a lot of unit tests. We have like very high test coverage. Then we write some integration tests where we see how components, like different components, work with each other. Then we also offer UI components that customers can directly integrate in their apps. And for those, in order to ensure consistency, we write snapshot tests. Then we also have like end-to-end tests. Then on every PR we run smoke checks. And then we do like performance tests to make sure that things are kind of like behaving like they should under some heavy loads. And then the last type of testing we do is manual dog fooding. So we use our app. We are a very remote friendly company, and any calls that we have, we use our app. So this is how like one PR check looks like. And you can see here that there are a bunch of checks that need to finish in order to have like merge into our code base. So we do like whether the size changes, whether the tests are succeeding, and we have different types of tests. So it's a long process to make sure that things are predictable. Then I've mentioned performance tests. And here, basically what we do for bigger customers like Patreon, so there are people on Patreon that stream for a lot of users. And here what we do is do some benchmarks and see how much we need to allocate like shards and how much computing capacity for these events. So that's on the server side, but then also on the mobile side, like on this picture, when you join a live stream, you have kind of like a lot of join events at the same time and then leave events at the same time. So this can put pressure on the mobile app. And we need to do things like smart throttling, not request everyone's track at the same time, do some kind of optimizations. And we also test that in kind of like a systematic manner to basically have like a very predictable experience on these big events, because the stakes are really high in those situations. And then we have like dog fooding, as I've mentioned. So all calls, look, this is this picture I took from yesterday with one of our teams. And we use it. So this is, for example, on an iPad. So we use on all platforms, like we even screen share from iPads, and we use our product daily. And that's how we find issues like smaller tweaks or things like that. Because if you don't use your product, then why would others use it? And now the question is this enough? And of course, it's not because of the challenges that I've mentioned. So you have like many different devices and many different combinations, and then you have those network quality issues that I've mentioned. Then you also have things like calls between users on different locations, and it depends. Like we are in one location, or I don't know, in several locations across Europe. But then you have, I don't know, people in India using the product, people in the US, and so on. So it's kind of like really complex to test all these things for a company that's mostly like engineering heavy. So we have some small testing capacity in-house, but not as big to handle all these cases. So how do we solve this? Of course, we introduce TestDevLab. So we found them as kind of like the leader in testing video and audio solutions. And the way where they might help us here was more like simulate those diverse network conditions where you have like changing the bandwidth of the network, the packet loss, and so on. And then have kind of like like a standardized way of measuring things, what is good and what is bad. And for us, it was like if you see pixels, you say like, oh, video is bad. And is that enough? We needed more like quantifiable metric in order to measure that. Then, especially for Android, we don't have that many devices. So we are like, we have some devices, but we don't have, some very old. Usually, engineers have the latest phones and mostly iPhones. And for us, it's always working well. But then when it goes into production, like users are having different kinds of devices. So our pool of devices was not that large. And then we wanted like to be objectively compared to the best ones. So with Google Meet, so we wanted to have like comparison on how we fare in terms of video quality. And that's best if it's done from the outside. So that's why we decided to go with TestDevLab, and yeah, plus they organized this great conference. So yeah, that was a bonus. So yeah, then we discussed about the testing plan and what do we need. And as I've mentioned, like there were several problems that we encountered in the initial stages of the product usage. And those were like the wide range of Android devices. And it's not only that, but also the different combinations between those. So I don't know, when low-end device on Android can have a different codec with, I don't know, Firefox browser. And in order to have that codec negotiation, in some cases, we didn't cover all those codec negotiations. And for some of the users, there was black video. So what we needed is kind of like go through all these different combinations. I think it was 496 combinations in total that would do all these iOS, Android, mobile browser, macOS browser, and Windows, and do like a systematic analysis of what works and what's the quality and so on. And that was one thing. And then the other was, changing it under different conditions. So users are usually having calls somewhere, not usually at work. And for that, we needed like different network conditions. And that's also kind of like a lot of work to set up for us. And TestDevLab helped us with that. And the other last part was simulating distant calls. So I don't know what happens if I'm in Macedonia and then I'm selected, for example, an SFU in New York, and how would that affect the experience and things like this. And then I want to introduce the MOS score, which is kind of like the metric for perceived quality of audio and video. And this is more like how a human would see it. And the scores here are from 1 to 5, where the practical upper bound is like 4.5, because the human eye can't perceive the exact same video that was being played. And kind of like anything above 4 is a great quality. So here is more like a visual example of that. And you can see like 1, there is no video at all. So it's the worst that can happen. And then like you still see like 2 is kind of like pretty horrible quality. And then from 3 it starts, you know, like kind of like bad quality, maybe going to decent, but not good enough. And then if you see like 4 and 4.5, the video is really great. And 475 is kind of like if you just copy paste the original audio. And yeah, that's kind of like the MOS score, and we will be using it a lot here to express our results. And yeah, then we started testing. And for Android, we did first one compatibility testing because of the, as I've mentioned, the very big like variety of devices that are here. And for example, if Samsung has its own fork, then other providers have their own implementation of the Android platform. And what we did were just like 2-minute calls, like compatibility calls, where one initiator is like the receiver is the Mac, and then the test device joins, and then you switch after 1 minute to the back camera, test functionality of audio elements. So basically, it's kind of like a compatibility test to make sure that the video even appears. And we used kind of like 12 different devices. And here it's interesting. So for example, we didn't know, so the blue one is the audio MOS value, and the red one is the video MOS value. And for example, I didn't even know that this device exists, LG something K22, and we had really bad audio on that one, and the video was actually quite decent. And of course, with Pixel, like our experience was pretty good because it uses like Google's version of the Android operating system. And you can see like some were around 4, some were around 3.5, and there were a few that were really bad. So this is kind of like the summary of the audio. And what we found out here was that noise cancellation, so we have noise cancellation. It also introduced issues on some of the devices, so especially on letters like S, Z, or C. And it also hinted that we should revisit our noise cancellation implementation. Then for video, kind of like in a similar manner, like the modern devices, like Pixel again had the best video. This Vivo also didn't know that it exists even. Had some audio issues, but the camera was pretty solid. And there were some freezes after contrast changes or camera switching. So in general, we got some feedback that we could take home and kind of like work on things for improving our Android SDK. And then our next step was network tests. And here, as testers, this is like a very useful tool. It's called Network Link Conditioner, and it's available on iOS devices. This is a screenshot from an iPad. And what you can do with this is basically you can create your custom profile, and here you can specify things like how much bandwidth you want to have, like maximum, how much packet loss in percentage. You can specify different protocols, and then you can use this as a, like a tethering network, and then the other device could join, and basically you simulate these network conditions. So what we did was we had like 6-minute calls, and the sender was like the one who was sending video was in a unlimited Wi-Fi network, while the receiver was connected to the hotspot of this iOS device with the network link conditioner. And then that one was also set at uncapped at the beginning, and then we gradually like reduced the available bandwidth and also the packet loss afterwards. And we did the same thing for both video and audio, and for packet loss and for bandwidth. And both devices had like they were pointed out towards dynamic media source, basically a desktop with some video. And this was done for both Google Meet and Stream. And we basically compared them on the exact way. So what were the testing results as a summary? And then we will go through, like numbers and graphs just to get an idea what we measure. So in general, on uncapped networks, stream video quality was on a similar level to Google Meet. And on the uncapped bandwidths, in some cases was even better. But on lower bandwidths or like higher packet loss, Google Meet adjusted better. So we'll see some numbers, but in general, like when the network becomes really bad, Google Meet is kind of like turning off video, so it gives up on video. And we were trying to support both, and it's kind of like you try to support both, but you don't have enough bandwidth, and both of them are bad. So we didn't really focus on one thing, and it kind of produced worse results for both video and audio, while Google Meet still had like a decent audio. And here is another MOS example. So this is like with the real data, and Google Meet is the first row and stream video is the second one. And you can see here combinations like Chrome, Firefox, and in general, you can see like the numbers are similar, and like in some cases, actually in this screenshot, in all of those, stream has a bit higher grades for the most value. But then if we go like into real numbers, and this is like an example for iOS and for audio MOS score, you will see like the first one, everything is very green over 4, and this is for audio, and then for 1 megabit per second, it's still kind of like green, but lower values. But then you go like, I think kind of like 250 kilobits per second. You see that Google Meet has higher scores, and 100 kilobits, like the difference is obvious. So you can still have some calls on Google Meet, but not on stream video. And this is how the graph would look like, with to see like how the lines go. So stream is of course the blue one, and Google Meet is the yellow one. And you can see like at the beginning, the higher one is the blue, and then the yellow goes a bit higher. So kind of similar results also with the packet loss change. Again, at the beginning, we have kind of similar scores, in some cases better than Google Meet, but then as the network becomes bad, Google Meet is a bit better. And this is again similar graph just for packet loss for audio and the same one for videos. I wouldn't go into much details here, but in general, the numbers were very consistent across platforms and across different network conditions. And then what we did was simulate SFU location tests. And since the testing was done in Latvia, like if both users are, so basically we can simulate different locations. So that's how this was tested. And if both of them were in Latvia, you can see that the video loading time for both devices is pretty like quick. While if you go like one in Latvia and the other one in New York, while you are still in Latvia, then there is a lot of, you know, like round trip that the bytes would need to have like as a trip. And you can see like the video loading time is much larger, and we did like different combinations and just wanted to see like how bad would it be if, for example, we don't have a server in some location and the user is trying to connect from there. And yeah, as a conclusion, we had like pretty solid parity with Google Meet, but we still had room for improvement on poor networks. And what we did after that was we brought this back to the engineering team, and we implemented things like automatic video track pausing, which similarly to Google Meet will prioritize audio on very low networks, and video would kind of like not be available. We also have rewritten our bandwidth estimation algorithm, so we know better like how much bandwidth is going to be available. We improved our noise cancellation, and we also did some bug fixes that were found during the process. And of course, I want to give a shout out to the people who actually helped us do this. So the testing part, we were more like, you know, customers, but Nikolai and Arturs really did a great job in this. It was very easy to work with them. And I mean, it's a huge amount of work to do all these tests. And it gave us like really good picture of what we can improve in terms of our video quality, and we basically applied those improvements, and now our video is a lot better. I also dropped here some references, like you can see our docs. We also dropped like a blog post yesterday that discusses these same things. It's linked here. And yeah, that would be it. Thank you for your attention. And do you have any questions?
First of all, Martin, thank you. Thank you very much for this deep dive into video testing. I especially appreciate the real life examples and visual examples. Yes, we do have questions, but before that, we would also like specifically appreciate your shout out to TestDevLab and to our conference as well. It was very, very nice to hear and see.
Our AV team was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but we
Well
have time
deserved, yeah.
for maybe one question, so I will jump right into that.
Yep.
Has AI changed how video testing is happening? As you know, video testing is one of the domains where many people still desperately need this human touch of testing to pick up on the edge cases.
Yeah. Well, for us, like at Stream, it kind of like the coding tools improved a lot the tests that we write, so the number of tests, so it's easier and faster to write tests to you know, like consider all the edge cases, because usually you would spend a lot of time on those tests, and now it's faster and it allows us to write more tests. So as Stream, this is kind of like the biggest benefit of AI. While in general for video testing, I believe so TestDevLab used a bit of AI. So Arturs was explaining to me that they had some markers in the video, and based on those markers, they kind of like more smartly computed the frames per second, and this was not done manual. because otherwise it's like too many tests. So I believe in those cases there is potential to automate things and basically have some automatic way of computing the quality. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a really good answer. But I do believe that is all the time we have. I'm very disappointed because we had a lot of interesting questions and you are doing a great job of hyping up our AV team, which is incredible. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for having me.
And thank you for joining us. Fantastic. Our next speaker is Lydia Chatziioannou. Lydia is an engineering manager specializing in entertainment technology, backed up by some impressive experience at Sky, Now TV, Peacock, and most recently, Netflix, where she led engineering teams focused on operational excellence and user experience. Passionate about developing high-performing teams with a strong emphasis on leadership, strategy, and building trust between users and the products they deliver. Today, Lydia will be taking us through operational excellence for high-performing engineering teams. So I'm very happy with us. We've had Disney, and now we have Netflix, so we're getting some real big players that deal with billions of users.
I mean, wow, Netflix and Disney will have a unique opportunity to see two different perspectives from two very big players on the market.
And I can say as a marketing person, it's not just normal market stuff. These are the actual people who are behind the work. They are leading the teams. They are working on the actual infrastructure that billions of people use globally. These aren't region locked, they're not European, they're American. These are global apps. So I'm very happy to introduce today Lydia. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Lydia.
Hi, everybody. Super exciting to be here. And this is a topic that I'm very passionate about. So yeah, can't wait.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So like today, I'll be covering the topic of operational excellence and what it means for engineering teams, especially the high-performing ones, and also how it can affect your business. I'll also go through a couple of ideas as to how you can get started if this is, especially if you're like in a more startup environment, things to be mindful of, and basically highlight how this can be a bit of a game changer for like the end product. And I'll have some time in the end for questions. I'll try to go through the slides like relatively quickly, so nobody gets bored. Okay, so first of all, just a very quick intro. Honestly, you did the heavy lifting, so thanks for that. But yeah, I've been at Netflix for the past 2 years, and I was very heavily involved in a lot of topics around operational excellence, like, the quality of the product that we put out there, like things around like our own call and support processes. And I also drove a lot of initiatives on the tech health side to make sure that, again, what we deliver to the end user is, the best possible product. So a couple of things I'll cover today will be based on my learnings and things that I've implemented in my teams, even before Netflix. But before we start, I kind of want everybody to think about what is the first thing that comes to your mind when we talk about operational excellence. Because for me, and maybe because of my background, I think of like high quality streaming. Like for example, with Spotify, you play song after song without pause. With Netflix, like the volume of content, but also the streaming quality is amazing. And so both of those are like really great examples of high quality products that are worth our money. And this is why they're so successful. So automatically, I assume that to be this excellent, there are also excellent processes in place to make them happen. So why do we need operational excellence, and what is it? Now, if you ask anybody in tech or ChatGPT, because I tried that just to see what would come out of it, it will probably tell you it's about customer satisfaction, hence keeping people happy. It's about being efficient, reducing costs, and delivering value to the business. And to be honest, like to me, all of that sounds like very fancy, like jargon, things you hear from like CEOs and CDOs and, in podcasts and presentations. But at the end of the day, though, there's only one reason why we need operational excellence, and that is to remain competitive in the market. So it's extremely important to understand what the product you look after is, who the users are, what is its place in the market, and what it caters to. Because without being competitive, you lose the business. And that's why you need to ensure that what you have to offer is valuable, excellent, if not perfect. And that's where the excellence comes in. So let's talk a little bit at high level about how we define what operational excellence means to us. you first need to understand why you exist. For example, let's say you're building an application to track fitness levels. Like, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to be the best product on the market and offer the best premium user experience? Or are you trying to be the cheapest option available because, you know, everything else on the market is too expensive and you have identified a need or a space, which allows you to be a little bit more scrappy yet cheap. And that's also completely fine. So once you have that vision and that strategy for the product that you own, you have to think about all the principles you need to establish in the team to make that happen. So if we go with that example of this like cheap application to track fitness levels, maybe you care about a culture of speed and scrappiness that also enables a bit of innovation. So for example, that can be part of your operational excellence and what it means to your team, that speed and innovation, that comes from that scrappiness. And then you have to think about what processes do you have to establish to ensure that the team is set up for success based on those principles and that vision. But most importantly, what does operational excellence means for engineering teams? I find that this statement is the most accurate I've ever come across. I actually stole this from a colleague from a different presentation. But it's always about looking for opportunities to prioritize what is best for users by evaluating whether the impact of what you're doing is worth the money and the time it takes. So yeah, I'm just gonna give it like 5 more seconds for people to read through this because this is like what this presentation is based on. But yeah. It's also important to understand why operational excellence doesn't happen overnight. I think anybody who is in engineering is aware of this. Like, we often have trouble communicating it to stakeholders, but the truth is that it takes time to happen. It can't be something that we achieve overnight. It's a continuous improvement process. And a lot of the time, the steps that we need to make that happen are not things that are understood by the rest of the business, especially from a technical perspective. But I'll get to that as well. So a good starting point to understand what steps you have to take is to ask your team a few simple questions, because at the end of the day, they are the ones on the ground making things happen. There's no one better. And then from there, you can start putting together a plan with objectives as to how to achieve operational excellence. So for example, what are the reflections from user feedback or even the team's feedback? Where do we see the gap or what is missing for us to be comfortable enough to scale? So maybe the engineers think that there's not a lot of testing, and that's why we often don't catch issues on time with our product, or maybe we need to allocate more capacity to increase that test coverage so that we can get a step closer to operational excellence. But yeah, like, your team is going to know what is missing, like, better than anybody else. So what do we need, or what do we want to deliver consistently to achieve strong execution? How do we expect the team to behave? Do we expect them to be scrappy and push out features fast, or to be super careful with the code they deploy because we can't really afford to provide something that's non-usable or like not quality enough? And because of that, what's the mindset they should have? Is it okay for them to work on one project until it's perfect for 6 months? Or should they have this mindset of doing quick experiments, see what sticks before investing extra time? And how can we benefit from being more flexible, and how? Like, how do we want to implement some of our principles in our day-to-day, so it's not just fancy words on a document or an email, but the actual reality that the team is living and breathing? Another super important thing is feedback. You need to have bias for action. Ask, what do we need to start doing or stop doing or continue doing in the next 6 months according to them, and then do that like continuously. So like I said, the engineers always know best. They are the ones on the ground doing the heavy lifting. They know the product the best. They know what they need and what they're missing. So all you have to do is ask them. I did ask those questions, and I've always had great conversations with my teams. I want to briefly mention some of the things that have come up during some of those conversations, hoping that some of it may resonate with you. But again, it can differ depending on the company and the team. So when I did ask, what basically came back was that we wanted to reduce the number of incidents and the support burden. So for example, we had a lot of issues around performance, we had a lot of bugs, and support was taking a long time and taking away time from feature development. And people were also not very motivated or happy, or very proud of the product that we were delivering. We also wanted to improve user satisfaction and feel pride in the work that we do. We were getting a lot of I don't want to call it negative, I'll say constructive feedback, and a lot of frustration because a lot of our users felt blocked or as if the issues they were highlighting were not always addressed fast enough. So that was another issue. And then after engineers like complain for the sake of complaining, I mean, we all do it. So it's important to double check if what they're raising is also reflected in actual data. So for example, when they mentioned to me about how time consuming support is and like all those blockers, I did do my research. I saw that we did have a lot of incidents. I saw that a lot of those issues raised by the users were not things we were catching on time. And so that kind of validated that sentiment that existed in the team. Through that, we decided to get a step that in order to get a step closer to operational excellence, we needed to be in a position to identify some inconsistencies before our users were noticing them and basically get ahead of all the problems that we were having. We also talked about past mistakes, for example, how we lacked documentation and how there was not a good enough source of truth as to how our allocation or our application should be behaving. And so the tests were not good enough, mainly because our testing coverage at that point was not great. And so we committed to finding a way to invest in those areas, including our observability. So for example, we agreed we had to increase our tests, we had to write better documentation. We also focused on cross-platform tests so that you write them once and then they're executed everywhere. For our observability, we were missing a lot of metrics. So we talked about why is it important to have those metrics and how can we make sure that what we get out of them is something that we can rely on that can then help us be biased for action and come up with some ideas as to how to improve things. We came up with a couple of initiatives. I've listed a few here as examples, but there's a lot more that goes into it. The first one was around our on-call practices and rotations. We had another one around having people be subject matter experts in the team. We also talked about allocating capacity for tech debt and technical initiatives, and we decided to set some team guidelines to ensure that we hold each other accountable. So I'll try to briefly go through each one of those things. This is a lot of text. You don't have to read through it completely. I just wanted it to exist in case anybody refers back to this presentation. But for the on-call rotation, we basically set expectations. Every engineer would be on call for a week at a time. Part of that responsibility would be to provide tier 1 support. So basically, we went through the exercise of classifying all of our apps and services to understand which ones were critical versus which ones were not. So for example, the expectation was not for somebody to be on top of every single thing and using 100% of their time, but rather focus on what was really critical. We also decided to not waste time expecting engineers to dive too deep into issues from on-call, conscious of the fact that that also takes a long time and not everybody has expertise in all domains and features. Any issues requiring domain expertise should be escalated to the right person in the team or outside the team. And that was a very quick thing we implemented to save time during on-call, but to also solve issues faster by delegating to the right people. So then we also saw a bit of, a nice effect on our end users because the resolution was happening faster by just pulling in the right people without, just saying, hey, the person on call is going to be responsible for everything, figure it out, you're on your own. Part of the responsibilities of that on-call engineer was also to ensure that PagerDuty was set up correctly, that all incidents were monitored. Same with, our pipelines and all the appropriate Slack channels. As part of the time spent on-call, we made a commitment to improve runbooks and overall documentation whenever we felt like we had time and opportunity. So that took a long time. And we also discussed all these ad hoc improvements or creating a backlog of tickets if they were to encounter an issue as opposed to neglecting it because of lack of time. So that was mainly for non-priority issues that we were creating a backlog for. For incident management, we basically decided to integrate with Incident.io. It also offers a lot of automations with Slack, especially this year. And we committed to communicating to users as well as to the teams around us better. Because believe it or not, this is such a simple hack, but communicating is everything. And we often forget that. We also established a rotation handoff meeting and written communication, so everybody would be aligned as to what was happening the prior week. And also, like, again, some of the text you're seeing on these slides are from what we documented to set expectations and ensure that everybody was on the same page. So this slide is about how our work is structured and what we expect from the subject matter experts, or as we call them, informed captains. So we divided our work into several areas that support different parts of the business. So each area has a few engineers who really know that domain and act as the go-to people. And as informed captains, business hours, but the real goal was to automate as much as possible so that people can help themselves instead of relying on somebody else to respond. Another key part of this role was like setting priorities for pipelines, deciding what's business critical versus lower priority, and making sure that our alerting and incident processes reflect that in the tools like Incident IO and PagerDuty. And when it comes to code, informed captains review pull requests from other engineers working in that area. And this helped maintain a high level of quality and consistency across teams. And it also led to us having like less bugs and less issues because there was always like a gatekeeper that had expertise in, you know, a specific part of the code base. And finally, informed captains own the quarterly roadmap for their subject area. So they're the ones thinking about what's coming next, what improvements we can make, and how we can share learnings and best practices across teams through things like tech forums. So I was personally involving a lot of the engineers in that process alongside with my product team and trusting them to basically be thought partners to me and our PMs. We also used to have not dedicated capacity towards what we call tech debt or tech initiatives. And then we went from 0 to a minimum of 30% almost overnight, which was amazing. It was not an easy thing to sell to our product team, senior leadership, or stakeholders, but we had to make them understand why that is so important and the value it can bring to the business. We started by defining what technical debt means to us, like as the gap between the current state of the system and the ideal state that we want to get to. And in other words, you know, it's all about the things that we know we could improve but haven't yet, often because we had to make trade-offs along the way. So that gap can come from a few different things, and that's how we explained it and fought for it. Maybe we had to make compromises because of time pressure or limited knowledge at the time, or maybe the system's requirements evolved since then. And sometimes it was just about outdated libraries or frameworks that we had to upgrade, or missing documentation. And, you know, it got harder and harder to try and maintain all of those things over time. So to stay on top of that, we said we need at least 30% of our engineering capacity each quarter to go towards the goal of operational excellence. And that includes addressing high priority tech debt, improving reliability, and basically making the systems easier to work with in the long run. And then we did a bit of a survey across the teams as well, and we basically figured out that a lot of the pain points they were dealing with could basically create more time and space for us for feature development, and that's how we kind of solved it as well. We also made a point to rebrand this into something that can be as valued as product delivery. It shouldn't be an afterthought. It's something that we actively want to prioritize and reward, because we know that if our systems are stable or maintainable, it ultimately slows everything else down. So we saw those investments as very strategic. When there's a risk to availability or security, you know, like we have to act straight away, like some things cannot wait. But another part of our culture was around testing. Like we've been operating in a very scrappy way because we try to keep up with everything that's happening. We experiment a lot, and we realized that we didn't have the right infrastructure in place. Like now we try to make this part of our culture, like how can we test extensively before anything goes to production to ensure that what we deliver is good enough or excellent. And we even run proactive tests when we intentionally break parts of the system. And the idea is to learn how it behaves under stress and make sure that it can recover in a more graceful way. And finally, we recognize that sometimes taking on technical debt is the right thing to do, especially when we're trying to experiment or try to move quickly in areas that we consider to be innovative. But the key is we shouldn't ignore it. We try to track it. We're transparent about it. We're not trying to hide it from our product team or anybody else. And we make sure that there's a plan to address it later in that moment, as opposed to just, going on about our day and then, that having to come back to us like a year later. We also established like team rituals and a culture in place to support us in this end goal of operational excellence. Things like planning sessions, check-ins, and also celebrations, because that is also super important. These give us a lot of structure, like a rhythm to the business. So everybody knows that when we plan, when we execute and when we pause to reflect and celebrate those wins, like nothing is done in secret. So, for example, a big one for us is quarterly planning. That's when we look at our roadmap and make sure that we're not just focused on new product work. We're also reserving a lot of time for tech health. Like I said, that 30% capacity. The engineers are like thought partners in that process. They have early visibility into what we're thinking. They have, the space and time to offer their opinions and their feedback. It's not done just from, within like the product team and the EMs. And beyond the ceremonies themselves, what really matters is the culture behind them. Having like responsibility and ownership and accountability. Everybody owns a piece of the team's success, and we make sure to celebrate those contributions along the way. So, yeah. Okay, so where to start? If operational excellence is something you want to achieve within your team, here are some good objectives to set for yourselves and your team. So the first one is you have to ask yourselves, like, where are we now? What types of tools or data or insights do we need to understand where we are, like in our systems, with our apps and services, in order to be able to come up with objectives that can cater to us and our unique use cases. The second one would be around defining SLAs and SLOs and SLIs. So for example, what is like the minimum acceptable threshold for your service and its availability? Also, what type of metrics are acceptable so that, what you put out there is quality enough, and also how do you capture some of those metrics? The third one would be around like logging and monitoring. So for example, what targets do you set for yourselves? What processes you need to be able to monitor the system and use that data to provide feedback so that you can improve on those processes and those objectives. And then of course, alerting, and also how you can improve the incident response and resolution. So for example, how can you minimize the downtime and the business impact? And how, because at the end of the day, this is also what's going to be super important for operational excellence when it comes to your users. Also maintainability, which is more about, like what type of infrastructure do you need in place when it comes to your testing, or do you need canaries maybe for some of your services, or at least the critical ones, or what type of strategy do you have around CI and CD so that the best practices are in place to be able to help your team operate at the best level possible. And lastly, how can you cultivate a culture of operational excellence? So, what type of check-ins or like meetings do you have to set up for your team? What type of feedback can you leverage? Like, do you have the right people? Do you listen to those people? And how can you foster that culture where like everybody cares and everybody wants to deliver the best product available, and how can they help you do that? So anyway, like I said, this was going to be a quick one, so thanks. I hope I didn't speak too fast. I do that sometimes. But yeah, if you have any questions, let me know.
No, you did a fantastic job. And I really enjoyed the message you opened with quite early on, that a lot of building a good team is prioritizing what brings the most quality and value to an end product. You can't work on everything at once. You just won't have the bandwidth. And focusing on what genuinely has the most impact and brings the most high quality is really important. And I saw that message going all the way through the presentation. So thank you for just putting the spotlight on that from the get-go. We do have some questions. the first question we have is, how do you encourage innovation and perhaps even risk-taking without compromising quality of the final product?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's a couple of things. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I try to be sneaky sometimes. So like when I put together the roadmap in collaboration with my product team, I do try to allow a bit of extra time that we sometimes account for things like, vacations or like, I don't know, those types of things. And so when something comes up in the middle of the quarter, we're like, oh, we would love to like explore that a little bit more. We would love that for that to be an experiment we run. The engineers have that time and space. Another thing that I try to do is empower people to not be afraid to take risks or make mistakes. We try to time box everything. So for example, we did invest a little bit in like how we can use AI for some of the feature development we had in the team. And then we said, hey, we're not going to spend more than a week at a time for each one of those features, because maybe if it's not working out in a week, that means that maybe we shouldn't, waste too much of our time. And then also it's about identifying these pockets of opportunity. So when my PM pitches a feature, if, for example, there's an opportunity for that to be coupled with exploring a new technology or something else like AI, like I said, I try to explain to them the trade-offs and also pitch to them the idea, hey, maybe this will take slightly longer, but maybe it's worth the end result, because then once we have that, we can use it for all these other things. And then we make that decision together. So there's a lot of different things that can happen. But honestly, at the end of the day, it's about like building those relationships in the workplace, like building that trust with your cross-functional partners and the team, and then creating that culture where like all of you know that you're on the same team with the same end goal, whether you're like in engineering or product or design or whatever. And then basically trying to come together to discuss like, okay, we know that this is what we need to do, but then how can we like be like smart and creative, and how can we innovate through those things?
That was really good. Thank you.
Yes, and I like this idea, which is also was mentioned in the presentation. This idea of giving the responsibility, but also giving this safe space to make mistakes and take new challenges as an opportunities. That definitely falls close to heart. But yeah, moving on to the next question. What role do you think recognition and feedback play in maintaining high performance?
Yeah, I mean, feedback is honestly like the most important thing that anybody can integrate into their teams. And it shouldn't be, like once a year, like some companies do through like these internal tools. And it shouldn't be at the end of a project in the form of a retro. It should be as constant as, like drinking coffee every day or tea or like brushing your teeth. It should be continuous and constant, because without feedback, positive or constructive, we don't grow. And so it's important to give feedback to all of your engineers, even like the most senior ones, whether they like it or not, because that's the only way for them to grow. It's the only way for everybody to be pushed to be better. And as a manager, I also encourage my team to give me feedback, and you kind of like set that tone, and you lead by example by doing that. And recognition is important. I mean, I know that a lot of people keep saying, oh yeah, like kudos is important, but like I don't know if people actually believe it. But I've seen the results. Like, it depends on people's personal motivations as well, and like the people you have in the team. But the more you congratulate somebody when they do something good, like first of all, it sets the tone for the rest of the team. You bring up a really good example. Like I had somebody recently who's been doing like a lot of really quick POCs using like some of the Gen AI tools for like developer, to help with like the developer experience. And he did so much, and I was like really highlighting all of his work in Slack channels and forums, like in the team, even like at stand-up, because that's how I want everybody else to operate. So without bringing visibility into that, how can I expect the others to get those hints and understand like that this is how I expect them to work and behave, right? So that's why it's extremely important.
And that leads on quite, because it touches on what you mentioned in the presentation and in your answers. What do you use to create a great culture for your team so they can feel ownership and accountability? Because they get the good feedback, but how do you really reinforce that ownership and accountability for the quality?
Yeah, as an EM, I'm always extremely transparent. I know that sometimes on leadership level, you can't always tell your team everything that's happening in the background, especially when it comes to things like reorgs and, you know, the things that are not really good. But you know, I make a case of, like, for example, the same way that they give me a stand-up update, I give them a stand-up update for myself every Friday. I'll do those, like, this breakdown of everything I've done in the weeks. I bring visibility into anything that I hear in, like, leadership forums, you know, and that helps build the trust. And without having that trust and that transparency, they're not going to trust you back. So I think that is the first step to make sure that you get to the stage that you need with your team. And then once you have that trust, you know, they want to perform well, like they want to do their part because you're doing your part. So it's about role modeling that type of behavior as well. Sorry, I kind of missed, what was the question again? Because I think I had a couple of points.
No worries. But yeah, thank you. I will just wrap it up there because that is all the time we have for this, and I'm keeping us on schedule. But you have been incredible. You are full of knowledge, and it has been a pleasure to have you here, and your very fun, very exciting, graphically popping presentation you brought with you.
Yeah, it was all Gemini, not me. But yeah, thanks for having me. It's been super cool. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to have you. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you hopefully in the future.
Thank you very much, Lydia.
Thank you. We're now going to take our final break of the day, but stay tuned, because up next we're going to hear from Lenovo before moving on to the panelist discussions part of today. We're going to be interviewing some really world-renowned experts who are on the cutting edge of AI development, and also see some familiar faces from earlier today. So we'll see you shortly.
It's our pleasure to introduce our last solo speaker of Quality Forge 2025 before we move on to our panelist section. This speaker will put the spotlight on the buzzword of the last year, well, actually 2 years, and a topic all businesses will keep talking about heading into 2026. So on that, I would like to introduce David Ellison. David is the Chief Data Scientist and Director of AI Engineering at none other than Lenovo. He is eagerly involved in the research, innovation, and democratization of AI, spearheaded through Lenovo's US and European AI Discovery Centers. Before Lenovo, David had a rich history running an international scientific analysis and equipment company, working as a data scientist for the US Postal Service, and holding a PhD in biomedical engineering. With numerous publications in top-tier journals and 2 proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. David has taken some time out his very busy schedule to join us today at Quality Forge to talk about the state of AI for 2025.
Hello there,
Hello,
David.
Hello, I'm happy to be here and happy to cover this topic.
We're very happy to have you here today, David.
Thank you for joining us. You are clearly an expert. From the intro that we know, you know exactly what you're talking about. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Yes, with the caveat, as much as anyone can know about AI, as fast as it's changing, it is a crazy, it's a wild ride in this space. So yes, we are talking about the state of AI in 2025. So I'd like to thank everyone for their time. Today, we're not just here to discuss artificial intelligence, but also future trends and where people are moving. I think we're in the midst of a fundamental platform shift, a change in as significant as internet or mobile. Our focus will be on navigating this shift and understanding the immense opportunities it creates for us in this space. We have the AI landscape in 2025. The Gen AI divide, which I will discuss, which is unprecedented investment with low business transformation. This seems to be common in technology. Yes, was there a question? Okay. An 8 billion capex surge, a historic hardware opportunity, is now unfolding. Foundational model leadership is not and settled. Foundational models are in flux, are moving from OpenAI to Claude to other competitors. It's all across the map. There's an adoption gap. There's the easy to deploy horizontal tools that are scaling, and the high impact vertical applications have seen a little bit slower adoption. And then, of course, the next wave of technologies with agentic AI and on-device AI are, kind of the keys to the next phase unlocking. So, we must kind of define what's happening. And AI is not just a technology shift like we did with cloud computing. Cloud computing changed the back end, but it didn't fundamentally change how we interacted with the systems. It just made them easier. It was a significant change, but it wasn't the it isn't the technology shift that the platform shift that we're looking at now. The technology shift changes how things are built on the back end, but a platform shift redefines the entire ecosystem, creating new applications, new business models, and new centers of value. This distinction is important. This makes the strategic goals and the impact greater to be seen. And is this going to be even more of a shift than we've seen before? I was talking to the chief scientist for OpenAI, is Jacob Pahotsi, and he believes that AI is going to lead to Jevons paradox. If you're unfamiliar with Jevons paradox, it's back from coal mining days, and when they started making more fuel-efficient coal, they thought that coal would drop, and it did in the short term. It did drop in the short term because less, you needed less coal to power your steam engines. But it ended up rising over time because as the technology became cheaper to use, more railroads were built, more routes were created, more uses were created for coal. Same thing we see with energy efficient cars. They burn less gas. You would think that would reduce gas usage, but as people burn less gas and it becomes cheaper to travel, people travel more, commute longer to work, choose to commute longer to work, and all these things. It made the overall oil consumption actually rise. On the other hand, so that's a very optimistic outlook for how AI is going to be defining our future. On the other hand, I will point out that he's also reading the book, If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies, which is, a bit less optimistic if I were to take a guess. So we talk about disruption. Everybody in business likes to talk about disruption, but it's not a monolithic concept. It's critical to understand what type of disruption is going to be bringing to the specific market. And so we're going to consider the difference between Uber and Airbnb. Uber used software to directly substitute the taxi market. It was a substitution model. This is things in AI such as professional services, media, customer support. It is a direct substitution for the user model. In contrast, a new market was created, in Airbnb, a new market was created alongside. It's the augmentation model. So now people have the choice of hotel or Airbnb, but they don't substitute each other. I mean, only partially at least. And so, areas that AI is impacting is manufacturing, logistics, supply chain optimization. A lot of what we do here at Lenovo is being disrupted in this augmentation model. So, you need to think of how, depending on the industry, depending on the situation, how AI will be disrupting your market. Here's the AI paradox. There's like 2 billion people awareness and trial of the, 2/3 of the global, or it says maybe even more than that, lots of the global population has tried a tool like ChatGPT. Most use it only once every few weeks, or used it a little bit and then never touched it again. So with nearly 2 billion users, it generated only about 12 billion of market, indicating a premium conversion rate of just about 3%. So is this a temporary time problem, or is this a fundamental problem to the technology? I do, some people, AI is being used in so many different ways, but some people are just using it on the surface level way. And Benedict Evans, who is a well-known commenter on and analyst in the AI space, says it's like using the most advanced Swiss Army knife, and everybody's using it as a letter opener. So old school technologies, old school habits, using this massive power in the most fundamental, easiest way possible. Other monetization gaps. So this is consistent. This Gen AI divide is consistent with other areas that we see free to paid conversions. Like e-commerce, only about 1 to 3% of the visitors actually purchase. Cart to checkout conversion is about 20 to 30%. So once they get into the cart or checkout, they have a much higher chance of actually moving forward. Mobile apps, is about 2 to 10%, up to 10%. So that's a lot better usage. Freemium sales sees about 5 to 10%. So you see that Gen AI is relatively low down with the e-commerce versus the other applications out there, at least for right now. So we are seeing this paradox, this Gen AI divide, this huge gap between high rates of experimentation and low rates of actual business transformation. A recent MIT report just talked about like 95% of custom enterprise tools never make it out of the pilot phase into production. 7 out of 9 major industries show no structural change from AI. The two that do see changes are tech and media. Those are the ones being changed. Everything else is just seeing more of that augmentation model that we talked about earlier. Things that improve little efficiencies but don't actually substitute or make vast changes. So for both customers and enterprises, there's a failure of integration. These standalone AI tools require changes in user behavior, creating friction. Anytime you're trying to do change management within an organization, a lot of times or most of the time, the hardest part about AI and hardest part about technology is getting people to use it, not the actual technology itself. So this is where we move, user involvement versus AI visibility. We're moving from this, a destination where you go to use AI to embedded AI. This is a core value proposition, on so many products that AI will disappear into the user's natural workflow. When you use your smartphone, you don't say, "Oh man, I'm so glad that AI corrected my image," or it gave me predictive typing, or the battery optimization that happens in your smartphone. You don't say that. It just happens, and you don't care that it's AI or some sort of generic algorithm. You just do it. Email. You don't go, "Oh, thank goodness the AI saved me from spam." You just assume that that the email is going to sort out spam or do a smart compose nowadays. E-commerce recommendations, streaming platform recommendations, all of these things are powered by AI, but they're embedded so deeply that you don't even think about it being AI anymore. And that's when AI becomes, inherently more powerful, is the true business transformation. It moves from simply providing information to automating entire processes. This is where embedded agentic AI is really going to transform things, because it is taking a task and not just doing something for you, doing something like a task for you that you've well defined. It just makes things happen. And if it's embedded and agentic AI, it's going to be incredibly powerful. So we're moving from those high touch AI use cases to the ones where you're just like, "Oh, am I using AI? I don't even know." This is, the cost of AI adoption is measurable. The cost of not adopting AI is harder to see, but far greater. I've heard this said a different way. The cost of adopting AI is a lot, but it doesn't compare to the cost of being left behind. That's kind of where we're at with this. If we look at enterprise spending on foundational model APIs, it was only $500 million in 2023 when things started out. It jumped all the way to $3.5 billion in 2024. And already midway through 2025, when we have our last numbers, it already jumped to 8.4 billion. So now that we're nearing the end of the year, you see that number is probably up at more at the 16 billion amount. So yeah, incredible growth in this space. Here's the great CapEx splurge, about $1 billion, 400 billion bet on the future of computing. These are the CapEx for some of our major companies. This is dramatic scaling from the 2024 to 2025 projections. Amazon is the relatively modest one of 17 billion, but you got 20 billion in Microsoft, you got 25 billion in Alphabet, and Meta, you've got up to another 25 billion. So, these are huge jumps in cap expense and expenditure. So how is the tech battleground shaken out? This tech is being deployed in conflicting and overlapping AI strategies. Microsoft is using AI to define its enterprise empire. So it's, expanding to things like Copilot and, trying to make more lock-in to their Microsoft products. Google aims to win through pure technology superiority. They're hoping Gemini outcompetes all the other models, and they perform the best research to perform the best foundational model. Amazon's focusing on dominating the cloud layer, with Bedrock and other technologies. They're open to how do you use these large language models in the cloud. Some of the most important strategies for the hardware ecosystem are those of Meta and Apple. Meta's open source strategy is really powerful for the Llama models. It's a disruptive play to commoditize the foundational layer of AI, to commoditize it, to make it like, oh, the AI is just a given. And this is a powerful tailwind for the open ecosystem, where Lenovo and other companies like us operate. Conversely, Apple's pursuing a more of a closed on-device strategy to tightly couple AI capabilities to its hardware and positioning privacy as a key differentiator. So these are a bunch of opposing sources and opposing strategies. So how is that shaping out in the market? This strategic movement is having a real impact on the foundational models themselves. With the early dominance of OpenAI that had over 50% of the entire market down to, last year, down to mid-market 2025, we have Claude now leading with 32% of the market. OpenAI's share has been cut in half. So I guess they're about 60% before. And while Google has secured a strong third position, there's pretty equal. I mean, there's certainly a ranking, but you have Anthropic leading, OpenAI, and then Google Gemini, followed, not so closely by the Meta Llama, ecosystem. So the shift refers from maturing market enterprises that now prioritizes control, customization, and compliance over raw capability. Anthropic's focus on model reliability, safety tools, enterprise integration, they've really resonated with those corporate buyers. But as model fragmentation accelerates, enterprises are demanding infrastructure that can host multiple models without vendor lock-in. And that tends to favor our hardware providers, like Lenovo and other people in that space. So a strategic choice leads to another critical decision: is open source versus proprietary. Proprietary is by far leading the space. And this comes with significant trade-offs. You get in control and data security. Open source models provide a solution to these issues, but their technical complexity is much harder. Closely looked to the model choice as deployment strategy. This is where to run the AI workloads. Of course, if you're on cloud, you have high, OpEx is high at scale. On-prem CapEx is where it's at. And latency is high in the cloud, relatively low on-premise, and lowest on device. So you have all these different advantages to whether you're running on the cloud, on-premise, and on edge, and on device. And I think we're going to see a lot more things going on edge and on device because of the privacy controls and security controls. The problem is can it run the best models? And obviously it's limited in what it can run. It's hardware imperative. Obviously, Lenovo cares about this, and NVIDIA cares about this, and the market projections reach $150 billion in 2025. You have data center transformation and the rise of the AI PC. Your PC is going to have NPUs in it. More and more frequently is going to have neural processing units, is what those are. And these are things that run AI just natively in your system. First killer application in generative AI has been code generation. And why has it worked? You have an expert user, software users can quickly and easily verify, well, maybe not easily, it takes a little time, but to verify AI's output. It mitigates risk because there's an expert in the loop in the process, solves one of the primary risks of AI hallucinations, and then there's a clear ROI in productivity measurements and savings. The key to this is that human in the loop is essential. It enhances accuracy, it mitigates bias, it ensures accountability and compliance, and it builds user trust. So that is really key to building in your AI applications, this human-machine interface. Looking at these trends, we see inflection points that define the market for years to come. First, the migration of AI workloads to the edge, which is the single most important structural shift. It's driven by undeniable needs for better performance, privacy, and cost control. Second is data centers completely reinvented around power density, technologies like liquid and cooling as central infrastructure. And finally, as AI models become more complex, progress longer, simply coming from adding more GPUs. We need the future hinges on creating more energy efficient, more efficient models that can, define the future. So based on this analysis, we propose 5 actionable recommendations for Lenovo, and then I have a couple for just the general audience. First is a champion open on-prem ecosystem. There's a huge market for enterprises that want the security of private AI, but are deterred by its complexity. Second is, to lead the AI transition, focusing on real-world user experience. Third is to double down on next-generation data centers. This includes liquid cooling and high-density design. Fourth is develop a cohesive edge-to-cloud story that reflects the hybrid reality of enterprise AI. Moving from edge to cloud to data center, all the things. And then finally, embracing the human-in-the-loop model as a design principle, as we talked about it being very effective in coding and other applications. So this is how Lenovo is adapting, but how can you adapt? You can champion openness and interoperability, build ecosystems that integrate, don't isolate. It's hard to win in the vendor lock-in space. It's much easier to win in the integrated. Of course, once you create a moat, it's easier to defend, but it's easier to get into the market if you're not isolated, if you integrate. Design for real outcomes, measure success by user experience and business value, not tech specs, not how much accuracy did this model produce. That's great and all for a data scientist to look at, but the business people don't care about that. You modernize AI for scale, re-architect your infrastructure for compute design efficiency and sustainability, whether you're doing it on the cloud or whether you're doing it on-prem. Unify your edge and cloud, connect the distributed intelligence into one adaptive system. So your edge and cloud strategy need to be, have the same strategy. And then, of course, keep humans in the loop. We need humans in the loop to control for hallucinations and to build user trust. So with that, I'd like to end the presentation and thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the time to present to you, and I hope this, gave you some insights into where the state of AI in 2025. With that, I'd like to open it up to questions.
Yes, thank you, David, very much for informative and yet very down-to-earth presentation. I think the audience especially appreciated your strategic recommendations. I mean, not every day you can get a piece of advice from such a knowledgeable and experienced person. So thank you, David. And yes, we do have a couple of questions to you, and I'll start with the following. There has been a lot of investment and work globally by companies attempting to integrate AI, but what does successful AI implementation actually mean? What are some core KPIs business should look out for?
I did allude to this in the in the discussion, but only briefly. So successful AI implementation isn't about like model accuracy and lift and all these other actions. It is about ROI. And is it impacting the cost savings or revenue generation of the company? You've used AI. AI has succeeded when it's invisible to the users, but it's indispensable to the business. From a KPI standpoint, I kind of look at three different categories. You have operational efficiency, time to insight, automation rate, process cycle reduction. These are things that are cost savings. There's financial ROI, cost avoided, revenue uplift, margin improvement directly. We focus a lot on this KPI at Lenovo. And then you have adoption and trust, user and engagement, model explainability. These things are really good. They're kind of softer metrics, but how is AI embedded into the workflows? So those are all the types of areas, but essentially what we're doing is we're looking at where can we have cost savings, where can we generate revenue?
No, that's a very good answer. I like how you broke it down and sort of highlighted in a way the KPIs you have are very use case specific. You need to know where you are making those savings and where you are making those optimizations. And no one business is going to be a cookie cutter same thing. What was one massive saving for another business might not have the same impact on a vaster, more international scale. Which does lead into a second question. As you mentioned, there's been a lot of investment in AI, but there have been fears of an AI bubble forming or an AI winter. So what is your take on this?
So I think there is definitely exuberance in the space. There's definitely a bubble. The question is, how much foundational value is there behind that bubble? So when it pops, how far is it going to drop? I don't think, as you talked about in that question, that we're going to hit an AI winter. AI winters has happened when people totally give up on the AI and it's not delivering any value and nobody sees any future delivering value. I think we've undeniably proved that AI has value and can have value. So I don't think this bubble is going to pop and we're going to go to zero. I just do not see that happening. But I could see the bubble popping and us going to 70% of what we're doing, or 60%, which is still going to be a dramatic hit on the stock market. And on business value, and job creation and all that. So there is going to be a bubble pop, but we're not going back to zero. We're not going to an AI winter. There will be a correction in valuation, but not in the value that AI delivers. And that's why it's important to not just, we don't take projects at Lenovo that are just like, hey, can you implement agentic AI for us because we want agentic AI? If it doesn't have clear ROI statements to it or clear value that it's going to be generating, we don't do it. And you shouldn't either. You should look at AI so that when the exuberance ends, when the bubble pops, you're left with the people that are the AI that's generating value, not the AI that's just generating hype.
That is a fantastic answer. It does clear up a lot because there is a lot of people, there's a lot of fear mongering. It's good to know that I agree AI is here to stay. And if there is a bubble, it's not just going to go to nothing. It will just be a value correction. We'll see a slight change in how things are done, but AI is here to stay. There is a bubble, but it's not going to be a complete disillusion of everything. So thank you. That was a fantastic answer.
Right.
Next question.
Yes, we do have time for one more question. There is a word which is flying around a lot, which is democratizing AI. What does this mean to you? We have seen cases such as NVIDIA's new DGX computer. That's a big advancement for AI researchers and developers. And on the other side, companies that allow for vibe coding, lowering the barriers of entry of development to near zero. What is your take on that?
So I'm really excited about democratizing AI because as we talk about building user trust and human in the loop, having the people actually using the AI that are actually performing the applications and not data science, and that's what democratizing AI means. It's removing the friction between intent and intelligence. It's about enabling more people, not just data scientists, to create, adapt, and benefit from AI. So we have these tools that the people that are actually performing the work will be able to derive value. And you mentioned about the DGX system. That's one system that is really powerful. It can sit on your desk. and really deliver some of that compute for an average researcher, for an average person. And then, of course, we talked about the low code, and we talked about in the presentation about the importance of vibe coding and how it's influencing things and the human in the loop aspect of that. So true democratization happens when both ends converge, when the high performance infrastructure and human creativity, meet in the middle. And so, that's when AI moves out of the status of elite and moves into the status of everyday use. And that, again, because that is happening, I don't see us in that bubble that's going to pop and go to zero.
Fantastic answer. That is all the time we have with you for the moment. You will be joining us again later, so do stay tuned. You will be seeing more of David. But for now, thank you for joining us. You have time to grab yourself a quick coffee, and we will be seeing you later on one of our panels talking more about AI. But for now, thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And now for something a bit different and a bit more interactive. It's time to move on to the panels portion of today's conference. We've prepared a variety of pressing topics that we will be posing to our panelists. The first panel topic we will dive into looks at how AI is fitting into and making waves in the fintech industry. So jumping straight into it, our first panel speaker is a familiar face from the start of the day. We'll be welcoming back Simon Hall,
who will be joined today by Elias Negrin. Elias is a fresh face with us today and is a product owner at RaboBank. With over 20 years of experience in everything from banking, telecoms, and healthcare, Elias has seen it all and is now charging into the realm of AI. Besides being a certified Scrum expert, Elias is a published author with his book on MySQL database development and a practice conference speaker.
And our final expert on this panel is TestDevLab's very own Vytautas Mitrevskis. Vytautas has over a decade of experience in software QA and is the director of our Lithuanian division. Well-versed in the hands-on and strategic aspects of software QA, he works with global teams to deliver product quality and excellence.
Our speakers have a wealth of experience in the various aspects of quality assurance and are ready to share their views about AI's growing role in the financial service and fintech industries and how it's becoming a significant part of software development. I'm very excited about this panel because of how experienced our panelists really are. So we're very lucky to have our speakers cover AI in fintech and banking industries, use cases, benefits, and challenges.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for joining us.
Great, thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you all here. Simon, you are a friendly face, and we have our two new faces, our very own Vytautas and Elias, who is joining us as well from RaboBank. I will jump straight into it with a topic on asking our speakers broadly, how is AI changing the financial industry? So starting with Simon, at Nuvei, you enable businesses to accept and process payments globally. In the payments domain of the fintech industry, what would you say is the biggest impact AI has had?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we know AI is huge and will be huge. We know that it's something that we need to engage with. We need to do well to stay competitive. And we're taking steps. We have taken steps to be ready and to start that transformation, which include things like hiring for a chief AI officer, start having ideas collected from our employees. We start thinking of things like machine identities, so really laying the foundation to do AI initiatives. What we see so far is that the main impact to us has been how we work. So that's making ourselves more efficient. Think coding tools, think AI-powered knowledge bases, tools to help us with the financial investigations, which I will talk a bit more about later. So that's really where we are today. What we haven't seen is really a deep change to the business itself. I think for payments specifically, we get money from A to B, right? From buyer to merchant or buyer to seller. And at the core of it, it's very rules-based. And we're still seeing how things like generative AI will fit into this.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. I guess we'll build on that with a question for Elias.
Yes, Elias, jumping to you. So, staying global in the banking industry specifically, how is AI shaking things up? Is it maybe changing data analysis, user experience, or maybe safety? What would you say is the AI biggest impact?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me, having me here. It's a real pleasure, and that's a really good question. I would like to start with, although AI, of course, is really, there is a lot of hype. Everyone is talking about it. There is definitely a lot to learn and investigate, and a lot of use cases. At RaboBank, we still start, and it's also my personal, let's say, view that I start with the problem at hand, not with, let's say, if it's AI or a more traditional way to solve a problem. So we start with a problem, and of course, what you mentioned, the data analysis, machine learning on top of the traditional rule-based approach, which was of course quite limited in possibilities. Automating the risk model validation documentation. Actually, we did a hackathon with this kind of use case. Creating context-aware realistic test data based on domain-specific prompts and input to requirement analysis. This is a few of the use cases that we're investigating in order for us to be able to serve at the end the customer, and internally on top of the regulations and policies. So in short, indeed, AI is very interesting, and it's shaking things up.
That's really interesting.
Yes.
Fantastic. And then turning to our own Vytautas, working with various fintech clients, how is AI transforming quality assurance? And what are the different challenges you see between fintech startups and these large established players?
Hello, Josh. First of all, thanks for pronouncing my name very correctly. It's so I remember myself starting in QA industry almost 20 years ago, and I remember that we were working like one QA to two developers. We were mostly working on functional testing, so basically checking if that button which I'm pressing is pressed correctly and does whatever needs to be, and does whatever this needs to do, and how payments are processing. But now things are changing, right? So now QA teams are much leaner and smaller, and there are more developers working on the team where one or few QAs need to cover things. And we also not only working on functional testing, but we need to cover non-functional parts like security, compliance, accessibility, and other parts. And here is where AI tools kicks in. So by using those tools, you can easily go through a big amount of data. You can understand where their biggest issues are, what is the pattern of users. And by getting those results, then testers can do risk-based testing. So basically, it's shortening the time, and you are focusing exactly on where you need to focus. When it comes to difference between smaller fintechs and bigger banks, obviously fintechs are fast, so basically they adopt fast, and AI could be like even part of the end product. However, sometimes we see that fintechs are facing issues with a QA personnel, so not necessarily they even have one dedicated for that. When it comes to bigger banks, obviously it's huge processes. They need to be compliant. There is a risk department, compliance department, security, and so on. That obviously slows down adoption of new tooling. And when it comes to personnel, obviously they have more, but not necessarily QA engineers could be easily assigned for working with the new tools. So when we're talking about AI adoption, it's not only about technology, it's also about people. How much companies can invest in trainings and then having that personnel who can really work together with the AI tools.
That was a really good answer. And now we've sort of established from Simon and Elias and you, Vytautas, from what we've all seen, I want to ask a question to everyone on the panel. And that is now, despite these successes, we often hear that AI implementation in the financial service and fintech industry is particularly complex compared to other industries. From your guys' experience, what makes AI integration so challenging in the fintech and banking space? Maybe it's the regulatory environment, maybe it's working with legacy systems, maybe there's risk management requirements, or maybe it's something else entirely. So it'd be interesting to hear from our panel today. What are the difficulties that come with integrating AI in your projects and how you work? Let's start with, I guess, Simon.
Yeah, sure. So I think there are two main challenges that we see. The first one is around the data security. It's not necessarily like a regulation that's specific for financial services, but we deal with a lot of very sensitive data. Things like people's payment information, like credit card numbers, but also people's personally identifiable information, like passports, social security numbers, things like that. And we need to be very cautious with how we handle this information that we absolutely cannot misplace or lose, which also limits us with how we can use that information to effectively use different AI tools on top of. So that's one complicating factor for us. The second factor for payments specifically, or financial services more broadly, I suppose, is that it's very rules-based. So for example, for payments, you need to always make sure that you screen these payments. Usually these screenings are for fixed rules. They're kind of fixed logic, not necessarily something that would go very well in a large language model. There are things that you can do around it, like supporting with investigations, for example. But at the core of it, it's very kind of deterministic logic that goes into these systems. I think that's kind of summarizes it.
No, that's a fantastic answer. And then I guess to Elias, do you have the similar rules-based approach that applies when you're working with RaboBank, or is there other things that you have to consider?
I would second Simon on what he mentioned. Definitely data privacy, personal PII, personal identification information. Also in terms of who has access to actual production customer data is strictly segregated in what we call dev test and then pre-pro things. Another big challenge with AI, and we have been very careful with this, is the explainability of the output. So for example, if someone is deemed to be a high-risk customer, also if you are using machine learning or AI models on top to enhance the rule approach, you really need to be in a position to explain to the regulators or to whoever audits or to whoever consumes this result. Also, it has to do with applications that consume output from transaction screening or customer risk detection, etc. Another thing is the fairness of the model and inclusivity. So you really need to be quite careful on the extra bias that you might introduce to the model, which is actually also, of course, humans. As humans, we are biased, but then we need to be careful on the fairness and inclusivity of the model if then you rely on AI on top of the rule-based approach. So I think these are the main concerns and challenges.
Thank you. I think that's really good to hear. Both you've seconded what some of Simon said, and you've added some more into it. So that really helps paint a picture for maybe coming from both larger companies with Nuvei and RaboBank for smaller startups to see what it is like a bit and what they need to consider at the top of level when they are thinking about how they can use AI to enhance their own systems. We do have another question.
Yes, we do would like to jump a little bit in the business side. And Simon, this question is to you. Payout helps marketplaces and platforms with split payments, seller onboarding, and payouts. Given your experience building reliable financial systems, where does AI fit into this picture for you? What are you working on right now? if you could tell us.
Yeah, of course. I think Elias already mentioned a number of these points. There are two use cases that I'd like to highlight. One is around transaction monitoring, and the second one is around customer onboarding KYC. For transaction monitoring, we indeed have rules-based rules that kind of dictates if a transaction should be flagged or not as a suspicious transaction that needs more investigation. But what we are looking into, or what we're applying, is AI to help us with this investigation. Again, we need to be able to explain why we take certain decisions, but AI can help us summarize the facts that we know about a particular payment and make the work for our analysts easier without necessarily taking the final decision in the end. And similarly for customer onboarding KYC, there is a screening process that needs to take place before you send any funds to an individual or a business. And this screening process has a number of steps. And these steps can also have AI assistance to help summarize the facts, maybe to raise certain risks that a human can then finally take a look at and then approve or disapprove.
Thank you, Simon, for your answer. I think, seeing how excited you are about your products, we probably would have another session about this separately, but unfortunately we need to move on. So Elias, I'm moving to you. The next question is for you. You work on the risk detection platform at RaboBank. Can you tell us what AI and machine learning use cases you're currently implementing and how they're helping protect the bank and its customers?
Yes, like it has been mentioned already also by Simon, the traditional approach is policies and regulations and then building business rule automation engines. Also for us, up to now, the approach is a kind of a batch process of the customer base and a calculation of the anti-money laundering risk. Also is used on the onboarding of a client, offboarding of a client, and also based on the risk you have periodic reviews, for example, every 1, 3 or 5 years, given the associated risk. Now, because this creates a kind of a lead time or a lag that with the modern world and the speed also that fraudsters work or try to scam potential victims, credit cards or whatever, we want to go to a model that is more proactive, first of all, so on an ongoing or perpetual due diligence, which means that we don't really want to scan the whole customer base, but we want to go also on if something changes more on event-based or real-time approach, which also reduces the number of people that are affected by this. So one is this, and the other is that instead of having a perceived risk, for example, Elias is a medium or high risk because of the rules and the indicators in the system, but maybe the actual risk based on other data that the rules cannot assess. So this is where machine learning gets into the picture. You can get an actual risk versus the perceived, and then that might lead to a significant reduction in the cases that normally the front end or the case analysts review, and they are of course getting in touch with the customer. So one is to reduce the false positives, and the other of course is to be able to identify earlier the risk.
That was a good answer. And I do want to build on what you've just said, because you were talking about managing the risk and the processes that work in the time lag. You work really closely, Elias, with internal and external stakeholders to identify those legal and business requirements. So how do you get alignment on AI initiatives when different stakeholders may have various different understandings, and what's your approach to managing these conversations?
First of all, we at RaboBank, there is a specific AI department, AI officers and people that are assessing the tools. There is a framework, a specific framework. There have been adaptations of many well-known Gen AI tools like Copilot, etc., in order to have the as safe as possible use of the tools to protect the bank, of course, and the customers. So there is a framework behind all of this. And anyway, this is built on top of the already minimum requirements that are necessary, for example, when you want to bring a new system, platform, or model into production. So in that respect, I think there is a good baseline on security, compliance, and the IT organization. Now, on the external business stakeholders, of course, you need to adapt the language. For example, if you talk to legal and compliance, when you're talking to lawyers or other people that do not really understand the IT and technology jargon, you need to bring the right people, and from all angles, architects, IT people, business, legal, compliance, and understand their concerns and what everyone needs. So I'm not saying it's easy. It's very difficult in practice, and many times although you feel that people are aligned and understand, and we have a plan, then sometimes you need to take a step back, maybe even go back to the drawing board because something you identify last minute, or something was misinterpreted or not been taken into consideration. But I think, so all in all, we are in a continuous learning, and the important thing here is that we try to work and try assumptions as early as possible, so we know what we are doing bad, and then next time we do it better. But safety and privacy and customer protection is always top most important.
Of course. That's also very good. I like how you mentioned that it's important to make sure everyone understands their role in the larger scale of things, and bringing in the right people to make sure everyone does understand their role to ensure that safety and the quality and the end user is protected. We do have another question aimed at Simon.
Yes, we do. Simon, you have a unique perspective. You started implementing AI at Payout as a startup, then Nuvei acquired the company in 2024. How did this acquisition change your AI implementation process? What was different between the startup environment and being part of the larger corporation right now?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And of course, it is much more difficult to do this on a big company scale. So if I look at a simple example, let's say that we want to introduce new AI coding tools for our developer cohort. If I would do this at Payouts, let's say that we have a team of 20 people that would get this access to these tools. We know all 20. We know how they work. We can probably see them at the office. It's very quick to get them set up with new tools. We can do an evaluation of the different coding tools. Let's say we want to use Windsurf as an AI coding assistant. You can do a quick evaluation, purchase it for a limited amount of users, probably get a pay-as-you-go subscription, and you're started in no time, right? So, but if you work with a larger company, I think the IT organization of Nuvei is 900 people, something like that. And of course, you need to be much more careful with how you select and you roll out these tools. It's 900 people, so you're not going to have full oversight over every one of them yourself. So the tools that you select need to be vetted, and you need to make sure that they really work for all 900 people, and that they don't introduce, security risks or other kinds of risks, for the company. Because at the end of the day, you deal with very sensitive information, which is the source code of your systems. So, of course, with big organizations, then also comes more stakeholders. You want to have guidelines for how you select these tools, how you work with the tools. You want to have full control over where the data for these tools is stored and processed. Also, commercials become more challenging because you need to make sure that it kind of works commercially. Whilst in a startup, you can just adjust as you go. Yeah, I've grown appreciative of the challenge of doing this in large organizations. And that's just an edge that you have as a startup, that you can be so quick and nimble with.
That's a fantastic answer. Thank you. And then bringing back in Vytautas, you've worked with various different fintech clients, and how does the organizational size impact the AI quality management practices you see in them, from maybe smaller startups to larger organizations? What is the big difference there?
I think I can just once again repeat what was told. So AI quality management is not just about technology, but basically governance and security kicks in here, right? And then again, smaller startups are fast, agile, not necessarily always they are having strict governance, security rules, and compliance, and that potentially might go into the accidents like disclosing, exposing the client data or go into vulnerabilities. While larger banks, obviously, they have all those processes in line. That takes much more time when we're talking about implementation of AI, because even simply agreements between different departments of compliance, security, audit, everything needs to be audited in bigger banks. So that obviously takes more time to implement. What is interesting is that those two different kind of organizations looks that they're learning from each other, right? So bigger banks wants to be a little bit more agile and then go further, while startups obviously need to think about the security, compliance, and so on. So all in all, it's about responsibility as well. So you need to be secure, and you should not only build AI as a smart tool, but also as safe and accountable.
Fantastic answer. And then going back to Elias.
Yes, Elias, your risk detection tool provides risk rating for the customers. I would like to ask, how is AI enhancing fraud detection and risk assessment at RaboBank? What makes AI-powered approaches more effective than traditional rule-based systems?
Yeah, nice question. I think I will repeat some things mentioned already. That traditional rule-based systems are quite effective, and they will continue to be there. So all the basis of the investigation or the core of on the risk detection engine, it will still be rule-based, like also I think it's for transaction monitoring, where let's say AI, machine learning, and this kind of technology can be more effective is on advanced data analytics, prediction, forecasting, where we see that we are quite, sometimes we are quite off. On the future case backlog volumes, where I mentioned already that we really have a lot of false positives and false negatives. So this means additional investigation, where it's not needed. Another opportunity we see is on model performance KPIs and monitoring. So this means business KPIs. Of course, on the IT infra, predictive maintenance, defect minimization, we are also working a lot on coding assistance or test and input data creation, where we need large volumes of test data, and we can create them quite fast. Unit test creation that can help the QA work and minimize a lot the manual unit test or functional testing. And then, yeah, so because AI also, of course, comes with a lot of caveats and challenges on itself. But in general, this is where we see the opportunity and where we can enhance the traditional rule-based approach. So it's not the one replacing the other.
That's a great answer. I'm going to move on a bit and talk a bit more about those risks and challenges. In financial services, there's a constant tension between innovating with AI and managing risks carefully. How do you navigate this balance? We've talked a lot about the risks, the regulations, and ensuring the end user protection, but how do you go about navigating these? I'll pose that to Simon first, just because I'll give Elias's voice a breast.
Yeah. No, it is a tension, and financial services is heavily regulated, and for good reason. We know we deal with people's money. We know we deal with people's very sensitive information. And that's the number one thing that we can never fail, to have people lose their money or misplace their money, lose their data. So the regulations are strict. There are also a difference in the level of strictness depending on what kind of financial service you provide. Like, for example, for banks, the burden is very high, but for financial services, for payments, a little bit lower. But at the end of the day, that's the number one thing. And for older institutions, they have also grown this muscle over the years, right? So they've built up their reputation, they have their customers because people have trusted them, because they have been trustworthy in the past. And yeah, I think how do we balance these risks? I think we balance the risks by making sure that we always keep control of our customers' money and data first. And that in practice, that means that it limits us a little bit with what we can do in terms of AI. But I think that's also for good reason.
That's a good answer. And then to Elias, building on that as someone from one of those larger, more traditional banks where you do have that sort of muscle memory there, is there anything you'd like to echo from Simon's comments, or maybe add something in on managing the risks carefully that come with innovating with AI?
No, not really, because at the end, you need to manage the risk and what is your risk appetite. And of course, you cannot really, I mean, it's all about managing risk. So customer protection, data protection, the reputation, the trust is always the topmost priority. So anything else, of course, no risk means no gain, but excessive risk is beyond appetite. So basically, no, I don't think I can add. I don't want to add anything to that.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Thank you, Elias, very much for your answer. And to sum up all this conversation, I have one last question to all our panelists. For companies just beginning their AI journey in the financial services, what's your most important piece of advice? Should they start with small, proven use cases and build systematically, or is AI different enough that it requires a more experimental approach?
That's a question to any of the speakers. So I guess back to Simon.
Yeah, I can jump in for that one. I think you should always think of AI in kind of two categories. There's one which is enhancing how you do work yourself. Think of the AI note takers, coding agents, knowledge bots, things like that. And then there's the AI that goes into your product. I think for new companies, depends a bit on how new they are. If they're really an upstart that doesn't have a product yet, I think the first question is AI a part of your product? Is that your product proposition? Or do you have a more traditional product proposition and look to bolt on AI to it? If you look to bolt on AI, I think the most important thing is that you think of the use case that you want to solve for. It's not a hammer looking for a nail, but really, is there a problem that can be solved, or is there a service that can be provided that's just better with an AI engine attached to it? And I think that's the pitfall that so many companies have fallen into, that you just want to slap AI on anything. And at the end of the day, you spend a lot of money, you spend a lot of time and effort, but you come out with little results. And especially as a startup, I think nailing the use case is the most important thing.
Fantastic. And then any notes from Elias on that? Advice for companies just starting?
I would definitely, No, I would definitely echo. Like I said in the beginning, there's too much hype, and everyone is looking for using AI just for the sake of AI, or even, how to say, naming maybe older techniques as AI, which is also quite blurry, and it doesn't give the... So for me, is find the right tool for the right use case and search really for solving the problem, because at the end, people care about results and serving their needs, not the technology behind this.
Fantastic. Vytautas, do you want to add anything to that? Is there anything you think people should take into account from the AI side when it comes to quality testing? Maybe they should be ready to experiment with the AI agents. Maybe they should be ready for just taking it a bit more cautious and being a bit more skeptical.
I think the key takeaway here is that companies need to invest in people and in training. So smart people will produce smart products, and that's the very important part.
Thank you. I think that's a beautiful note to end on. Invest in your people, and they will help you deliver fantastic products. That is all we have time for our questions, so we will wrap this up. But I'd like to thank you all for being here, talking to us about transaction monitoring, onboarding KYCs, the traditional approach versus new approach, how people can integrate AI, what they should watch out for, maybe some of the approaches they can consider, and what that does when it comes to testing. It's fantastic to hear from you all, and I'd like to thank you all for being here today. It has been fantastic to hear from you all, and thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. It was an absolute pleasure to have you today here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Quality Forge is almost at an end, but the importance of the next topic will be key for businesses heading into 2026. So on that, we would like to introduce our final panel and guest speakers of the day. The next panel promises to be especially interesting as it brings together experts from across industries and disciplines. Kicking things off, we'll be welcoming back a friendly face of David Ellison from Lenovo.
Joining David this time we have Ēvalds Urtāns. Ēvalds is the CEO of the technology company Asia, specializing in practical AI solutions, and he has extensive experience developing innovative AI-driven tech like pitch patterns and Aldogen. Additionally, Ēvalds holds a PhD in artificial intelligence and is a co-founder of Latvian Artificial Intelligence Association.
We will also be joined today by Andrei Danilov. Andrei is an engineering manager at RoomPriceGenie, where he manages reporting and value delivery pillars for global clients to help them increase their revenue. What this means is Andrei focuses on building customer-facing AI and data products. Outside of work, Andrei coordinates boot camps, writes blog posts, and of course, speaks at conferences.
And our final panelist is another one of our own talents, Alvaro Lopez. Alvaro is the director of the R&D and test automation department at TestDevLab, where he spearheads our testing innovations like algorithms for audio-video quality assessment. In addition to leading TestDevLab's R&D efforts, Alvaro brings a unique perspective to his work as a physicist with a master's degree in space science.
With a panel of speakers that sit on the cutting edge of AI, we are in for a treat. So without further ado, our 4 experienced experts will join us now to discuss from hype to reality, making AI work in the real world. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Fantastic. It's nice to see you again, David. It's nice to see you, Andrei, Alvaro, and Ēvalds. Thank you all for joining us today. I will jump straight into it, and we'll talk about AI applied in those real world scenarios, and I will pull on all your experience. So the first question will be directed at David. How can AI be used in production planning? Maybe you can give us some insight into how AI can help and give us some examples.
Absolutely. That's a great question. Production planning is one of the areas where AI moves from, the hype to the reality very quickly. It's very easy to see where that value can be created. At its core, production planning is a massive optimization puzzle. You have to balance materials, machine availability, cost, complexity, your human workforce, all that into a fluctuating invoice or order book. for decades or since for a long time. It's been managed with spreadsheets and experience and gut feel. Just kind of, we have these invoices, we have these many worker hours, let's just put it together and estimate what it is. Results in a lot of downtime, a lot of missed deadlines. This is where AI really shines. AI isn't magic, but it's a powerful tool for processing pattern recognition engine. So I will give an example of one that I did with a small wiring harness company in Canada. The wiring harnesses are like the wiring that goes inside an airplane or a car. They assemble the wiring harness and they send it off to the manufacturer. So their planning process was entirely manual, as is custom, as is normal in that customary in that space. When an invoice, a worker came in, a manager manually estimated how many man hours it would take, broken down by worker skill. As you can imagine, the pure guesswork was based on experience. It was almost always wrong, understaffed, overstaffed, a lot of wasted time. They had all the data they needed, but it was siloed into 3 distinct databases, one for orders, one for HR, one for payroll, one for final billing. They needed a low-cost solution that could make sense of the mess. First, we approached the data integration. We joined the databases, we made them talk to each other, all that fun stuff. Then we built a predictive model that figured out how long these jobs, looked at hundreds of past jobs and predicted how long these jobs would take by worker skill. And then we used that output to optimize scheduling and to make the most efficient scheduling process. The overall result of this was taking a planning process that took hours to do and make it into nearly instantaneous, just a dashboard that updates. More importantly, by scheduling the right people, the right jobs, eliminating that guesswork, we decreased the non-billable hours by 20%, which produced a savings of $2 million for the small wiring harness company of 50 people. So it was a real impact for that small business.
I'd say 2 million for a company of 50 people that's not small change. That is a significant amount of money they've saved there.
Right.
That's incredible. And then moving on to Andrei as well, who gives a bit more insight into the SAS side of things.
Yes, Andrei, question to you. Machine learning and LLM-based web and SaaS features, maybe you have some insight into how AI can be applied there?
A very good question, thank you. Well, AI brings value to SaaS when it reduces complexity for the user. For example, I think the best applications of AI are the ones where the users reaches whatever job they're trying to perform faster, no? And with less effort, with fewer clicks or fewer decisions that they need to do, no? For example, at Typeform, we used AI to generate the first version of a form from basically a short description and some other details. So instead of starting from scratch, you start from a draft and you're feeling more productive. No, you can just edit, make small changes, and you are getting faster from time to value. No, traditional software also gives users, the raw data in a way and expects them to take a decision. Now, this is where I've seen AI can interpret data, can give you suggestions of different outcomes, like propose a certain action to be taken, or even take an action on your behalf, right? And this is, for example, at RoomPriceGenie, where I currently work, AI helps hotels adjust pricing automatically when there is a change in demand. For example, you have a concert in your city, or there's a big sports event, etc. You want to be leveraging that information to make the best out of that price, right? And also, AI can automate these operational decisions. For example, at Glovo, computer vision models could determine if a package and a delivery that you asked for, it's coming damaged. So in the end, it's analyzing a photo and possibly, if it has a high confidence, automatically issues a refund for the customer. No, this if there's a high confidence there. No, so the user receives a resolution in seconds. They are not waiting for a couple of days on that. They can buy another meal. They are more productive, and at the same time, internally, they are more productive. And this is where I want to make also my last point. No, these are customer-facing features, but another interesting take is the internal usage within the SaaS companies of AI. For example, I've noticed product or strategy teams pull up together from different places data for such as sales calls that are videos or multiple channels. Customer support tickets, any feedback that you might get, like in NPS service to identify patterns that they could maybe link to missing features or a business impact and strategy. In this way, you automatize the operational side and administrative side of things, so you can just do the thinking and let a tool connect the dots for you. As you can see, in all of these cases, AI becomes useful when it solves a real problem for the users and also makes the life easier for them for a particular job.
Thank you. I appreciate how you also made sure to include lots of examples there that our audience can really understand. It is solving problems and some examples that really help get that message across. But AI is not just limited to being used in business SES or in production. It can also have a massive role in the world of robotics. So I would like to pose, I guess, the first question, and I'll pose this to both our robotics experts with us today, to Ēvalds. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about how AI can be used in robotics.
Yeah, I do have another robot dog company where we are building the robot dog application for construction business for detecting the deviations from the BIM models and changing the way how industry works. But I think that's a little bit more outliner. Like if you look at mostly where the robotics are in industry, they're still in many cases in some kind of quality control or some production line automation, and I think we're early days, very early days. AI is even, I would argue, quite early days. And I think before we will see fully intelligent robotic platforms, we'll see this step, what you can Google up, this Neo robot from Norway, for example, where they do have telepresence robots, where you can change the way how the workforce works. Like you can have maid in your home, which is telepresence from India or some other place, and the robotic platform can do all these things, and then it becomes the situation how much data you can gather. The more data you would gather with these telepresence platforms or some intermediate robotic platforms still fully autonomous, those will be the winners. So if somebody interested in that field, as always, you need to gather data and start to find some EU funding or some other way how to operate. And regarding the robotics, I believe Alvaro, maybe you can tell about your robotic farms for clicking the phones or something of that sort, right?
Yes, right on point. So at the moment, at least from TestDevLab side, we focused on testing. Lately, what we are trying to do is automate mobile devices or any other type of platform that has software by utilizing the physical controls. The latest project that we're working and the hardware part of the R&D department is working on is refurbishing 3D printers in order to do these type of automations. So we are developing this software, which by the end will be an open source software, and you can connect it to the computer, and then together with some computer vision frameworks that we have already released at TestDevLab, it all plays together in order to automate mobile devices in this case, but it can be applied later on for other hardware and devices. So, and if you then later on put it together with agentic AI models, then you can do full pipelines where the decision making is actually orchestrated by these agents. So it, as you said, is very early on. There is a lot of opportunities. I think from the testing side, it's a new world that will unravel, but that doesn't mean that the effort from actual engineers will decrease. I think it actually will skyrocket just to be able to test these new technologies or improve the existing ones.
I like that. That was a good answer about how even now, as Ēvalds said, AI is still growing and you are still part of that experimental process, and you're also pushing and seeing what you can do with it. And that's a really big part of what's helping AI move forward. Yeah.
And I think
Yeah,
it sounds very
definitely.
exciting. But moving on from the robotics of AI and robotics to the AI agents, I have a question to David to overall kickstart this conversation about AI agents. Maybe you can set up the scene by telling us a bit more about what it is the future of agentic AI looks like. Maybe you have some examples for us.
Absolutely. This is one of the more exciting areas of AI right now. Everybody's talking about it. To set the scene, let's think about, how most of us use AI today. It's a reactive tool. You ask a question and it gives an answer. You give a command, it performs one action. Agentic AI is the future because it shifts from a reactive tool to an autonomous coworker. So yeah, you've taken it from something that just does exactly what you said to something that can solve and do solutioning. You give it a goal and it figures out how to autonomously plans the steps and the execution of those steps and reflects on the results. A simple example, like a chatbot example, is today you might ask AI, summarize my last 5 emails from client X. Again, you gave it an action, it did exactly what you told it to do. An agentic example would be like monitor my inbox for urgent emails to client X. If one arrives, summarize it, check my calendar for free time, check the project database for latest status updates, and then autonomously draft a response with a summary, the status, and my next 3 availability. So that's an agentic, solution for it. You're planning, you're reasoning, you're using multiple tools, to achieve your goal. However, this is where kind of reality sets in. This level of autonomy is incredibly powerful, but it's also, there's a massive technical bottleneck, which is called token explosion. Token explosion, there's just like so many tokens needed to run these agentic AI solutions. Tokens are just pieces of data. They're like words, numbers that AI has to process. It has to remember everything. The agent has to remember it has an original goal, its own plan, every action it took, the results of those actions, every piece of information it gathered. This memory or context, as we call it, it gets incredibly large very, very fast. And so, with the clients experiment with this, the model's slow to crawl and become prohibitively expensive because the GPU is spending all its time holding this massive memory. So we've implemented some solutions for this. We're adding to our agentic capabilities, building out end user use cases. One we're implementing techniques like KV caching. This is a balancing technique to speed up inference in exchange for a little bit extra memory. So way large language models work is every time it produces a no token, it's like writing an essay, and then every time you need to produce another word, you have to rewrite the entire essay again. So, you start writing the essay, you add another word, you rewrite it all again, and you add a word. And then you rewrite it all again and add a word. Very inefficient. KV caching takes that, so you don't have to rewrite the essay every time. You can just copy and paste what you have already, add a word. Copy and paste what you have already, add a word. So that's KV caching. We're developing that, to move the agent's memory from, super fast GPU VRAM to DRAM or even SSDs. So, we're able to move that memory around. The other thing we're doing is graph RAG. Instead of giving the agents the entire memory as one giant messy text file, graph RAG organizes knowledge into a mind map, something that it can follow. It can look at related information very quickly. So it can intelligently navigate the map, pull only the relevant pieces of information it needs. These are we're developing systems that can be autonomous in scheduling, in employee productivity, in customer chatbot looking up solutions and giving solutions and then summarizing the solution for the agent, or doing solving the problem for the user in real time. Put agents on the edge device. If you have a problem with the edge, call the agent, it solves the problem for you. So these are the tools that we're working and building at Lenovo. Obviously, we're a little bit more hardware focused, but solving problems in real time at the edge.
That was a beautiful answer, and I really appreciate that you took the time to include what you're working at Lenovo to help illustrate your point. And I know it was good because Alvaro, our head of R&D, was nodding along with you as you were mentioning everything. So you did a fantastic job. But I will stick with Alvaro because agentic AI is also, or AI agents, I should say, has made its way into the software testing community. And there's been a lot of talk about how AI is changing how testers work. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about that is happening and how AI agents can be used in test automation.
Yeah, I really like what David was talking about, mostly because all the work that he's doing, then later on I can apply to these agentic capabilities so that they go faster, cheaper, and it can be reused for many purposes. So it is incredible to know that a lot of people are working together to make this technology grow in the direction that we want it. And for test automation, well, of course, it's something that is currently being used, but at first, it's the typical use of code generation, reviewing your test automation with agentic capabilities by reviewing the test repositories. That is kind of like the first to go way to utilize this agentic AI. But it's not only there. It's not only just reviewing the code and helping you create these automation frameworks, but now with these tools, we can create agents that can automate themselves, meaning that the tools, they don't have to be just writing code or reading code. They can be going to a web page, clicking, sending text, validating that there are fields that should be there. So you can create a set of tools for the large language model, for these AI technologies, in order to do testing. One of the things that I like to do when testing is that don't overuse the AI generation part, because the problem is that if you are all the time using AI generated tests, then the reproducibility might fall down. Like this works very well maybe for exploratory or creation, but if you want to repeat tests and assert whether those tests run as you intended from the beginning in the future, then my recommended approach, or at least the approach that we are following at TestDevLab, is to create the test with these agent tools and then reproduce all those tools in like a sequence for test automation. That way we can test the same thing repeatedly all the time and check whether it will fail in the future. And if it fails, then we can use AI to check, okay, can you repeat the test and tell me why it failed? So yeah, that's what currently we are doing, and we have this very exciting project within TestDevLab, Barco Agent, which is mainly focused on test automation. And that is so far the approach that we're following, and we hope it will be a success.
Fantastic answer. That was very good. And it's good to hear you're very good at communicating what we do with TestDevLab.
I mean, self-promotion is good promotion as well.
Marketing.
And Barco Agent is indeed a very exciting project following it within the TestDevLab. But I think the conversation about the AI can't be continued without talking about the compliance and data quality. So, Ēvalds, I actually have a question to you. Many organizations are using AI solutions for automating their contact centers in enterprises like telecommunication companies, banks, and medical and government institutions. These add some serious complexity when it comes to stuff like GDPR and AI Act. Can you tell us a bit more about what concerns and risks are and how business can take steps to be prepared for this?
Yeah, we do work with many international organizations in Europe, like banks, telcos, medical, and especially like automating contact centers with robocalls, with quality control, with automatic systems for managing the data. And the GDPR is clear. I think it's been already for at least 5+ years. Didn't check it, but so the data protection specialists are in all of these enterprise companies, and they do have the documents ready. And we, of course, also have ready, and everyone working in this field, this is no problem. The new kid in the block is EU AI Act, which is really overshooting the necessity. Basically, it is, and I will give you some hints what you can do now, but the more you study it and the way how it was created and how it is maintained, the more you understand that this is wrong direction for Europe. But at least like companies and scientists and people who understand how these systems work right now actively try to educate the bureaucracy in Brussels. But so this is not something new. Somebody might not know this, but in 1800s, Europe was the only place in the world where basically they decided that when automobile or car was invented, that somebody needs to go in front of car with red flag. And this was like for 30 years, like an actual law. That if you own a car, somebody needs to go in front of the car with red flag. So the idea was that basically it's dangerous, right? But in the other side, in Americans, they didn't have any of such dumb things, and they expanded rapidly in this field. So this is very similar right now. And what you can do right now is there is exactly currently available something called EU AI Act Compliance Checker, which is a self-assessment tool that the EU Commission just released. If you do have AI products that you sell, this is number one thing you need to go to there and fill the form, and then you can show the results to the partners and say that you're compliant, at least hopefully. And the other thing is you definitely need to somehow be active in associations or some organizations in your countries around Europe, specifically so that we can work together and help these politicians to understand things. Because, for example, right now they are creating the omnibus bill, which will be like exemptions from prohibited and high-risk use cases. It means that many of these high-risk like requirements, which include anything that makes money, basically employment, the education, the public services, everything is high risk, and nobody actually can tell me exactly where the risk is in many cases. So, and actually then they're now creating many exemptions. So it will say that like a Swiss cheese, you can do that, you can do that, you can do that regardless of that. So my encouragement is join forces and please reach out to me with our Eastern European AI associations. We can work together and let's try to make that the future is good for Europe as well, not only for other regions. Like if you look at the Emirates, right, or Americans, they have completely different direction on this. So we should work on this. Yeah.
Thank you. And I appreciate you also provided some resources, and I did just want to double check something with you. This act you're talking about, it doesn't just apply to companies that are European, it applies to companies that operate in Europe as well,
yes,
doesn't it?
And right. With European that's why you can check the effects. Like Gemini has this amazing tool where you don't need Photoshop anymore. You can edit faces and stuff, right? But you only can do this with VPN to America. The European version of this Gemini photo editor is super cut. So unfortunately.
Still, thank you again for the resources. And again, we probably have a mostly European audience today, but for any Americans who will be watching this, if you do plan to expand and operate in Europe, or you do end up handling European data, this is also something that concerns you guys, and you can reach out to Ēvalds for support with that. We do have another question. I'm going to bring back Andrei. AI, as we were talking about, needs a lot of data to train and use. With all this data, especially with the personal users' data that there is quite oftenly used in these situations, questions always arise about data quality, maintaining good data quality, and GDPR and privacy protection rules. So from your experience, how have you seen organizations maintain that high quality of data whilst also taking GDPR and regulations into account?
I heard both of my colleagues here speaking about exciting stuff, and I see Ēvalds, we are responding on the boring stuff, and boring in a way, is that engineers would like to work without these restrictions in general, and this is where I fully agree with Ēvalds, and I will bring another perspective from a guy that tries to land projects using these constraints that still exist nowadays, unfortunately. So I think working nowadays, especially in the European market, on AI project, you need to work outside engineering with legal, compliance, security department from the beginning. If you involve this group late, you will be actually having a conversation about reviewing and rejecting rather than something that is collaborative, and you can find your way through with a solution that you can bring into users. Well, avoiding usage of any personal data entirely, it's not always the correct answer. So I have seen teams going and trying to adapt, to avoid basically going through the GDPR or the AI Act entirely, and let's build features that don't use any personal data, so we don't have troubles with it, and we are building safe. This results often into a feature that technically works in like lab environments, but out there is not something that users are happy to use in like production or real life, and they don't create real value. What I think matters here is trying to find the way in the current regulations to make safe use of this personal data so they actually can personalize the experience for the users in a way. There are very regulated areas, for example, like biometrics and fraud detection space, where the rules are strict. Like you cannot choose what you can do in that space. For example, models needs to be explainable, process require a lot of fallbacks. For example, human in the loop. There needs to be auditability and traceability for certain things. These are not optional stuff, right? And these things encourage actually a different system design that ultimately support more transparency and trust from the user's perspective. There are also certain regulations that prevent training AI directly on sensitive data, such as biometric data, like raw one. But there's always ways to avoid doing that. There's techniques such as, for example, synthetic data sets, anonymized or aggregated features, federated learning, that allow models to still improve, still learn from users, but without having access to that core, facial raw biometrics, right? And the goal here, generally, like with this, is if you are going for the delivery side, is not go around these constraints. Try to understand them. There is always some solutions we can build around them. Hopefully, Europe would gain some speed in this. We have some way to catch up for our US market, but also looking very closely towards the Asian market, which also operates at a different speed. Hopefully, the actions that is being done at, let's say, leadership level of these companies within a different association can help slow down some of this regulation, but also with the current things that we are doing, maybe we can raise the bar in the AI features that we are actually bringing here.
A fantastic answer. And there will be fun questions later. It's not all completely about regulation and compliance. I did notice Ēvalds was nodding along. Are you echoing the same comments as Andrei? Is there anything you'd like to add to that, or is it?
Yeah, like it's as Andrei said, like try building a AI system that is no high risk system, right? You will end up with something that nobody needs, basically. So it is quite absurd situation right now. I think, and mostly again to echo, it is that the politicians has been scared. They don't understand things. They rely on faulty data, and we need to help them to understand and like so not to shoot ourselves in leg. Yeah.
We're just going a small side thing, just to sate my own curiosity here. Does that, are you talking, are there specific limitations that come maybe with training on synthetic data that you just don't get when you use real world data? Or is it much like Andrei and Ēvalds said, testing stuff in lab conditions is very different to the real world, and maybe that's something you can't quite get with synthetic data. But that can be to anyone on the panel or specifically to Ēvalds and Andrei.
Synthetic data is one way to go, but it doesn't get you till the whole way. You can see also that for example, the Tesla self-driving features that they built an excellent road model, and everything that they train is on synthetic data, and their models are like level 5 autonomy for sure. From the latest tests in America, and so it's doable, but you need a huge amount of data to build models that can produce high quality synthetic data. And we're talking about the personal data. We need to first access it, so it is not that easy.
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that. Oh.
I would also say that we also have tried to use synthetic data for audio and video quality algorithms. And the problem is that it works well with the data, with that specific data, even if you separate with training and validation, it predicts. But then you go to live data for video calls, for camera, like actual pictures, and you see that it doesn't really work because the amount of combinations and also different types of quality degradations that an image can portray are so huge that the synthetic adding, like, resolution, granularity, blockiness, and that doesn't really cover it. And then you really need a lot of live actual data and that's only like objective kind of evaluations. If you go to subjective, different publics, different opinions about things, then the problem just becomes much bigger than what you would imagine at the beginning.
Fantastic. That was great. I love that additional input there. I am going to bring it back to David very quickly, and this is very much what you covered earlier in the day, but I do want to bring it into this discussion just because it was very interesting and does help give some key takeaways to the panel for audiences. We've talked a lot about how it can be used, that is AI, the regulations, how you can train it, what restrictions there might be. But many organizations are really investing in AI and trying to integrate it into their product. So how can businesses determine those core KPIs to measure success and return on investment? How are they going to get that organizational buy-in and prove that need for investment? This is very much covering what you mentioned earlier, but I guess somewhat succinctly, just to add it to the panel, I'd like to pose that to you as well.
Absolutely. Happy to answer the question. I'm at Lenovo, I talk about AI that generates ROI. I'm all about AI, not for the sake of technology, but for the sake of, how it can deliver that value. And AI, ROI for AI doesn't have to be some sort of dark art. There are ways of doing this. I find it helps to break it down into like 3 distinct buckets. First bucket is efficiency metrics. This is the most common. Easiest place to start. This is your classic cost-saving KPIs, like reduction in man hours for a task or decreased operational downtime, like in the planning example that I gave. Increased ticket deflection rate in call center, increased tickets that don't go to the call center. faster production time for claims or invoices. These are fantastic for easy wins and are highly measurable. The next bucket is effectiveness metrics. This is where AI gets a little more strategic. These KPIs help AI measure like what you do for your core business, like what you are doing in your core business. So that's like increased sales conversion rates with new, AI-powered recommendation engines like Amazon uses and like Netflix uses. Improved customer satisfaction scores, because your AI tools providing better, faster, more accurate answers than somebody bouncing around a call center. Reduced customer churn, because the model was able to predict a flag at-risk customers and you're able to hit them with new offers or make adjustments to their account before they left. The final bucket is innovation metrics. These are the most advanced. These KPIs measure the ability of AI to unlock like entirely new capabilities or revenue streams. Like accelerated time to market for new product, like using AI and R&D to develop new products. We're kind of doing this at Lenovo, using AI to help design motherboards and and server systems that normally take millions of dollars and 2 years to produce, but we can do it much faster using AI. Creation of a new AI-powered feature that becomes a key product differentiator. Again, this is a little bit harder to quantify, but that and product feature that just like really drives it. Netflix did this with their recommendations. They were one of the earliest ones to get into watching recommendations. That became a real differentiator for their product. And then, of course, monetization of new data products that were previously impossible to create. So those are the 3 buckets that I usually like to look at for how to generate that ROI out of AI projects. Now, the second part of your question was how to get organizational buy-in to get started. At least that's what I remember you asking.
It was.
Okay. So this is where, a lot of teams fail. They lead with the technology. They go to their boss and say, we need $5 million to implement this AI platform. That is abstract and scary and not tied to the results. We need to stop talking about AI and start talking about the business problem. First you got to find the pain. Go to the line of business leader, not the guy in IT, the line of business leader, and finance, operations, sales, and like what is the most like manual, repetitive, or error-prone process that your team deals with? What keeps you up at night? Get at a core business problem. And then frame AI as a solution, not as an end in of itself. You don't even have to call it AI. Call it process automation tool or a predictive scheduler. You frame your proposal as a direct surgical solution to the business problem, not an introduction of a new technology. And then start small, improve big. You don't need a multi-million-dollar budget to start with. You can grow into that, and that's how you grow. But you ask for a 90-day low-cost POC. Tackle one problem, take an easy problem, attack it, prove that ROI. Use the efficiency metrics from bucket 1 that I talked about earlier. Those easy to prove ones. Show that quick win. And then when you go back in 90 days, the manual task that took 200 hours now takes 2 minutes. You've done it, you've proved the ROI. That gives you credibility and the ability to scale what the ask is. They know how much value the AI can create, so they can scale how much you're asking for. Well, if I save 200 hours with my 90-day POC, I can save 10,000 hours with a full-scale deployment. So that's really key to the buy-in. So you look at your metrics, look at the KPIs, like I talked about, those 3 buckets of KPIs, and then for getting buy-in, start small, lead with the business problem, start small, solve the problem, and move bigger from there.
Fantastic. Perfect. I love that. That was succinctly somehow every key point from your previous talk. Just then, incredible.
Yes, and I think I really like this approach of looking at the AI more like a tool rather than, like the end destination, which can help you to achieve whatever goals you're having. But I would like to add up on this conversation about measuring the success of the AI in the organization. And I actually have a question to Andrei. Andrei, experimenting with AI is an important part of finding its best use cases. So the audience has some real world takeaways. Maybe you could tell us a bit more about managing expectations, maybe lessons from some failed projects and R&D process challenges.
Yes, absolutely. What I'll say also goes very much in line with what David just mentioned. And I'm very happy to see this kind of thinking goes both in the enterprise space, but also in the startup scale-up world, right? And I'm trying to bring some clarity on this topic from the lenses of two examples of failures that I've experienced while delivering AI solutions. So one of it is, and the most important lesson I think that I have learned on is that AI projects fail when we focus on the technology too early, I once, for example, started managing a team that was in the middle of building a feature that analyzed data and it surfaced correlations between different data points, this sounded super nice. The users have mentioned that they want to be having correlations in the software. We completed the project and nobody used it. After speaking with customers again, it turns out that what they actually needed was a very simple solution that they could explore data manually and they could pivot fields or explore some different dimensions, and that's it. The AI element was completely unnecessary at that point. On top of that, what we've done, and this is the second lesson, we optimized the system too early. We made some architectural decisions on that side and tool choices as well to save cost, but also to optimize for performance, so the model is faster, before validating the real need. So the time spent there, few months later, it was irrelevant because newer and cheaper AI models were out there that made whatever optimization of cost and performance that we've made irrelevant, because the cost and the performance, the cost slashed with 10x and the performance around the same side as well. And the main insight here for me is that you really have to validate that the problem you are trying to work on is worth building or fixing, right? And the first right step is exploring the solution. I've seen these days these humanoid robots that are at home, that you can buy, but actually they are controlled remotely by some people. These are validating, you can bring a lot of criticism. This is not AI, but what they are doing there is they are validating the market. Is there actually a need for this? Would people buy a tool in this form? And I think this is the cheapest version of offering that. And it's both annoying to see, but interesting to see as well from a go-to-market perspective. You are not investing a lot, but if there's demand, well, let's explore that market. This is my take on it.
That's fantastic. And we do have one last fun question, but we are short on time. So in a couple sentences, starting sort of the way we started this panel with David, then Andrei, then Ēvalds, and Alvaro, very quickly and in a couple sentences, what excites you most about the future of AI, starting with David?
Absolutely. I've alluded to this in a previous answer, but to keep it brief, I'm excited about embedded AI. AI, when you don't think about it being AI anymore. For right now, for years, AI has been something we talk about as a distinct capability, a model you call, an API you evoke. But we want it to be embedded in like your emails, embedded in your emails, embedded in your smartphone. It just performs tasks. You don't care how it performs tasks. And that's when AI becomes powerful. And that's combined with the agentic AI shift out there, where you can give it a task and it'll accomplish that task for you. So the combination of embedded AI and agentic AI, I think is where the future is. AI is the future, but it won't look like AI. The future of AI is when we stop calling it AI because it's simply how everything just works.
Perfect. Thank you. And then Andrei, what are you excited for?
I was excited, still excited, and will be excited about the democratization and ease of working with large and unstructured information and making quick sense out of all of those things. It really empowers a lot of decisions, and also at a personal level, a lot of making sense of a lot of information in a smart way. I'm also excited about the times. This goes in lines with what David is saying, when AI will become a boring technology. Is that not something that excites us anymore? It's part of our daily lives in so many things, and it's just like, oh yeah, for sure it uses AI behind it, because we couldn't achieve it in another way. So it's so easy and it's really everywhere that it's like a transistor nowadays. For sure, anything that we're building has one.
Perfect. And then some extra notes from Ēvalds, and then Alvaro quickly.
Yeah, for those who have missed maybe previous opportunities, like with social networks, smartphones, internet maybe, there's a quote from Social Network movie: "This is a once in a generation holy shit opportunity, and the water under the Golden Gate Bridge is freezing cold." So basically, you see this, the Swedish company Lovable, 100 million annual revenue in 6 months. So I mean, there is endless opportunities. Who was ever thought that Perplexity can actually compete with Google or something? So I think we cannot just miss this opportunity. Otherwise, you'll be regretting it. Yeah.
And then Alvaro.
Yeah. So it's two points. So one of them, of course, is about there are so many possibilities that it's just so exciting to be now and looking how these emerge. So that's one of the parts. The other one is more on the technology side, and is I'm looking forward to see large language models or AI to be more robust in terms that it can actually learn in the sense of the model actually changing over time, rather than just having a model with memory and context. So that's, I think the model to be able to adapt to the inputs and just learn and keep improving by itself, it's something that I think it will be a very interesting thing to explore in the future, and I'm excited to see how that plays out.
Fantastic. That is all we have time for, but you've all been fantastic panelists. It's been great to have you all here today. Thank you for all your insights, for explaining how companies can use AI, what they should be aware of, GDPR and data, getting that buy-in. It's all been fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a privilege to host you all, and you are the final speakers of the day, so thank you for having the last words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you. And with that final great note from our panel of experts, Quality Forge 2025 has come to an end. After an incredible day of discussions at Quality Forge, we want to take a moment to reflect on the journey we've shared together during the day, and we also have a prize-winning opportunity for our audience, so we invite you everyone to stay with us until the end. Today, we explored the critical role of software quality across industries and how it is vital to organizations that want to scale. We've heard from inspiring thought leaders and experts from industry giants who have not only shared their knowledge, but have reminded us why quality is essential in a competitive digital age. The core message throughout our discussions has been clear. Software testing and quality assurance cannot be an afterthought. It is a fundamental pillar of the software development lifecycle.
Additionally, as AI is changing both the software development and testing landscape, so will the human element continue to evolve. AI isn't going anywhere, and developers and testers alike can take advantage of this tool to speed up testing, add features, and give them time to focus on the crucial human element of their work.
And these are just a few key takeaways that we've collected from today's discussions. By developing a quality-first mindset, businesses and developers can create truly successful, scalable digital offerings that give their end users peace of mind and ensure that launch day is a delight, not a headache.
Tested code is a good code. When we develop products in which everyone has a stake in quality, we create platforms easier to navigate, more intuitive and reliable. It means that the experience improves for everyone.
Companies that prioritize quality demonstrate a commitment to their users, which results in enhanced brand loyalty and reputation.
As we've discussed today, software quality isn't a checkbox on the list, it's a mentality. Tested products are optimized, well designed, and save companies from costly late fixes and compliance headaches. The message we can carry forward is that by implementing the shift left, quality first mentality into our work, our products, and organizations, we not only strengthen our businesses, but create products that user can trust, rely upon, and grows. And now, finishing this day with the announcement. This year, we want to get as much feedback from you, the audience, as possible. So shortly after the conference, you will receive an email with the feedback survey.
By submitting your feedback, you also enter for a chance to win a prize from us at TestDevLab.
So as we wrap up Quality Forge 2025, we would like to say a huge thank you for the spectacular speakers for sharing their experience and the wonderful team behind the scene who organized Quality Forge 2025.
And of course, thank you to you, the audience, for joining us today. We've learnt a lot, but if you want to keep learning outside of Quality Forge, you can check out our knowledge base for blogs, white papers, and our podcast, Tech Effect, where we interview more tech leaders and experts on the topics and trends shaping the tech industry. So once again, thank you for joining us for Quality Forge 2024. I'm Josh.
I'm Paulina, and we'll see you again next year.
Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.